welcome to Trewlapalooza Day 2. We're your hosts, Kim, and I'm Kally.
Hi. Thanks, guys, for tuning back in, and thanks for bearing with us through all the little technical difficulties we had yesterday. We're so grateful. We had so much fun.
We really are, and it's good to see your whole face today, Kim.
I know. We sorted out the little more social distance. We're both coronavirus tested. We're being as careful as we can, but it is nice to be able to talk to you guys without a mask today.
Yes, and we both get frequently tested on sets, and it's really great to...
Comes with the job.
Yes, and we also have face masks handy in case anybody gets within range.
Yeah,
So.
in case I think we do have some in-person guests today.
I think so, too.
Let's check. All right. Should I read up the schedule?
You should.
We have so many guests today. I'm so excited about. There's some of my favorites today. So 9:30. We have Q5X. I'm excited to talk about those. We have Professional Sound Corp at 9:45. We have Rycote at 10 a.m. We have Sheps at 10:15. Sound Devices at 10:30. Shure at 10:45 a.m. Zaxcom at 11. Senheiser at 11:15. Wisycom at 11:30. Clearcom at 11:45. At noon we have Viviana Straps, Azden at 12:15, and Lectrosonics at 12:30. And we have some last-minute additions. We're going a little over time today for you guys. At 12:45 we have Zoom, and at 1 p.m. we have Countryman. So some really good ones today.
That's an exciting list
I
there,
know,
Kim.
it's a lot.
I'm looking forward to hearing from all of them and seeing what new stuff there is in store and possibly some sales for everyone.
Agreed. We do have a couple sales today. Not as many. Yesterday was like an amazing sale day. We don't have as many today, right, Thomas?
That's correct. And hello, everyone. Oh, let's bring up my microphone, too. Hi, everyone. Yeah, we don't have as many flash sales today, but the one great thing to let you know is that we do have all of the flash sales from yesterday. So you can go ahead, and if I put on auto live here, it'll be a little easier. You can go ahead and get that extended warranty on the Betso antennas and all of the different products. So you get the 2-year warranty. You can go ahead and get the 25% off of the Roger repeater. We've got the Halter Technical promos 15% off. We've got K-Tech going off as well with cheaper camo bags. We've got Point Source Audio. They've got incredible deals, usually around $800 for their microphone. Now it's only $500 with accessories. And then we have 10% off of Fostex and 10% off of Koga Sound products as well. And also Orca products we have sales on. So there are a ton of sales that are going on for this flash. All you need to do is call into one of our shops and we'll get you going with that right away.
So the sales yesterday that were announced, they're going all 3 days then?
Correct.
Awesome.
Exactly. They're the whole time until the end of tomorrow, our
Nice.
Halloween episode.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. So
I am personally excited for the Halloween episode. I'm not sure if you know, but I do love Halloween and the fact that there's
she's
a whole...
the Halloween queen.
Thanks, Kim. There's a whole episode dedicated to Halloween, and you should totally tune in for that. So
Absolutely. We've got some costumes planned. I'm going to try to force our camera crew to wear some costumes too. We'll see. We'll see how that
I think it's
goes.
a requirement, Kim.
Did you hear that, guys?
I think so. There's 5 of us, and if no one's in a costume, then
I mean,
we might be
it would just
hiring
be
positions
weird,
for
right?
them. Yeah.
If I'm going to be wearing a costume behind the switcher, you guys are all wearing them too. I'm just calling that executive
See,
decision.
there we
okay?
go. There
So,
we go. It's
yeah.
been made.
Exactly. Yeah. And just a heads up, just so you guys know, Paul Johnson from Q5X just joined us, so he's in the waiting room.
Wonderful. Hi,
standing
Paul.
by, so we will see him in a little bit. He's got his screen blacked out for right now. He's just standing by like an awesome presenter should be. So thank you for that. Just make sure you're muted, Paul, and we'll get to you in a little bit. Guys, what do you want to talk about today
Oh
on
my
day
gosh.
2?
Well,
Kim, did you bring anything exciting
I
today?
brought some stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
you know, we had all this stuff planned yesterday, and it just flew by. I was talking about the Dodgers and all kinds of stuff yesterday, and before we knew it, we had our first guest on. But
I mean, they still won.
they
so.
still won. Congrats, Dodgers, and congrats to all of our friends who are so excited. I must say, Chris Howland in particular.
Is
I
a
thought
big
about
Dodger
I
fan,
thought
right?
about him the whole time that was happening, and you know, I've been seeing his posts on Facebook, tracking the Dodgers on their flight coming home, and I love that so much. Hi, Chris, if you're watching. Hello. I think this morning would be the morning to bust out some products. What do you think?
Okay, Kim. I'm
Yeah?
looking forward to seeing
Okay.
what you have.
So I was thinking about the kind of stuff I use at work. I mean, we have so many amazing flash sales and products being announced and all these great manufacturers joining us. And I definitely have things that I've gotten used to using on set. I'm using new products all the time. I mean, the cool thing about this industry, especially sound in particular,
There's so many people out there building
Yeah.
the perfect things. for
innovating
us.
all the
Right.
time, right?
And I feel like most of them are sound mixers, so they know what we need.
Yeah.
And I don't know. really like where we're at today and
I
all the
think so.
tools that we have available to us. So.
I agree. Well, speaking of all the tools we have available to us, why don't I bring some in
Okay.
without knocking over my tablet?
Or do. I personally think that would be pretty fun to see.
What are you bringing in today? What are we starting with?
Kim is bringing in,
Show and tell today at
Ooh.
Trewlapalooza.
looks like a lot of
ready, but
love accessories.
a lot of accessories. Yep.
Okay.
So this is my tackle box, lovingly named by a couple actors I've worked with a lot. They get a kick out of it every time I bring this thing out. Let's see if I can just... Yeah, this is just one of many little clear cases I have that just holds anything and everything I might need.
I feel like those were made with
With
sound
us in
accessories.
mind.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Also in mind.
Exactly. So I'm just going to open this, and this is just straight from my last job. I didn't do any
I'm just going
organizing.
to point out
I
that you
know.
can never have enough of these.
Never, ever, ever. I mean, I've started giving those away now. These are like my little gift to people
Thank
on
you,
set.
Kim.
Yeah, that's yours now.
You're good.
Little things like, before we get into the nitty gritty of what I'm using on set, I even carry stuff like this in my kit because, at the end of the day, I work on a lot of small sets. I work on some bigger commercial sets, but you never know how to get the data to someone at the end of the day.
Of
Often the
course.
sets I work on don't have a full DIT setup, so
Right.
I
I
try
feel
to,
like
right.
As we talk about new things being invented,
Yeah.
maybe you never know what the future
Exactly.
holds.
So I carry a lot of stuff. Oh, I've got some deity adapters in here for
That's the lunch truck, everybody.
that was beautiful. You know what it actually sounded like? I thought you got clever and put some spooky music beds under us.
No,
I was like,
maybe tomorrow, but
"Ooh."
not yet.
The whole town of Burbank is just really excited right
They're
now.
just participating in our event.
Exactly.
Let's see, what else do I have here? The things I actually really want to talk about, and I swear this is not going to be an Ursa Products commercial. I do work with Ursa a lot. I love them. I happen to have a lot of their stuff, but I have a lot of other stuff too. The first thing I will say, though, these are one of my most used items on set, the Ursa Foamy.
Yeah, I've actually never seen that before, so if
Really?
you don't mind telling me
Oh my
about it, I
God,
wouldn't mind
yeah.
that.
So I started out using the foamies. I'm not sure who makes them, but they're really similar to this, but they're more round. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And I used to
Yeah.
cut them. I used to cut this tops and sides off to make them a little more flat, like this one. The Ursa foamies I love because you can, get away with putting them in more places and not have this
Right.
little bulge there.
Are they easy to hide as well? Because I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
and-
Oh, here, take one. They're easy to hide. They're really, really soft, so they cut down on a lot of noise. But I like to pair them with different things. And I told you this isn't going to be an Ursa commercial. I'm just going to get the Ursa stuff out of the way first. But
All good.
let me bring in another guest. I think I want to bring someone in to help us.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. I should be asking you guys to hand stuff off to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess we could get a little bit more coordinated with
Oh,
that.
good,
We'll work
Kim.
on that.
Let's see. I've got him here.
Is this our
Sorry.
special guest?
This is our special guest. Let's see. Let's give a look. Is this good?
I think it's great.
Cool. All right.
And I just got a
But-
correction. Hush Labs makes the other
Oh,
foamies.
thank you to whoever chimed in. That's right, Hushslav. And those are great too. There's actually situations where I've liked the extra padding. So thank you, Hushslav, for also making a
course.
great product.
And please introduce our guest. I'm looking.
Well, this is David Patrick Adams.
Okay.
He's got his monogram on his shirt here. He's
I like it.
we're just improvising here all
Of
day,
course.
all day, here all day. So this shirt is similar to something I would mic up on set, right? You have
course.
some buttons and often
Every material you can think of.
oh my God,
It'll
any
show up on set.
material you can think of, right? So many types of shirts, like what I'm wearing today, what we're wearing. I don't know. This is not a super noisy material, right? We're like
I don't know.
I
It
add
could
fabric
be.
softener sometimes for that reason. If I
Okay.
know I'm going to be on camera,
Do you bring it
I'll-
on set as well?
I should just like a little spray bottle.
I've never thought about that.
That's what we should have in our kit for the talent. Like, hold on, let me solve this
Exactly.
right here. But this one's also kind of nice and soft, and a foamy, being in here. Obviously, I don't have a lavalier set up. I'm just kind of quick,
But there's
throwing
always
some
a lot
stuff out.
set
There is a lot right there. I will grab that actually.
All
But
good.
this is one of my favorite products to use. Just stick right in here. I got out one other product to show you, and I'm just, you know what? Let's bring in our other guest. How about that? We'll just make it a party. Let's just get the party out of the way. First
All
thing
right.
in the morning. What time is it? Let's see.
It's time for the party.
9:11. My God, the time is flying by. All right, so we had this style. We now have the nude style, and if you have ever worked in reality television or documentary, anything reality based, you know that you're often given challenges that you don't expect. The talent could have no shirt on. I mean, in that case, we could do something like a hair mic, which is one of my favorite things to do, which I'll save that for later. I love that. But this is another product. If you've got an actor with a skimpy outfit on, something, or even just something that's not holding the lav well, or something that's noisy, like, you know, just a starchy shirt, something like that. This is so fun. This is another Ursa product. It's a chest strap, and I'm going to pair it in this case with
Oh, nice.
a mini mount.
So I've personally never used these.
Yeah.
Does this involve tape at all?
You know, it can.
Okay.
I've definitely used tape with this, but the cool thing about this, I don't know if you guys can get a shot of this here. I'm kind of hiding behind our other model, but let me just pull that down. How does that look?
I think we got a great view of it.
Yeah, so what I'm showcasing here is there's some little pockets in the front, little pouches, and that's kind of where your lavalier can just slip right in. I like to use them with a little mini mount or some kind of mount. Sometimes it'll be a vampire clip. That's another one I use a ton as a vampire clip. But see, I just stuck that right in there. And then I'll, hold for plane.
Hold for plane.
All good, Kim.
Yeah, but so that's just giving us a little more room, a little more clothing noise protection, stuff like that. Let's see, let's pop that right out. And last but not least, I did mention this already, but actually, you know what? Let's do a twofer. Let's do two. There's two products in here that are my biggest lifesavers, you know, outside of the Ursa collection that I've gotten to know and love.
I totally agree with you on
Right?
the Bumblebee one.
Bumblebee. Oh my gosh, you guys make some amazing products. We love your stuff. I have a lot of Bumblebee in here too, but this is one of my most used mounts.
For the cost 11, I think it's...
Absolutely. Or for any mic, right? They
Right.
make a lot of different ones.
For sure, the 6060, I think.
Absolutely, yep. And you
It's a
have,
personal favorite.
you know what? I actually bought, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but these little Bumblebee mounts come with these, you know, little metal attachments that they act as a way to lift the clothing away, create some room there, and they have a little clip, but I lose them a lot. You know, talent will pull it
Right.
off and then it just disappears and you have no idea.
What's really sad is when you lose this and they're like...
Oh, see, that's just terrible,
But I think it happened more with the R11 that the Samkin comes with. than
oh, the
this,
RM11, these
because-
guys, yeah,
right,
yeah.
it was those like when they
I
pull them
almost
out.
never use these, weirdly enough. Maybe I'm just missing something with them. For some reason, I never use these. This is always my go-to because of this feature, the little spacer bubble. And I've seen people make their own homemade mounts and rigs with like a paper clip, you know, which is super cool. But Bumblebee just kind of eliminated the need to innovate, no, to do all that trouble. They
Right.
just made it a beautiful product for you. And I bought a ton of these little replacement spacers because, like I said, I lose them, the talent loses them, they just
Exactly.
disappear. So that's another one. And I will say, last but not least, the vampire clip. This is an old faithful
Do
for
you
me.
use that a lot?
I use these a lot.
I honestly
yeah.
never do.
Really? Oh my gosh, I really recommend them. So it's similar material, actually the same material.
I
to the
use
arm.
them during Halloween.
Ooh.
Only Halloween, Thomas?
Yes, exactly. By the way, you know what, guys? I'm going to interrupt just for one
Please
second
do.
to say
Yeah.
we're so sorry about the planes, everyone.
Ah,
We
it's
are
okay.
conveniently located right next to the Burbank Airport, and we also want to give you a second to see all of the different locations that are available to you around North America. The greatest thing about True Audio is that no matter where you're working, we're going to be close to you and we're going to be able to help you out. So make sure that you call our shops if you ever need help. It doesn't matter where you are, you're going to be connected with us.
I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. Yep. And when I was just starting out and I moved to LA, I would call here all the time and ask a bunch of questions. And I must say, one of the most helpful staffs I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. And
Right.
that relationship was just it's such an important one to me at the beginning of my career because I really had so many questions. You know, YouTube videos are great and we have a ton of information available to us, but there's nothing like being able to just call someone, ask a friend,
Right.
you know?
Actually, my experience is having like a reality shoot type thing in Nashville, and I was like, I need like a really good harness for that, and it
Yeah.
was like True Audio's there. It was like,
They got ya.
great, you know, and I kind of felt like I knew him as well.
Yeah, that's so wonderful. Oh man, I have not had the pleasure of dealing with True Audio Nashville. Really, Los Angeles is my store just because that's where I live, but I can't wait to visit the other ones.
Right.
Maybe we can do a tour or something after
I think
this.
so. Hire me, Kim.
And another thing to let you know as well about True Audio is that we're also international shippers. So we ship international
good point.
literally every day. So if you guys do an order on our website, even for the flash sales that we've got going on, you guys know that we're going to be able to ship all around the world.
Absolutely. And something you should know, I mean, there's a ton of stores that you can buy gear from, right? There's a ton of online stores, there's little shops all over the world, but what I love about True Audio is not just the great service, but getting to know Glenn, the owner and founder of all these. Hi, Glenn, if you're watching.
Oh, he's watching.
Yeah.
Straight
He's
from Nashville,
watching.
right?
Hopefully, maybe one of these
Well,
days he'll come in live too.
I
I'm still
would
trying
love
to
that.
convince
Come
him to
on,
do that.
Glenn, come hang out with us. But I will say it's really wonderful to feel like I'm
Right.
supporting a
And also,
a person and their business that they've worked so hard to build, that they care so much about. I mean, you really feel the passion put into this company when you walk in the door. And when you deal with anybody at True Audio, you're getting this amazing service and knowledge. And I'm just going to keep gushing because I'm so grateful to you guys. But maybe let's just jump back one more second to the products. I had one more that I actually did forget. I mean, I glossed over the vamp clip a little, but I will say the vampire clips, I love these so much. I have them in different sizes, different colors. They are so great to just throw on if you are in a situation. Maybe reality is a good one. Documentary. I do a lot of doc work, and it's just if you can have something that you can just whoop really quick and then go back to mixing and the one man band
so it
things.
requires no tape, right?
Well, it can require some tape depending on the outfit. Every once in a while, when I'm putting this on somebody, I will go up to them with the clip itself. And a little piece of moleskin. And that's just to add some little extra protection. And I usually say to the talent, please don't take this off yourself because you might get stabbed because there's teeth on it. And that, that's the thing to say because, we don't like talent unmiking themselves. It happens. But when there's some little fangs involved, they're less likely to do it. maybe that's why I like this clip. But
I've never tried that, yeah.
The last thing I want to point out product-wise that I use often, and I had more of these.
Oh, your favorite.
Oh my God, I love these so much. Let's get a close-up on these.
Ooh.
Oh, you know what? That might just be me bumping into something. I hope it's not
You are
me.
right by the box.
Right?
So
Okay.
all
I'm
good.
gonna hold a little more still, so we'll figure out where that crackle's coming from. But what's in my hand? This is made by Hidamike. So Hidamike has made these really, really easy to use hair clips.
I kind of thought you personally made these yourself. So.
I totally did. Yeah. No. Well, the thing is, I used to make them by myself, and it would be this horrible, janky operation that would sometimes fall apart. And these are so light and sturdy. I mean, you can see the teeth on them. It's a tiny little comb. It's a tiny little hair clip. So this is a great product. I actually made a video with Deity microphones showcasing these. So if you want to figure out how to use these, you guys can hit us up on social media or just watch the Deity video. I had a lot of fun doing that with them. Oh, here's the other clip. Found it. It's buried in the random safety pins. What about anything in here, Kally? Is there anything you see that you like, that you use often? I mean, it's just disorganized. But
for sure, the Bumblebee, I'd say like 99% of the time, that's pretty much just what I'm using. I mean, I love the options that you have, and maybe I should expand all of those horizons.
It's so important to have options, right? I mean, you never know. You could get to set and they tell you one thing, and then everything changes the night before at midnight, and all of a sudden the talent has no shirt, and oh my God, I need to use hair clips. So it's good to be prepared.
It is good to be prepared.
Oh, let's close up the tackle box, shall we? Let's see. Let's get these little Ursa foamies back in here.
Before I steal them, make sure you have
You can have some. I'll give you some. All right, let's see. So
and you know what? Another quick thing, just to let everybody know, you guys are going to see a sneak peek of Paul right there. Hi, Paul from Q5X. We're coming to you in a moment if you want to say hello. But we just wanted to point out that we finally have the remote audio Bluetooth speaker that we are raffling off tomorrow on the turntable right there.
Should we get a shot of it?
Oh, we got it right there. Oh my gosh, I didn't hit the button. Hold on, there it is.
Okay.
Okay, so now you guys can see it. And so the idea is that this is a Bluetooth speaker that you can use on set. It's battery powered. I mean, you can practically stand on this thing.
I see the remote audio logo too on the front. Look at that.
And this is the type of speaker that you're definitely going to want to have to be working professionally on set. It's small. It's easy to put anywhere on set, easily hidden. And then you can also use it when you're going camping and at the beach and all those fun things. It's a great speaker. And Paul, we just wanted to say hello. You're doing great. I see you coming in and out. You're doing fine. Everything's perfect. We're going to see you in about 9 short minutes.
9 short minutes. I love it. And let's see. Let's check in on the chat, shall we?
Okay.
This was one of my favorite parts about yesterday, was just being able to see what you guys are saying right away. This is wonderful.
Awesome.
Let's see. I'll
Any
grab my seat here. and-
Comments, questions, or concerns?
What do you think, Kally? What do you see that looks interesting here? Oh, I see fresh pot and lots of talk about coffee. You're speaking my language.
Lectrosonics has said a warm hello.
Oh, hi, Electro. We're sending you some LA warmth because I know you guys are
I saw that snow picture
right.
too.
Oh my goodness, New Mexico looks cold right now. Guys, come visit us in LA.
That's true.
What else we got? Let's see. Michael, the sound guy. Hi, Michael, the sound guy. And hello, Jeff Wexler. He says, "Are these being recorded? I'm going to have to go out."
Yes.
Yes, it's
They
okay.
are being recorded.
They're
so
going to
it's-
be posted later online, Jeff. Of course, we want you to stay with us as long as you can today, but don't
and
worry.
appreciate you watching as
Yes,
well.
thank you, Jeff. And yesterday you gave such helpful comments, so thank you so much for just keeping an eye on us and making sure everything's going well here. Let's see, who else we got? Everyone. Oh, hi, Glenn. You're there. Hello. We have Halter Technical. Good morning, Doc.
And have a
Oh my
great day too.
gosh.
Thank you, Doc.
This is so fun, you guys. Thank you so much for all these comments and interaction. It really does make it more fun to do this when we know that you're watching and giving your feedback and letting us know what you want and what you want to see.
That's true.
Absolutely. Let's see. I'm gonna bring the coffee in closer. I just keep seeing all these comments about coffee. It's just it's just wonderful. Let's go back to the very, very beginning. 1 more minute on the comments here. And maybe I'll just stand up and come on over here. Let's see. Sound devices in the lineup. Yes, they are. I'm excited about sound devices too. You're a longtime sound devices user.
I am. That was the first mixer.
that's
The
awesome.
633 was the first one I ever owned.
What a
and
good first mixer to own.
It is. I
Yeah.
recommend it.
Yeah, the first mixer I used, I didn't own it, but when I was in college, I had access to a 788T,
Oh wow.
and it was a beast. It was a total
I think
workhorse.
it's easier to learn that one first than to start on
think
the
so?
6 series and go to the
I
788.
could see that. I could see that. Maybe just a little more of an intuitive menu.
I think it's just more challenging. So if you learn the challenging, then
Oh,
when you switch
okay.
over, it's a lot
I see what
easier.
you did there.
Yes.
So yeah, Sound Devices is one of our guests today. We're both excited. Kally because she's a very long time user, and I think me because I'm a newer Sound Devices user. I've been
A
using
new-time user.
Yeah, a new time user. I've been using Zoom products for a really long time. The F8 was my first mixer that I owned, and I still have it. I love it.
Then
Or-
they are also. coming
I
on
have
today.
Todd giving me a look over here because actually the first mixer that we used was, I think, a Tascam. And my point in bringing this up is we have so many amazing manufacturers here today. We are surrounded by the best gear out there, the best gear
Right.
available. But,
Top quality options.
not everybody starts there. So if you're watching this and you are a new sound mixer, an aspiring sound mixer, an aspiring field recordist, a musician, anything to do with sound, just keep making stuff with what you have. You don't necessarily have to have the top of the line gear right off the bat. This is, still something I struggle with because I just want all the gear and
Exactly.
right?
Just go for
it's
it.
so hard
Yeah.
not to, but just create with what you have and ask a lot of questions. And this is why I like doing videos like this, is because people reach out to me afterward and they ask so many questions, and it helps me grow to be able to try to answer these really things I haven't thought about from different angles before. So yeah, I think all the sound devices and lectors of our business, you guys are setting some incredible standards, making amazing products for us, and I'm so glad I'm using your stuff now. But you out there, if you haven't yet upgraded to sound devices, Lectrosonics, I mean, God, I could just go on and rattle off some names,
Right.
but
and we all start off small, and
Yeah.
you use those, and you rent the top quality, so
Exactly.
you figure out which one's right for you, or that's what I personally did. And then when you make that jump and you make that investment, you know that you're getting the right thing for you, because
yeah,
I feel like
seriously.
we all have different things that we need, and you
She
find
brings
it.
up the best point that I actually want to segue really quick to, because we talked about our rentals department here yesterday, and that is a way that I'm currently figuring out which wireless I want to purchase. I rent so much now, and it's just so amazing to have the opportunity to use all this stuff, get to know the different manufacturers, the different products. I mean, God, it's just wonderful. Thank you guys for
Absolutely.
being well stocked here.
Yeah, and I think that, another thing to add to that is that, like, you never purchase one kit and use it your entire
That's so
career.
true.
Like the people that
Or-
do that,
yeah.
they end up getting stressed because they don't have new features and
Yeah.
things like that. So, as you grow in your experience, you also grow with your kit.
Yes.
So that's one of the great things, like you said, having the rental department here to be able to try out this equipment because there's so many little
And
nuances.
ask questions. Yeah.
Exactly. So you get to take care of all that
Absolutely.
and become a master of your trade with that product
Right.
before you put your money down.
Right, because let's be honest, this is an investment. When you
It
guys
is.
are buying
That's
a
what I was thinking.
recorder or some wireless or some time code, maybe a time code slate, these are all really serious investments that are going to further your career, but they are not easy milestones to get to for everybody right away.
Exactly.
So rent, ask questions, go into your local sound store, make
Right.
some friends, make some connections, and
find the
just-
perfect one, honestly.
Yeah,
because,
exactly.
Yeah, they all have different features, and
Uh-huh.
there's one out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's always one out there for you, and everyone is different,
Right.
And,
And every job is different, right?
Every job
You
is
might
different.
own some amazing gear, but maybe one job calls for some waterproof body packs that you can put inside of an NFL athlete. Like
Exactly.
I'm looking at the
Exactly.
Q5X next to me on the table here. That's what made me think
And the
of
fact
Yep.
is, you won't need that forever, so you rent it
Exactly.
here and there for those jobs
it.
that you do.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep,
Exactly.
totally. We have 3 minutes left before our first guest.
Yeah, so I
Ooh.
tell you what, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to a quick commercial break.
Sounds good.
And show you guys a couple things about True Audio that we'd love to share with you. And then what we are going to do is come back with Paul Johnson of
Exciting.
Q5X. Stand by, guys. We'll
Stand
be back
by.
soon. Gotta remember where the commercials are, sorry.
Let me mask up real quick.
Sound speed.
Marker.
Action!
Check, check. Check 1, 2.
Son of a...
Sound speed.
Action! Okay, we're bringing back in the audio, and I'm clearing that layer.
We
Hi,
are
everyone.
back. Didn't even have time to fix my hair before this last
Oh, it
break.
looks
Hold
good.
on.
You're fine.
And we're live with Paul. Paul's live.
All right. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hello, how are you?
We are so good. How are you doing, Paul?
I'm great.
Wonderful. Where are you calling in from this morning?
Actually, I'm up in Canada.
Wow.
So Q5X is in London, Ontario, and I happen to be on the east coast of Canada right now. So
Oh, nice.
Coming in
Beautiful.
from 4 hours away from you. So I've had half my
Nice.
day over.
We are so happy to have you. Thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Super, I'm glad to be here.
I specifically I'm so excited to talk to you. I've been meeting so many mixers who've been using these on sets, and it's just, I have so many questions.
In fact, I
Let's
need to
open these
start
up.
by congratulating you
Yeah.
because the pairing that you have with Shure now is just an amazing
wow.
achievement.
Right.
Congratulations. We would love to talk to you more about that lineup today.
Absolutely. And you know what? I would love to know more about the Shure pairing in general because I don't know much about that. And I love Shure and I love Q5X. So could we talk about that a little right off the bat?
Well, we actually term it the best of both worlds, and I think it's a very interesting pairing. It's a collaboration, and it really is a whole series of digital transmitters that we've been able to introduce as a result of being able to work with Shure and take advantage of their Axion Digital. So this is really all of the interesting form factors, specialized form factors that Q5X has created over the years, over 18 years with our analog products. We've been able to integrate the Shure Axion Digital technology into the same packaging that we've always had.
Wow.
So you really get, as we say, the best of both worlds. You get that very flexible, safe, smallest and safest transmitters in the world with what we feel is the best digital technology in the world with the
That
Shure
is-
Axion Digital.
That is amazing. What
That
a cool
is.
partnership. And
Yeah.
I think we should get right into it. Some ASMR in here. Hold on. One more
Wow.
time.
We're
one more
big
time.
on ASMR here. Velcro really gets us
That's just-
excited at True
That's
Audio.
going to be the
Hall.
running joke
I'm
of the whole
telling you,
presentation,
okay?
guys. Come on.
Yeah, we have a lot more ASMR planned, by the way, everybody.
Oh,
A whole episode
So
on that.
I've got some things here as well. So this
Oh,
is the one you're
wonderful.
probably looking for. This is the new Shure Axion digital player mic. And you can see the nice thing about it is very, very thin. It's a
Oh,
thin-
let's
it's
get
a-
that up on here.
Eight hours,
actually. I don't see it.
hours of battery life on it, but as well, it's flexible. So you can take it and you can flex it. So it's very safe. You know, what I do, and I would not recommend that most of our customers do this, but in fact, I'll take it and I'll pound it like this because it's very durable, very safe. And the beauty of it is it's totally remote control. So all of these products work with our mic commander, as you have in your hand there.
Right, look at
and,
that.
Totally remote control. So it gives us a lot of advantages. This was really developed at the request of the NBA originally for professional sports, and
Wow.
we do most of the mic'd up segments of all of the professional sports.
That is
And
so
what they
cool.
really wanted to have was
Nice.
the ability to change the all of the frequencies and the power settings and things like that of the transmitter
Right.
remotely.
Remotely, you have to, right?
Oh,
They're out on the
nice.
field. You can't call them back for a second to
Right,
fix their
as
mic.
A longtime sports fan, I could see why that would be needed.
Right. And I love this. I have, let's see if we have a little view on that. I have the player mic here, and this is what he means by flexible. So it's not just flexible in its
Right.
features and the way that one can use it, it's also physically flexible. So it moves with the player, which is one of the coolest
Literally,
things
yeah.
about this. Yeah. And I know some sound mixers in our industry are using this for sports stuff, like you mentioned the NFL, Paul, but I also know somebody who recently mixed a reality show called Love Island,
Mm-hmm.
and these were the the go-to because
Wow.
they're small, they're light, you can hide them
Right.
easily, they move with
And
the person.
waterproof, right?
Waterproof, that's a big one, absolutely. Am I missing
And
anything,
on
Paul?
Love
I'm-
Island, we actually use this version of it, which is the
Which
Aqua
one?
mic. You may have one there as well.
Let's see,
So
let's
this
find
Aqua
that.
mic is totally waterproof, and this version actually is the Aqua mic Long Life. And the reason they used it on
see.
Love Island is because of the waterproofness of it,
Amazing.
and they can jumping in and out of a pool as well. This will run for 16 hours.
Right.
So
Let's
with
see, it
two
pulled the
transmitters, they can go 24 hours a day. And
Wow. Wow.
For a show like that, where they
That-
have to run 24
That
hours
is
a day.
another thing, the battery life. I don't think I actually knew about
I
that.
think it sounds super stress-free. as far
Right,
as us,
exactly.
yes.
Because we know being on set, you're
Right.
flying in and out batteries all the
Especially
time.
on reality, the talent runs
Yeah.
away. It's waterproof. It's not going to die.
Exactly.
Pretty set.
I'm really excited to try one of these mics though, now that you told me about it. Look at this thing. It's beautiful. And can you tell me about this grill on top of the mic I'm holding, if you can see that?
So what you've got is a Shure Twimplex mic, and that's a mic that was introduced by Shure about a year and a half ago, and it's been equipped to work with our transmitters. It works with any transmitters, obviously,
Right.
but it's a very very high end mic, and the screens in the top are interchangeable.
Wow.
And the mic itself as well comes in multiple colors.
Amazing.
Nice.
I am loving this collaboration with Shure. This is so cool
I
to
think
have
so,
all this
too.
in the kit.
The multiple colors as far
Right.
as for sports and reality, I think is a must.
The versatility,
and
yeah.
reality has turned out for us to be a very significant part of our business. And well, we started out really being a sports company, work primarily with the broadcasters and the sports networks. Now, the majority of our business is now with TV and film production.
Oh, wow.
And
Wow.
reality TV and film. And we as well do a fair bit of
Yeah.
Quite
live
the variety,
in
I
terms
like
of
it.
theater.
And I think, there's a show that Todd and I watched this year that we were just enamored with. We watched so many seasons of the, what's the show I'm thinking of, the football show? My goodness, I forgot.
Oh, last chance.
Last Chance U. Oh my goodness, what an amazing show. And I know the sound mixer on that show uses your products as well.
Yeah.
So that's a melding of reality
we've-
TV
Yeah.
and sports there.
That's true.
So it's been great, and it's one of the things we've been sort of a very well kept secret over the years. It seems, and
Yeah.
a lot of people say, "Where's this been? Where's this been?"
The
And,
secret's
Right.
out,
I
guys.
guess we've,
secret weapon.
being as
know.
far away in Canada as we are, we haven't as good a job of marketing as we should have.
Well, we're going to try our best to push it on people
I
because
think so,
how great
too.
are these?
Honestly, this sounds kind of new to me. And
Yeah, wonderful.
really
I love
intrigued.
that. See, I always learn so much doing stuff like this too. It's products that I haven't personally used, but I'm learning about all these features more and more. I'm thinking I might need to get my hands on these for a project.
Well, we'd be happy to help you out, and True has it at all of their locations. So,
here, please.
it's readily available both as rental stock and to purchase.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Paul. This is just wonderful to have these in our hands and
Yeah.
feel how light and flexible these actually
I've got
are.
a question too, if you don't
Please,
mind.
I would love
'cause,
that.
Yeah, Paul, can you tell us a little bit more about the controlling feature and the ease of
Yes.
use of how you use it? Like, if I was working for the NBA or the NHL, how would we go about using this in like a real world scenario?
Well, actually, in terms of the real world scenario, let's talk about the real world right now, not the old normal, but the new normal. And the thing for the new normal, and it applies to professional sports, and we've seen a lot. We've been involved in all of the professional sports playoffs that have gone off over the last few weeks. But as well, we're finding as well with film production as well, it's distanced workflow. And the important thing now is we want to create as much distance between the audio technician and the talent so that there's a degree of safety there.
Oh, wow.
And in doing that, what's really important is that we have the remote control capability. But beyond that, the transmitters themselves are totally sanitizable.
So
And
important.
so
I like
we have
that.
a situation, you can wipe them down with an alcohol wipe. Once they're all sanitized, you can actually take the mic, attach it, and I've got one here. You can put the whole system in a baggie. So with this baggie, you can now deliver this safely to wardrobe. You can deliver it to a trainer or to the player's dressing room. And then this just gets put into the uniform of an athlete or into the costume or the wardrobe of talent for theater or for film. And it's in standby mode. It can stay in standby mode for hours. It can stay in standby mode for a day. There's not a problem. And then once you're ready to go, you get the mic commander. And with the mic commander, you can turn it on. You can turn it off. You can change the frequency if necessary. Any of the things that are
Nice.
required to be done are done remotely from the mic commander, which you can do from 150 feet away.
Wow.
So it's very, very safe.
Paul, we have a question from
that-
the audience. They're asking what
Yes.
receivers can be used with this system.
Yeah, great question.
So we have two product lines. We have our traditional analog product line. The analog product line can be used with our own receivers. We have both ENGs and rack mount receivers, but as well there's compatibility modes, and so you can use them with Senheiser analog receivers. You can use them with Lectrosonics and Wisycom analog receivers. Then the new digital product works exclusively with Shure Axient Digital.
Wow.
I like that.
That's a lot of variety you guys have covered.
Well, it was a big advantage for us getting going, because early on people were reluctant to spend as much money as it took to buy a complete new system. So by actually having compatibility modes, and people just have to buy the transmitter and use their existing receiver, it's a big advantage.
It really
That's great.
is.
Little
Absolutely. You
secret
said,
weapon to
I
have.
know, when you said the new products are exclusively compatible with the Shure Axient system, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Wonderful. Oh, so exciting. You make such good points, though, with the distance here, in this new, I won't say the phrase, I just won't say it, the new N-word, the new workflow, let's call it that. So with the new workflow that we're being, we're adapting to every day, it's still changing all the time. I think this is going to be a really handy
I think
tool,
so too.
right?
And maybe you touched on this, but if not, I would like to point out the wideband is quite nice on here, going from 470 to 608.
Oh, that is really great. Yeah.
Yes, and our receivers all go from 470 to 700.
Wow.
Wow. That's
So
you guys have covered a
they're-
lot
Everything,
there.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
that's
much
the best
everything.
thing. You're not going to
And
run into
we
those
have bands that we
situations.
can use in various places around the world. Obviously, for the U.S. market, the 600 to 700 is difficult to use now.
Right.
just in the guard bands. But for
But
other,
we do
other
travel.
places in the world,
Yeah.
we can still do that.
That's wonderful. And the mixer that I was talking to on Love Island, one of the ways that they found to just cover every area they possibly could imagine the talent wandering off to, because they had built a little village, right? This set on top of
Wow.
I think it was in a hotel somewhere. I don't have the details,
No
but
way.
it
In
was
Las Vegas. Yeah.
thank you. That's what it was. Yeah. So they built this huge set, and the talent could wonder. Thank you. Move that a little. There we go. How's that? Okay. Appreciate that. I think they set up, he told me, an insane number of antennas. They were just everywhere you could imagine. There was antennas all
It
over
sounds
the
like
place.
you can never have enough.
You can't. You really can't. It's like gear. Any piece of gear, you can never have enough.
Never.
So this is compatible with other antenna systems, I'm assuming. I
Yes.
actually didn't ask what he used. Do you know what they used?
I don't know. I believe they had an antenna system. They were actually in 2 buildings, and I believe they had an
Right.
antenna system set up on site where the studio was, and then they went RF over fiber to a different building where the actual technicians were.
Wow.
Okay, makes sense. Well, it's just so, hearing the insight from friends in the industry on how they use these products, I mean, I think that's part of the innovation in
I
this
think it's
industry.
inspiring for
Yeah.
us to hear what people use. and-
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, the nice thing with our remote control system as well, the handheld version we have is our handheld gateway, Mic Commander. We also have a software called Mic Control, which works over a network gateway. And with the network gateway, we can actually put gateways at a distance, run them over Wi-Fi. And so in this case,
Wow.
we actually had networked gateways across to the other building, and they could control those all from a computer from the control room. So we have the
That's
ability
awesome.
through the network gateway to put, and they can put as many of them as we want. So we can set up in a dressing room, on the stage, or wherever in terms of a theater application. Or with the Mic Commander, for instance, the beauty of it is you can wander around with it. So sporting events, we will walk to field side, we'll go outside the changing room, we can move around, we can go to the parking lot if we want to, and still have all the control walking around with the Mic Commander, and still be able to be a couple hundred feet away from the talent and have total control of the transmitter.
I like that.
Yeah,
So
you guys are
different from
so
everything
equipped
else.
for so many different situations. This is a highly compatible system, and there's something I wanted to ask. I think it's about, where is
Which
it?
one do you want?
I'm a new I'll be a new user to this, I should say. So I don't know a lot about the product yet, but we have the coach mic, for example, and then we have the
Yes.
player mic. What are the big differences there? I mean, obviously you
So-
feel a difference.
And one labeled belt as
yeah.
well.
Oh, and a belt mic. Let's talk about all of these.
So the belt mic is our smallest package, and then the coach mic is basically a little bit larger. But if you look in the end of it and you can maybe hold it up to the camera, there's a beautiful rocker switch on the end of it for muting.
That is
So
right.
if you
Look
wear
at
this
that.
on your belt,
Oh, wow.
you can reach down, and just by feeling that switch, it's very easy to
Oh,
tell
wow.
whether it's muted or not muted.
Right.
And it's designed so it can actually go for a coach. If the coach is wearing a sports coat, they can put it, mount it vertically with the antennas pointing down and the switch ups in the inside of a jacket pocket.
Right.
And then if they want to wear it on their belt, they can put it
That
horizontally
is
on their
so
belt.
cool. And
have
let me
the
Right.
show
switch
off
on the
that
front.
switch a little bit. There
I
we
think
go,
it looks
guys.
very user friendly as
It
well.
does,
and
yeah.
that's
Does it make a noise? Get it close
Does-
to that
oh.
mic.
No pop. There's no pop.
It's
at all.
actually very
yeah.
quiet. Like even here, if I'm putting it close to my mic,
Oh, man.
look at that. Look
Where'd
how
you get
quiet they
that
made it.
switch?
Right?
And there's no, and plus no audio pop. That more important thing is no audio pop.
Way more important thing. You're so right about that. Oh my gosh.
Good work, guys.
That's wonderful.
So that's one that we use, and we call it the coach mic, and it was actually introduced in the digital form at the NBA All-Star game in February in Chicago, just before the world
wow.
came to an end.
Ooh.
right.
And
Oh, what a cool debut.
But it's also great doing corporate work, because how often have you got a CEO who wants to wear a lav mic and then all of a sudden gets asked a question, has to
Right.
ask a confidential
Right.
question to the CFO while on stage,
Right.
and doesn't want to have to mess around with a tiny little mute switch to be able to reach down, just be able to
Exactly.
feel that without looking at it, mute it, and then you can see as well on the coach
Exactly.
mic there's LEDs.
Oh, right here
ends
on
of
the
it.
front.
They on the front, but on the end as well.
Let's see. Oh,
Cause
so there
it's one that-
are. Right here.
Right.
Right in the top, yes.
Yep.
So that actually changes color for green while transmitting and red while muted.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you have
and
yet
there's one
another
visible
indicator.
from the top if you're wearing it on your belt, and one visible on there's two of them at 90 degrees. So you can see if it's in your jacket pocket or your belt. It's very, very evident whether it's actually being muted or is transmitting.
Wow. These are
So
so
that's
cool.
that's the coach mic. The belt mic is basically the same
Let's
thing
get
without a
that one
switch,
up.
and so
Where'd
it's a little
that
bit
go?
smaller because
Let's have you hold
This
that up.
one, yes.
it doesn't have the switch in it.
is-
And then the other one we actually call our ref mic, and it's very similar to the coach mic, but it has a very heavily protected connector for the microphone. I've got one here. I can actually hold it up.
Oh, that'd be
this
great.
is what the NHL uses for all the referees.
Nice.
And so behind this block, if I'll turn it so you can maybe look into the end of it.
Yeah.
Other way. There we go. There you can see the mic connector down inside there, and that's all protected by this cover. So this
Wow.
cover slides off.
I know that we have about a minute left with you, and I want to ask because we forgot this baby. There's one here
Wow.
called the Aqua mic.
Yeah,
this is
what's
pretty
that?
important. Please tell us about the
Yeah,
Aqua
and
mic
the
real
Aqua
quick.
Mic Aqua mic is the one that we use for Love Island, And as I say, it's totally submersible. And
Oh
so
my
we do a lot of
gosh.
water sports. We do swimming pool scenes, but as well, that's one we use for Major League Baseball. That one's
Oh.
actually buried in the field, buried in the dirt for baseball.
That, I
So they'll put it
read
in
that
front of the pitcher's
recently.
mound in front of
Oh
the
my
home plate.
gosh.
Wow. No way.
So
And it picks up all the sounds from the game.
submersible in water and in dirt. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So
All
it's
right.
one of the things that we try to do is we try to create an environment where in that circumstance we're miking the field, we're not miking
Right,
the player.
right. It's a very important
And as
element,
well,
though,
for
plant
many of our
mics.
players, we actually mic the uniform. We don't mic the player, and
Wow.
because of that, we were able to get this distance workflow and keep things very, very safe.
I
Wow.
love that. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. That was so much
you,
information
Paul.
packed into such a
Incredible.
short amount of time.
And I'm
Yeah.
super excited to try these
Me
products
too.
as
I'm
well.
so excited to get to know these more. Paul, thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Take care.
Super.
Bye.
Bye all.
And
Bye.
next up, everyone, we just want to show you the schedule again. We've got Ron Meyer coming. Ron, if you want to come in, we're going to do
Yeah,
this a
let
little
me
bit
mask
behind
up.
the scenes. If you guys want to take off cans and help him for a minute, I'll just take over and talk for a little bit while they're setting up. And we can even flip to me for a minute. We want to say thank you, everyone. Obviously, you can tell right here, we are live from our LA showroom, so we'll just get rid of that. And we want to say thank you. We are open during this live event, so if you need to shop at any of our locations, we are definitely available for you. That's one of the greatest things about True Audio is that we're located all over North America. So no matter where you're working, we're going to be there for you to help you out. So just think of us as your extended family, and that'll be great. And in fact, to tell you a little bit more, I'm going to go to a commercial so you guys can see one of our shops, True Audio Atlanta.
Hey, Jack here with True Audio. We're really excited to be here at our new location in Atlanta. Come on inside and I'll show you how we're helping Georgia sound good. One of the first things you'll notice when you come into our Atlanta store is our consignment display, which changes frequently. So I recommend if you see something you like, grab it while you can. What's really great about our space here in Atlanta is the open floor plan. So you can come in, sit down, test the equipment, make yourself at home, and figure out exactly what works for you. And for all you do-it-yourselfers, we're your #1 source for all sorts of cables and connectors. Once you're done picking up the equipment you need, stop by the cafe, pick up a cup of coffee, and say hello to our friends across the country. Hey guys! The next time you're in Atlanta, come visit our store and say hello. True Audio, we're everywhere you are.
Welcome back, Trewlapalooza 2020. We have our first in-store guest of day 2. We have Ron Meyer from PSC. Thanks for being
Thank you
with
for
us.
having me. At first, just want to start off to begin with by thanking everybody for having this. It's been a tough year for everyone, for our customers, and it's nice to have a little event where everybody can kind of maybe not come face to face, but
Of course.
get back in touch with each other. So
Absolutely.
it's a nice break from what's been going on.
I
And-
couldn't agree more. Yeah.
Thank you for coming in person. It's
Yeah, I appreciate
good
it.
to see you.
And you brought some cool stuff
I
here.
brought 3 new products actually. We've been busy working on things in spare time because I've had quite a bit of spare time.
Oh, wonderful. Please tell us. Where do we start?
Well, first one is an RF 4-pack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Very similar to our RF 6-pack.
Nice.
Here, let me hold that while you
Awesome.
talk.
It's
Yeah,
got,
let's see.
2 slot receivers. It'll take
That.
either 2 or the new Wisycom 4 channels.
Nice.
Puts out audio as analog or AES digital.
Wow.
It's got 4 mini XLRs on the side and also has a multi-pin output, so you can use a snake cable if you like.
Very nice.
It also combines a few elements from our PowerStar Triple Play, which is one of our bag power distribution units. So it has a pair of power inputs in the back corner, and you can run 2 batteries or a battery and an AC
Nice.
supply if you're doing sit-down interviews. Changeover is automatic.
With backup,
And,
I like that.
Yeah, right?
So, power distribution and the RF in one box kind of saves cables
Wow.
and space in your bag.
This is really cool. Right away off the bat, I'm
Right.
like, I want this in my bag.
I like how neat it is. 'Cause
Yes.
As I pointed out, I don't like
Yeah,
messy
on
bags.
the other
Me
side,
either.
there was 5 normal power outs and 2 USB power outs.
That's
So you can
amazing.
power your phone or
Oh,
whatever
okay.
happens.
I like that.
I always need to do that.
Exactly.
It's set up for all kinds of batteries. There's a little jumper inside for different battery chemistries because there's a
Right.
little 4 LED battery meter on the front.
That's very
It
helpful.
has 2 power switches, one for the main power, one for remote antenna power.
Wow.
Basically, features of our RF 6-pack and our triple play power supply rolled into a smaller compact unit.
Is this available now?
This one will be available in about 5 weeks.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. Oh, well,
That's
put me on
soon.
the list. Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
And we have an option possibly coming if there's enough customer demand. Aton company on our 6-pack was nice enough to design and build a Hydra interface board for that.
Oh, how cool.
And they've also agreed to do it for this if there's enough customer demand.
Wow.
So that's why the back has a USB port.
Right,
It's
look
for
at
the
that. Let's
Hydra
flip that
connection.
around. Look at
So
this.
this one's coming, first week of December, like 6 weeks from now.
Oh, that'll be here before we know it. That's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Time's going by fast.
It
This
really
year's going
is.
by fast.
It's
A little
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, should we move on to the next
Sure.
product? I know Cally's like,
Yeah.
let me hold it.
Okay, so the next 2 products are both power related. They're both related to the problems with shipping lithium batteries around the world. Lithium batteries are now the new standard, but they're very tough to ship. They have to be shipped as a hazardous shipment, generally
Exactly.
speaking. Anything under 100 watt hours you can carry on a plane. Anything over that,
Right.
it's got to go hazardous shipment. I know I personally have taken like FedEx's 5-day course
Yep.
in hazardous shipping. It's a lot of paperwork and it's a lot of expense.
Absolutely.
So,
if we can save on that, that's always a plus. So you're solving that problem here with
Well,
us.
yeah. The first one is our PowerStar Element.
Here, let me hold
It's very
that
heavy.
for you. How about that? We'll just do teamwork
so
here.
this is a very simple device. It actually is our power distribution.
Uh-huh.
It's got USB power outs. It's got metering. It takes an external charger,
Wow.
powered up.
Beautiful display.
Nice.
The main thing with this is that it clamps right on the battery with 2 thumb screws. No tools involved. So
Wow.
you can take this with you if you have to fly out of
that.
the country. Say you're flying to London to film. Over London, you can buy one of these batteries locally. These are the old lead acid batteries. We also make them as lithiums now.
Oh, wow.
It's a really standard size. It's used in every electric wheelchair. These mobility rascals that you see,
Right.
the handicapped or the older people driving around
Right.
Disneyland
So that's
in.
that's one place we
You can
can
find
go
the
to look
battery
for that.
You can
yeah.
find these batteries anywhere in the world.
Amazing.
So it's a real simple solution. That's we call it PowerStar Element. Element being simple.
Right.
And it can also be used on small carts. Like if you have a smaller
Definitely.
medium-sized cart. It's just a little compact thing. Comes with a little charger, 10 amp charger, so it becomes a 10 amp uninterruptible supply.
Oh, wow.
It's very cool.
It's a simple product, but it really, I think, will meet the needs of people who travel. Not all the time, maybe, but
Yeah.
travel occasionally.
I travel a lot for work, and I know a lot of you out there watching do as well. So this is something I'm very interested
I
in getting
used
to
to.
know more. Really? What happened?
I don't know. This thing in March.
Yeah.
Well,
We all
we're
used to
slowly
go
getting
on
back
Right,
there.
exactly.
Not anymore. So that's a simple one.
What a great
Not for everybody,
thing.
but it has a niche. I think.
Very, very useful. Yeah.
The third one is also.
I think you're selling it short, to be honest. I think that there's going to be a ton of people that have international jobs that need battery power,
Right.
and they're so stressed and you made the product that's going to unstress them and help them out. So I think that's great work.
I want to give a little shout out to our buddy Vin in India. Everybody knows Vin.
Hi, Ben.
He has been pushing and pushing for this.
Really?
Kind of behind the scenes. He had sort of an idea, and I had an idea, and
So has he helped you test some stuff out then?
no, he hasn't helped test yet. He will.
Great.
He'll probably get to the first one actually.
Nice.
Awesome. What an honor.
But he's just like, I really need this. Lithium batteries are a huge problem in India.
Oh my gosh.
So we might go from there.
Wonderful.
Nice.
So the next item is our PowerStar Smart Traveler. This is really similar. I mean, it looks similar to our PowerStar Live. Single rack space will power a very large card.
These
Wow.
look familiar back here.
Yeah, this is the big difference on this one. Is this has
Let's flip it around, shall we? Let's see. This is just such a cool setup here.
Yeah,
Wow.
takes 4 100 watt hour or 99.9 watt hour smart batteries.
I like
Wow, look
Pull-
at that.
Pull them out.
that. Moving
So,
into the future.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
remove the 4 batteries. You take them on an airplane because they're under 100 watt hours. You carry on luggage. Put them up in the overhead bin. Get to your destination. Pop them back in. No hazardous shipping problems. No
Right.
any of those problems.
There we go. You're doing it at a weird angle too. You
Yeah.
did great for
Well,
for how you're having to
somebody
do
wanted
it.
to look inside, so blue. So anyways,
Awesome. What a beautiful case though that this holds this all together.
it's got 4-way metering.
Let's see, I'm gonna
both on the
face
unit
that.
and on the remote control. So
Look at
you
that.
can bury this in your cart and just have the remote where you can see
Nice.
Right, right.
it. All 4 batteries show up.
That is so cool.
Um,
And let's show really quickly. Let me flip this. I'm going to trade you for a
Sure,
sec. I'm going
absolutely.
to flip it right around because once we've powered it, you guys can see the front and where the remote connector goes in right on the front there.
Yeah.
Look at
Right.
this. So many ports.
Yeah,
so many
every
XLRs.
connector is on the one side. Our older units had the AC on the opposite side, which customers were never really greatly happy with because now they had cables coming out both sides.
So awesome. You
Right.
listen to your customers though.
Well,
How
we
wonderful.
have to.
Yeah.
So it's got like 11 power outs. Most of them are 3 amps. 2 of them are 5 amps. One is a speak-on. It's 16 amps. You can run an inverter off it. It's got a connection for the remote.
Nice.
It's got 2 USB or 4 USB power connections on the front with 4 amps. It's got 4 more in the remote, so you can actually power 8 USB products. Got an AC input.
right.
Rack brackets are reversible front to back and standard or extended out if you want to leave room for cables.
That's awesome.
And this thing has like a lot going on in it.
a lot, I know, but it's so elegantly put together. I mean, the case itself is just beautiful.
I think so.
It,
Yeah.
and I think it'll travel well. You have the option, like you said, to take the batteries out and carry those on, and it just makes things easier.
Right.
Wow.
I have a question for you, Ron, if you
Please.
don't
Sure.
mind. So let's say that you are working on a set, and maybe you're working with an electrical department that, let's just say, they don't know what they're doing. And maybe a huge surge of power comes at your cart and hits this. What's going to happen, and how does it get repaired? Tell us what would happen in terms of a crazy huge surge.
Well, I tell you, mostly nothing's going to happen. I mean, that's what we're shooting for. All of our power designs, we have kind of a philosophy that we want to build a power product for you that you set it in your cart and you forget about it.
Nice.
I have customers sometimes that have had things 6 years, 8 years, 9 years, and they say, hey, does this thing need a tune-up, or does it need to be cleaned, or does anything need to happen? I said, no, nothing needs to happen. If it's working fine, don't bother sending it in. We
If
we
it ain't
have this-
broke, don't fix it.
well, we have this philosophy that we want to build the power stuff reliable enough that where you don't have to think about it because you've got enough to think about on a set. You have tracks and
Exactly.
metadata and actors and producers and people asking you things and telling you things. And I literally want you to put that power supply in your cart and never think about it again.
That's great.
All of our power stuff has universal worldwide input. Takes 90 to 260 volts. It'll run anywhere. People ask all the time, they email me, hey, do I need to put a Furman power conditioner before this? I tell them no, don't bother. Don't waste your money.
Speaking of questions, there are some questions for you in the chat. Would you mind?
Sure.
All right. So people are chiming in here asking, will it charge when connected to AC power?
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. So you don't even have to take these out to charge them?
No, never.
Oh my
Never.
gosh,
That's
that's
a big help.
right. That
It's
feature in and of
almost just-
itself is
yeah,
wonderful.
fancy battery charger.
It's basically
Yeah.
uninterruptible supply. All of our stuff, we kind of have this design criteria where the batteries are the central point. The chargers feed into the batteries anytime it's on AC. Power drawn from the batteries. We don't do any kind of switch over. There's no relay switching between a battery and an AC supply. No glitch down the line. No glitch that'll lock up anything with a microprocessor or anything like that.
And someone pointed out here, they're saying beautiful. It's perfect for people with a remote Dante setup.
That actually brings up a good point. One of the things, a few customers know about this because they've been helping me do some testing and things. One of them said, "Hey, how about power over Ethernet? You know, we need a supply from 48 to 52 volts at like 50 to 100 watts."
Wow.
Unfortunately, that just got brought up to me like a week ago, but we're actually trying to make it as an option in here. So I got to redesign the boards a little bit to leave room for it. Hopefully one of these outputs will be like a 52 volt output for all your power over Ethernet, because
That's awesome.
frankly it's coming everybody,
It
especially
is,
with
yeah.
COVID. I mean, you need a stage box on Dante that needs power.
Remote. And we have one more question here. So James Kessel is saying the Smart Traveler is exactly what he's been looking for, been waiting on a product that does exactly this. So amazing, James. I'm excited for you. Let's see. He's asking, when will it be available, and what's the price point?
This one's going to ship towards the end of December, probably the last 2 weeks. I unfortunately do not have a firm price yet.
Just in time for Christmas, though.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Perfect.
Awesome. Well,
I thought, you know, if your viewers are interested, don't know if they're not, I left the case loose just so I could open up. This thing
please
really
do.
has.
I'd love to see it. Yes, please.
It's full. It's kind of a 10 pounds, 5 pounds, or 10 pounds in a 5 pound box.
Heavy equipment means it's made well.
Exactly. I mean, just feeling this thing, it does feel like a little tank. It's just going to take any little hits you throw at it.
Listen to that metal sound too.
I know.
Oh wow.
I'm always going to bring that up, guys.
All right, let's see. Let me give you this one back, and
Sure.
I'll tilt that forward. Look at this beauty.
So it's got redundant AC power supplies.
Yeah.
Everything is overrated dramatically. Like, we use two 500 watt supplies. The whole thing full out is only drawn about 400 watts. Everything's really conservatively rated. One other thing I remembered is, like, we designed a special converter board inside, so all the outputs are regulated, which all the other stuff in the past has been battery voltage.
Wow.
If your battery was 11 volts, you got 11 volts. If your battery was at 13, you got 13.
Let me see if I can do a different angle.
Now it's just
There we go.
regulated whatever you set it for. You know, it's set to 15 volts in the factory, and it puts out 15 no matter where the battery's out.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
everybody's reporters are happy. Everything plugs along.
It looks
Beautiful.
super
I'm glad we
beautiful.
did this. Thank you, Ron, for being
Very
here.
good. Thank you for having me.
And I
Appreciate
think-
it. And happy Halloween, and everybody go vote.
Of course.
Good idea.
you.
We're going to let Ron go, and we're going to bring you another commercial. Stand by.
So Jack, tell me a little bit more about the walkie side of True Audio.
Sure, Thomas. Not only do we sell, rent, and service professional audio equipment, but we're a certified Motorola dealership. And what that means is we can service two-way radios. We sell all types of two-way radios through Motorola, and we rent them. We have several thousand radios that we rent to productions, security companies, events in LA, Atlanta, and Nashville.
So it doesn't matter if you're on a small production or one of the biggest out there, we can handle your walkie needs at True Audio.
Please do, Kally.
And here we go. And we are live again with
Hello.
Scott Boland of
right.
Reading Audio.
Wonderful. Hi,
Yes.
Scott. Welcome to our show. Welcome to Trewlapalooza 2020.
Am I coming in clear?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hearing you good.
Yeah.
How are you doing today?
I'm pretty well. How are you guys? All right?
Doing great.
We're wonderful. We're so happy to be here.
And in fact, the one thing that I have to interject and say
Yeah.
is, Scott, you're incredible. You are a man of mystery to me because you rep so many manufacturers. You're the only one that gets more than a 15-minute slot because you have so many
It's true.
to talk about. So what I want to hear from you is list them off right now. Throw them out to me. Let me see.
All of them.
Give them to me.
Well, of course, Sheps, which I'll be showing
Great.
briefly. Rycote, Voice Technologies, lavaliers earphones. What else?
about
Ambient, of
Vi-
course. And
Vi-
you guys were with Klaus yesterday.
Yeah, they
Cable
were great.
Techniques, right? And Viviana.
Cable
Awesome.
Techniques, Viviana, Well, it's not really straps anymore, right? It's everything.
It's Viviana
And,
everything.
Viviana everything. Yeah, and Peter Rang, who he's sort of an icon from yesteryear of sound guy stuff, and so yeah, and hopefully more coming. We're not
Awesome.
busy enough.
Well, that's enough for now, I think.
What do you want to start with, buddy?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
pick one.
Yeah, I'm going to, in the beginning, obviously ambient, Klaus showed yesterday, so I won't be talking about ambient. Viviana, I believe, is on the schedule for later. You guys know a lot about that.
That's right. He's
And-
actually at work right now, but we're going to be just showcasing his products for him.
Cool.
Perfect. And then Rycote doesn't have anything specifically new right now, so I'm not going to focus on that. Obviously, I've been told they got stuff in the pipeline that for 2021, so we'll see you guys then. But I would just want to start off with Shep's, most notably the new CMC1 Limo version. So many of you are aware, Thomas, I didn't know if you were just going to pop any of those pictures on the screen like you did. But
let me take a look. Let me hunt them down. Sorry.
that's fine. No worries. I have everything here. So earlier in the year, we showed the CMC1, which was the XLR version, which has been amazing. Okay. And now they just, in the beginning of this month, introduced the CMC1L, which is notably the smallest miniature professional modular amplifier that exists now, which is great.
Wow.
So I just wanted to mention, a couple specific things about it. Really, if XLR versus the Limo, it's a little bit smaller, which is of course nice. But also, it's only 25.5 millimeters by 20 millimeters. So
wow, that is small.
Impressive.
And it has a Limo connector, which is the same Limo connection that the CCM, the compact mics that they've been making since the 90s. I'm not sure if you're familiar with those.
Absolutely.
Many people are.
That's wonderful.
So here it is in full. It's weird. I'm like backwards here. Sorry.
Oh, you're doing great.
But I see myself on the screen. It doesn't seem to be tracking me here. There must be a delay, right? So here it is in full with a capsule. So the key thing to know about when Chubbs miniaturizes things, there's no compromise. So it's not like they're making any shortcuts to make it smaller.
Right.
So it's full uncompromised miniaturization, which is amazing. And anything new, like if you were going to compare this to like a CCM, the CMC1L has their sort of state-of-the-art RFI shield. So any of the stuff that's built into the 6 and the standard one with the XLR connector now has this RFI shield, which anybody doing wireless boom, that you
super
you need
impressive.
such a thing.
And that's an important thing to note. You guys are making these things smaller, but not compromising on quality. That's huge.
Zero. It's actually marginally better if you want to.
That's great. Even better.
They're getting better. Yeah. So besides the size, the key thing with especially you wireless boom guys plugging into transmitters, the current consumption is only 2 milliamps for these guys.
Wow.
So which is really a good thing for your battery life.
Absolutely.
And all these rechargeable batteries.
Wow.
So another thing to really note about the one is sort of a lot of people have invested in different accessories, either for CCM, which has the Limo, or with the the regular accessories, just say table stands. So many of you know, like there's table stands and other kind of tube accessories and cable accessories that might be for Colette system only or for Limo. So the CMC1 is probably the first amplifier they have that's sort of like globally universal. To give you an example, where I gotta unscrew this for a second. So
no worries.
There's the famous kind of like table stand. I got to back up here. So this is like the Colette series table stand, which has this little connector. So the CMC1 could be used with this Colette series table stand.
I want to remark on this so badly, but of course I've got a little delay now, so I'm like waiting till it comes on my screen. I can't wait to see it. I get to hear you describe it before I get to see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start miming.
That's okay.
And then to give you an example, you just saw that was the the Colette stand, and now here is the CCM version, kind of that stand with the gooseneck. So the CMC1 Limo version could work with either or.
Nice.
So if you have invested in either of the sort of the systems, if you add this to there's kind of no compromise. It'll work with either or, which is pretty important.
That's so awesome. The compatibility factor is so important. You're right.
Yep, no compromise, small. So some people have bought like Rycote Cyclone windshields, like either MS or double MS for the CCMs. And if they ever decide to go or add a new mic, you can get the CMC1L and implement it right into those systems.
Oh, very cool. Wow.
Yep.
Amazing.
So that's go ahead.
Oh no, please go ahead. So that was the Shep CMC1L. What else have you got for us? I'm so excited.
Well, I actually have something that sort of went completely under the radar.
Okay.
And nobody even it didn't get any fanfare, but it actually is a pretty important thing. and it's this guy.
Let's see.
Which
I don't have
everybody knows
a
the
way to
GVC
see what you're
swivel.
holding. I wish I could.
think we
Thomas,
are
can you
seeing.
see? Amazing.
have a little bit of a delay because of the YouTube video you're seeing.
Right. I think
Yeah.
I saw it though, and
You
it.
saw it? Oh,
Yeah.
I missed it. Please describe.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
I think it's
okay, great.
mostly important that the viewers see you, but I'm just selfishly, I want to
of
see it.
course. Yeah. So what this is, and I'm trying to stop for moving it. The GVC has been around forever, right? And they actually this year changed the design of the GVC to this guy, which now mimics the swivel that they've been using on their Colette tubes for years. So, the benefit is, anybody who's had the GVC, the way the mechanism worked, kind of compression collar, if it fell apart, if you had any problems with it, it was a big problem. So now this particular design, which again, there's no pictures on the screen, but I'll just keep showing it. This guy will not fail like those or fall apart. And it's just, it's a little sweeter design. You get the same degree of a swivel. And so that's now, if you get a GVC, it's that guy.
That's
Nice.
very cool.
Yeah.
We have a question here from Jeff Wexler. He's asking, what is the range of voltages for Phantom Power?
The good question. Of course, I didn't write notes on that.
Okay.
A CMT1, either or, is going to play nicer with lower, versions of Phantom Power. Of course, any new Sheps is going to be 12-volt Phantom plus or
Okay.
minus, and 48-volt Phantom plus or minus. I'm not sure the exact voltage in between, but even like a mini CMIT, if you give it an in-between voltage, it will work, as opposed to
Right.
the original CMIT wouldn't even work in those voltage ranges.
Yeah.
So, best case scenario is to give it the proper Phantom, either 12 or 48, but it will still function okay in those other ranges. I don't know the
Nice.
exact specifications, but we can always ask.
Great
Impressive.
question, Jeff. Yeah, that's something that is really good to know. Jeff says he loves the new GVC. Me too. All right, let's see. What else do we
Yeah,
have
the GVC
here?
that's something that's the standard now. Well, that's it, for Sheps. I can literally talk all day about any of these brands. but
Well, hold up. You
I
can't
feel
go
the
without
same
talking
way.
about that headset that you've got on there.
I
that's
feel
so
a little bit of
beautiful.
headset envy. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, it's true.
Yeah, he showed me
Yeah,
that last
this
week.
This is an off-the-shelf product for Sheps. It's an
Really?
HSC.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Say
yeah,
that
it's a
again.
headset.
HSC headset? Amazing.
Yeah, it's been available. There's been different versions of it for years, but this is the current version. It's got the the typical.
Wow.
God, it's so weird to be backwards here. But it has this gooseneck
Right.
mechanism, and it has the side address attenuated capsules.
Ooh,
So
the new standard.
depending on how much proximity effect you want to roll off, and if you're in a real noisy environment. So for
Right.
for the car racing over in the EU.
Oh,
they,
good. Yep. Or
want it-
sports broadcast.
Yeah, and they need superior rejection off the back end. So
Oh, wow.
these guys work well for that. So let me move over to quickly to Voice Technologies.
I'd love
another
that.
brand.
Very good.
VT, Swiss brand, made in Zurich. And I wanted to show you this because these two products came out kind of in the middle of the pandemic, so to speak. And
Yes.
a lot of people remember back in March, April, and May, nobody really paid attention to many things. 'cause
Right.
of-
It was hard to
Why
focus
not?
on it.
So one of the things is, as much as the lavaliers, a category that does really well for VT is, especially here in the States, is the earphones. So the 600 series earphones, we have a bunch of different models. So this year they introduced something that I thought was interesting to show you guys is this. So it's the 600D. So, it has your typical, coil tube earpiece setup. And it has a, straight cable to a right angle TRS, which is
Right.
great. But what separates this is they've added a quick disconnect for this guy. So it's a snap fit disconnect for it. So
wow.
I know we've had a bunch of questions where, people were building kind of earphones into wardrobe. And also into maybe for a sci-fi thing or something with riding or helmet where it's gonna be in a helmet.
Right.
And they wanted to build it into there, and they say, okay, well, once they want to take it off, it's a problem. So with this, you can build, the part of it into the wardrobe, and then the talent could just snap connect whenever they need to right into there.
That's
Nice.
awesome to have that modular capability.
Yeah, and obviously this, I won't say the word that you wouldn't say before, the new normal. For hygienic reasons. So literally these can be
Yeah.
purchased separately, and the talent can just own this. And
Oh,
anytime they're gonna
wow.
work, they can just so even for now, if you guys were hooked up to a
Yeah.
Comtech or something like that, you can just keep it with you and then just snap in when you're
Wow.
when
That's
you're ready
so
to go.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that eliminates that step of having to sanitize it before it goes on a new person. That's a great feature.
Right.
Yeah, it's nice, and it's a VT600D, and now available, and that's really all you can
Does
say
that
about
come
it.
in multiple colors?
Right now, this one comes in beige only.
Okay.
We do the other earphones come in black as well. But right now that one is beige only.
Cool. Some great features on that. I can't wait to try that out myself.
Yeah, and all these the higher end VT earphones have a 500 ohm driver too. So
Oh,
really clear,
awesome.
really nice.
Yeah, that must sound great. Wow. What else you got for us, Scott?
You should see the table over there. It's pretty- so, all right. So another product that we introduced in this year, which is horrible timing, just because it's kind of a product that you typically have while you're out there in the world. They took the famous VT500 lav, which everybody owns. Some of the VT500 lavs. Great product for us in VT. So they made a mobile version. So it has a TRRS connector right angle. So sorry guys, I did have pictures, but
Oh, no, don't worry. You've got so much going on. You're doing a great
so you
job.
go, like that. So they put a really nice kit together, which the price is amazing. It's only $299 for this kit. So it's the VT500 mobile interview kit. So
Nice.
it comes with two of the mics with the mobile connector, which of course can be used individually if you wanted. But in the kit, they included this adapter. So this adapter combines both microphones. So both the inputs, and it also has a headphone jack for the fold back if you're going. So it's meant to go into to a mobile phone, and literally if you are doing a little interview with whoever, you put one on me, one on you, and literally it mixes it, and then we can listen to the audio at the same time.
Wow.
Nice.
So
Are there examples of this
again,
on the website that people can find to listen?
VT has a YouTube channel of Voice
Oh,
Technologies.
great.
And there's actually a really nice video that they put together to demonstrate this, where they
Nice.
actually show two people talking.
Oh, I
and
love
you two
that.
talking.
I'm going to
Yeah,
have
so
to
it's
check
a-
that out after
Perfect.
this.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more about it as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, it's a 500 mil, and the best thing is, so you get two microphones, you get clips, windscreens, and this adapter, and it's $299.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. So if you are a
Great-
one-person
crazy video.
operation, which, I work in documentary a lot, and I meet people I work with, sometimes it's one person who shows up, and they're
Right.
doing everything. So this seems like a cool way to not have to monitor the sound too much. So who is this mostly aimed at? Who's using this product?
Mobile journalism, guys
Absolutely.
running around,
Right.
So
Makes
picture
sense.
when next year when you guys are at a trade show, if it ever happens again.
Maybe 2
happening.
years
It's
from now.
gonna
If you
happen
go to
again.
One day.
NAB, you can just literally, when you're going to interview somebody, you can just, have one on you, pop one on if you're doing a quick thing with a
Yeah,
mobile
quick
phone.
and easy.
Yeah.
If that's what you're looking for, this seems like the product for
Yeah.
you. That's great.
Yeah, you get great quality with the lav as opposed to having a mic back here.
Yeah,
like on-
exactly.
And a
on the
very
phone or
small
something like that.
footprint for traveling. The box you held up there looks really nice and tiny. You can put it in your pocket.
Yeah. So the little connector thing, it has a TRRS. So if you have like a Samsung phone, or whatever that has that style thing, I'm all backwards. there.
Nice.
But
Nice.
obviously iPhone people, we just use a little adapter and it's all good.
Yes.
The quality.
For
the quality
once, something is geared toward Samsung and not iPhone. I love that.
Oh, it always, because iPhone has
Well,
their
the
adapter.
what you have
Yeah.
to go through to put that
I
connector
know.
on anything is crazy.
Absolutely.
So that's the
Well,
the
cool.
500 mobile interview kit, and available now as well, and nice little product to
Nice.
get out there.
Very cool. I can't wait to learn more about that. I'm going to go to the Voice Technologies YouTube channel after this. You guys can check that out too.
Perfect.
What else you got for us, Scott?
Well, I'm going to transition over to Cable Techniques,
Great.
which is our brand here that we do here in the U.S. We're mostly known for the low-profile connectors now, the XLRs and the TA connectors and things like
Right.
that. So we've spending kind of all year through this whole pandemic thing of sort of expanding the brand. We've added probably 500 specialty cables in the last year.
Oh, wow.
And we're expanding the kind of offering
Exactly.
of the low profile connectors.
I love a low
well,
profile connector. I'm in the process of switching to only those.
You should. It makes a
Okay,
It makes
difference.
it makes a
so here we are.
difference. Yeah.
For those of you that know the brand, we've always had our XLRs, which is this version right here. So the way that ours work is we have a shell it's custom made shell. It's not anything that's aftermarket or anything. So we have a
Nice.
custom made shell, and then we use little set screws to hold this like ABS cap. So the cap looks like this, right? So it's a cap that goes into a channel with screws, very secure, very well. It's kind of a proven design now. So we have always made a version of the connector that had this little, like 3.4 millimeter cable exit for that, which works for many things if you're making up rigs for your sound devices, recorder, and,
Right.
and things like that.
Right.
So what we're now introducing is another cap. So the cap will allow for up to a 6 millimeter diameter cable.
Oh wow.
So a larger cap. So we have a lot of people who want to use like the Mogami cable or
Right.
Canar L46S, and they want a larger cap. So instead of like cutting the plastic and stuff like that. Yeah. So now when you order these, you'll have the option to get a small, regular cap, standard, or a large cap.
That's wonderful.
So now pretty much any cable that you're going to want to use is going to
Nice.
be available.
That's
Same price,
great.
of course.
And there's so many great products you're talking about, Scott. Guys, if you have questions about any of these things we're talking about, please drop them in the chat. There's people chiming in here and there. A couple people are asking how they contact Thomas and True Audio. We'll get to that. If you've won anything and you don't know how to claim your prize, we'll get to that. Scott, cable techniques. What else do we have?
So in addition, again, let me pull up my little rack panel here. Since we've introduced this, obviously our main focus when we came out with these was production sound, guys with field recorders and things like that, and on microphones for on the end of boom poles and stuff. So we've really expanded into the kind of stage and studio
Nice.
market, and our original design, getting back to that, had the the set screws at a certain place, so you had the cable would come out. I did for you guys.
Right. I'm a fan of the colors as
Yeah.
well.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely. The nice colors. And one of my favorite features on the cable techniques, I will say, is just the ability to turn your cable. The direction your cable is facing can be
Exactly.
so important. I don't
So-
always use the same recorder, so it's like really vital
Same.
for me.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the original design, we had it coming out at, let's say, 9 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and then you have a range
Yes.
of motion. I have this ugly green shrink on here just because I know the cables. So that's what. So you can flip this over, and it can go either side, 9 o'clock. So
That's so
now,
great.
because a lot of people want to put stuff on racks and on microphones, we now have an alternative shell. So
Nice.
we're calling it like
Oh.
A shell and B shell. So now the set screws are offset at 90 degrees, and now the cable can come straight down.
Oh,
So if you
wow.
have rack panels like this where you want everything not to be on an angle,
Yep.
you can do that. And so
Perfect.
now we have a
Awesome.
range of motion, within here. And the good thing is that if you have recorders like your Scorpio 8 series, you can get either cap because they both do that perfect angle that'll get you.
That's
Nice.
so awesome. And you happen to have both. You're a
don't
Scorpio
have both. I'm
user.
a
And
Scorpio.
that's right. I'm
Yeah.
confusing you with someone else. But the Scorpio, you definitely need that, especially the new K-Tech bag. If you look at how the Scorpio fits in it, it's a snug fit. So having the cable techniques,
Right.
make you that ability, that's so important.
Anything to save you space in a bag
Exactly.
is actually
Yeah.
really good.
Versatility.
Yeah, and of course, so there's the two different shells now, A shell, B shell, which this is coming out in the new price list, which will be out in a couple weeks.
Great.
Nice.
And so you choose either or, and then you have either size cap that you want, and then they all both come in 10 colors.
Oh wow.
Perfect. I love the
And,
variety.
and of course,
Me too.
we're-
The color variety. I know. Can't help it.
Yeah, and again, with any of these, a lot of people like to make their own connectors, but we do sell a lot of pre-made cables that we offer. We try not to do too much customization,
Yeah.
but
And they're great cables. I can tell you guys watching, I've used them. They're amazing quality cables. They really hold up in the field.
Awesome.
shrink.
Uh,
So in addition to that, we make low pro TA connectors too. TA3s, TA4s,
right.
and TA5s.
Right.
So we've had, funny enough, a lot of people asking, how come you don't make a male low pro TA connector?
Okay.
So now we're introducing a male
oh, great.
TA3, 4, and 5.
Wow.
And for in production sound, like the audio recorders and mixers, very rarely do you see this connector. But we have a
Yeah.
lot of people that use cameras, Blackmagic cameras. The Video Assist has a dual TA
Yeah.
3
That's
F's on
actually
it.
a connector I use a lot with some of the Zoom products I
Really?
use if I want to connect
Oh,
any
wow.
IFB systems. I always need a TA3
So
cable.
that's-
So
okay.
that's
and
great to know.
And Canon just introduced the new EOS
That's
C70,
right. Yes,
which
that thing
has
looks amazing.
we need this for it too. So we've had a lot of people request this cable already. So if you have a Sennheiser, we have this little low pro locking molded now that's going to
Nice.
go to
So
TA.
exciting. So are these cables out now or coming out soon?
Again, just like this, in a couple weeks. the new
Okay,
price list will
great.
come
If
out.
people want to
Yeah.
keep tabs on these and watch for them to come out, where do they do that? Your social media, your website?
Everything, and
Okay.
then once all the dealers like True Audio jump on it and promote it
Great.
as well.
Yep. And if you guys
Uh,
are not on the True Audio mailing list, that's a good way to find out about new products coming out. I'm on the mailing list, and it's so great. You get sales, coupons, all kinds of stuff, new product announcements. So look out for it there.
That's right. You can sign up right on the website, right on the homepage.
There it is. All right.
Yeah, so that, and again, the TA 3s, 4s, and 5s, either in female or male, all available, and with the 10 color caps. They're the same caps, either male or female, and they work good. And again, it works on the same, I hate having to do this, sorry. You see
It's
the
okay.
little, the ABS molded cap, it's not 3D printed,
Right.
and it's solid, and we have the little kind of set screws in there to
Nice.
hold it down.
Wonderful.
It's rock solid. So when Sound Devices came out with the, it's funny because I see Paul Isaacs down in my little screen here.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul. And so when they came out with the the 8 series and the Scorpio, it had a TA4 on it because obviously the a Hiroshi connector can only handle so much current.
Right.
Those things need a little beefy. So people are like, hey, we want your low pro TA4 connector,
Right.
female, but we can't fit the like 20 gauge cable
Right.
inside the connector because the cap is small.
Right.
So I don't even have it because the tool is being made now, but
Okay.
now we are finally have a large cap for the TA connectors.
Well, great.
So this cable right here, this is the Sound Guy Solutions cable. That it's a 20 gauge DC cable, and it fits perfectly in it. So 5 millimeter diameter cable. So all you guys right now that are using kind of the straight TA4F for your sound devices in your bag, you're now going to have an option to go low pro and attach
Great.
it to
We
that.
love options. We just have a couple minutes left here, Scott, and I want to make sure we get to some of the more of the products that you have to talk about. We have Rycote to talk about still. You want to jump to anything else?
Actually, I don't have Rycote to talk about.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
They didn't get the memo. Sorry, Scott.
Any questions, Kim?
Yeah, hopefully they're not watching.
I know. We love
like
you,
I said,
Rycote. Let's see.
Yeah,
Somebody's
yeah, Rycote's
asking.
been status quo with their products, but it's
Oh,
not
absolutely.
that they're not doing anything. It's just the timing of it. So I know
Totally.
next year they
We
have
just
some
wanted
kind
to
of,
give them a shout out and let them know
I know,
that
we just
love
wanted
them.
to mention
They've been
them.
around long enough that they're family to
I know.
us.
That's true. And we're
they're
at,
probably watching right now saying, why aren't you showing our stuff?
we don't have as many questions as I'd hoped. I mean, I have so many questions, but it's just there's not enough time for my questions.
well, I
Somebody's
mean-
asking, are these easy to solder though?
Oh, as easy as pie.
Easy as
The-
pie.
Yeah, I mean the way that we design them, so if you take the caps off, you just unscrew the 2 set screws.
Right.
You can pop the cap off, you can flip it to the either or because you can't spin it
Oh,
360
right, right,
degrees.
right.
You pop it off, and we have instructions on how to do it online. We recommend that you don't solder your shield all the way. You just solder the tip so it's loose, so the actual, it's not a hard.
Yeah. And I think Thomas
pin,
wants to
your
chime
shield.
in too with something. You have a question, Thomas?
Yeah, well, you know what? Actually, I'm getting a couple feeds, and I just want to say Klaus would love to have you talk just for a few minutes before you go about the UMP3 and the boom poles that he talked about yesterday. Would you
Yeah.
mind just doing a quick recap for them?
Yeah, I don't have them to show. They're in the other room, but yeah, the QP5 series, came out a couple months ago, and so they took the QXS series, which was their light kind of ENG 5-section poles, and they developed a brand new carbon fiber for them.
Nice.
So it's really, really, really stiff as you can get in a 5-section pole. They redid the collars, and so for hand tightening, but also an ambient pole, the way they used to do the actual bushings inside, it was a little tight when you first bought it,
Right.
and now literally it's like smooth as butter when you
Like
right out of the bag.
butter. That's wonderful.
And it thing was before, if you were going to add a cable, you had to, solder the female connector and loop it through. So now they have solderless cabling.
Wow.
So if you want to, after the fact, throw a cable in or take the cable out, real easy to do that. And they're available in 6 sizes. So they added a 21-foot pole, which is their only pole
awesome.
of that
Okay.
size in these ranges. So, and that could have a flow-through cable for it. So
Oh, right. That was something we
cables-
talked about yesterday, the option to be cabled or uncabled and how easy
Yeah.
it is
Right.
to change your mind on that. Yeah.
That was impressive.
And on the shorter ones, not the 5150, the 21-foot, but the other one's going to have a coiled internal or a flow-through cable straight. And the 5150, the 21-foot, could have a flow-through only. Of
Very,
course.
very cool.
Right. Cable that. And the UMP3, which is now actually flowing through, we just started getting them actually from those guys. They took the body of the new CL Locket size and they completely redesigned the power supply. Hey, there it is. It's on the screen right now in front of me.
Oh,
So,
good.
yeah, so it's a one-button design. If you flip that over, you'll see it has a little LED that tells you, your phantom power, your 12-volt, 48-volt, or T-power as well. And it's a nice design with the one-button design, and uses an MP50 rechargeable now instead of the AA's. So
Nice.
whether, most people now with all the wireless that they have that battery already. So
That's
it's,
awesome.
Perfect.
Well, Scott, you have been so wonderful
So
to
many
talk with.
exciting
There's so
products.
many exciting products to talk about with you. And like you said, I could talk about this all day. I'm sad we have
Yeah,
to let you
me
go and
too.
say goodbye. I
that's
think
fine.
It was good to see you again, Scott. It's
good
been a
to
while.
see you. Thanks
You as
for
well.
being here.
All right, thank you.
All right,
ya.
see you next time, Scott. I think we have another commercial coming up for you guys, right, Thomas?
And then we'll be back with Paul Isaacs from Sound Devices.
Stay tuned.
So I'm here with Dave, and I just wanted to say thank you for renting one of our storage facilities here. Could you tell me a little bit more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been just a pleasure to be here because everything is clean. It's well lit. You've got a great area to pull your stuff out. Just like the productivity that I have now, getting jobs built and everything ready to go. It's outstanding.
So it's not even just a storage facility. You almost use it as an extension of your work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also to get away from everybody at the house.
That's definitely another reason to get a storage facility. Thank you so much for talking to us. Take care, guys. Back to you.
Welcome back to Trewlapalooza 2020. That lovely warm hum you hear in the background is our coffee
I
machine.
think it's all just yours.
It might just be one of the other things I love. Oh,
Okay, now we're live. Sorry.
oh, now we're live. I guess I was
Okay.
talking to no one there.
We just get excited. It's
Don't
all
worry.
good.
So I was talking about the warm, beautiful hum we have in the background here at True Audio. Ah, there it is. There it is. That's the coffee maker here on the sales floor. So you can come get a cup of coffee, hang out with us, look at some gear, test some stuff, rent
Or
some new
get the
stuff.
soda. I
Or-
like that option.
There is a mini fridge as well. All right, we have Paul Isaacs from Sound Devices joining us. Hi,
Hi,
Paul.
Hello, Kim. Hello, Kally. How you doing?
Doing good. How's it going over there in Wisconsin?
Good to see you. Any
Hey,
chance I
Paul,
can
you're
order-
very quiet on your end. I
Uh-oh,
don't know.
let's
Just
get
so
that
you
sorted.
know, I'm cranking you as high as I can. I barely got you.
Okay, I can give you some more gain here.
Yes,
Does
please.
that help? Does
Oh,
that help?
yeah. Oh,
Does that
yeah.
help?
There
Loud
we
and
go.
clear. We got
There
Much
he
better.
is.
Thank you.
There he is.
More-
And I see
more
you're in
left,
your
more
lovely
left.
studio there.
Any chance I can order one of those coffees and have it?
You
sent-
got it. Coming right up.
For you, we'll find a way.
Gotta get here
Exactly.
before it goes cold.
That's going to be a challenge.
Anyway, thanks for having me.
We're
and
so
thanks
happy to
for
have you.
Being on this show, it's a fantastic thing you're doing here.
It's
Of
been really
course.
fun. I think
It's great to see you.
we've been having a little too
I-
much fun.
I actually think Scott should carry on. He's got such a great presentation. style.
I
Right.
agree.
So
Scott, I
many
was
good
sad to
products.
let Scott go. I wish we could have given him more time. We're trying to pack so much into such a short time each day.
But
Yeah.
we're excited to see what you have for us today.
Yeah, tell us what you got, Paul.
Well, just talking sort of more in general, really, rather than sort of giving you sort of a full rundown of everything we've been doing. Well, we thankfully throughout this pandemic, which is what's been going on for like since March now,
Too
Exactly.
long, I know.
it's just hard to believe what life was like before the pandemic.
I know it is, isn't it?
We've been able to keep very productive, thankfully.
Nice.
We've been really busy introducing some groundbreaking new tools
Yep.
Okay.
for our 8 series and mixed
Right.
pre-series,
As a
etc.
user, I'm excited for everything.
Yep, totally.
We've been very, very busy, and lots of feature updates. And we've been doing a lot of focus on tools for remote control as well, because we've been seeing a lot more of our clients needing to work out how they can work in a remote situation. You know, we're seeing a lot more
Absolutely.
productions now with a remote crew. And so we've been able to sort of work with quite a few of our customers on different solutions there using our recorders and mixers. And so that's been an interesting area to focus on. And we're learning a lot. And we do have some solutions, but we're sort of on a mission to make this easier and easier and easier. Because I think
that's
even
wonderful.
Nice. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys at Sound Devices making our lives a little more enjoyable.
well, we try. Don't always get it right. But so that's I think after the pandemic, I think those styles of working are gonna stay to a certain extent. So
Yeah. Well, you've got
since
some
pandemic-
new features on the 8 series, I believe. That's part of the
Yeah.
new toolkit.
Yeah.
I'm excited to learn about those.
Well, I mean, some of the things are widely known, but let me just run down very quickly. 'Cause we've
Please
only got a very
do.
short
All
amount of
right.
time. But obviously, noise assist was a very big story. It hit everyone by surprise. They didn't expect that one. You know, it's a tool to sort of reduce ambient background noise without affecting the dialogue.
Absolutely.
So, you know, in many very quick turnaround productions, you don't have time for post to sort of use tools like
Exactly.
Isotope to remove that
Yes.
background noise. So
Yeah.
to be able to actually do it there live is really important, and that's really good also for not just first turnaround productions but podcasting.
That's the first one that came to mind, Paul. I watch a lot of podcasts,
Right.
and there's so many now I see that have this Devices Mix pre-series.
For me,
and
yeah.
that's so smart of them, because often when I listen to a podcast, I wish I had faders on my steering wheel. You know, it's just awful.
Yeah, so we've been working on that, and that we presented that, and that's available obviously for the 8 series as well as the mixed series. But the nice thing about it is it really does leave the dialogue clean. It doesn't affect the dialogue at all. It's a long time in the making. A lot of research and development went into it, but now users have access to this sort of type of functionality within the box rather than having to use external hardware.
Absolutely.
What else have we been doing? Yes, we brought out our Super Slot SL2 accessory for the 8 Series 2. So now you have up to 8 channels of integrated wireless control in the bag. Or
So cool.
And obviously with Wisycom releasing their MCR 42s, 54s, you've now got up to 8 channels there.
Wow.
And so we continue to support all the other manufacturers received as well, Lectrosonics, Senheiser,
Right.
Audio Limited.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes.
Well, it'd be a bit unfair for us to take those away.
Yes.
I agree.
And what else have we been doing? Yeah, we've been adding more controller support. I mean, obviously we released our big CL16 fader controller for the cart, which has been very popular. And we introduced support for the Sonosax. Little mini LC.
Yes.
8+
We learned
fader.
about that yesterday.
Absolutely. You guys have been busy there at Sound Devices. I love it.
Yeah, it's great. And then we also did some enhanced SD remote. So this SD remote is our app for controlling the 8 series. And now we brought full mix control into there.
Oh,
so
wow.
you can now remotely, wirelessly over Bluetooth do your mix.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's available only on tablets, right?
Only on tablets right now,
Okay.
but I will give a little hint that we're getting closer and closer to iPhone.
Okay.
Well,
That's
what about Android phones?
There's you can see the mix of faders on SD remote just there. And
wow.
So
Look at that. That's
I like that.
beautiful.
yep, Android
Wow.
support phones will be coming as well.
That's good to know. Great.
Our focus is the iPhone to start with.
Sure.
Right.
But
I have,
the-
an ancient iPad, so I'm looking forward to the iPhone
Right.
or getting a new iPad as well.
I keep an iPhone, a large old iPhone in my kit too for that purpose, just, to use Wingman or whatever. Like it's great to have.
Well, we like to give you excuses to get the latest iPhone technology. 'Cause let's face
Are
it,
you getting a kickback from Apple? Is that what's going on here?
I think there's some nice looking iPads coming out too. Just
I
saying,
agree,
so.
yeah. I mean, Apple products have always been sleek and beautiful, so we love them. I just also love my Android.
we all just want the latest technology, even if
It's
there's
true.
nothing in there that's actually worth really.
I think
the
that's
research.
true.
I'm-
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else, are we
What
doing?
else, Paul?
Compressors on all channels and buses on the 8 series
Oh,
now. So you
okay.
can run 32 channel compressors and 12 bus
Amazing.
compressors.
Wow.
Along with noise assist, Dan Dugan, mix assist, 3-band EQ, all at the same time without any limitation on track count. That gives you
Wow.
an example of how powerful the 8 series really is. So we're very
Absolutely.
And you know what? I want to give a shout out right now to Dan Dugan. 'Cause
Dan
didn't he just win an
Dugan!
award too? Please talk to us
Another
about the
award.
Another
Amazing.
He deserves it, for that. It's such a cool algorithm. It works so beautifully.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Dan. if he's
Congrats,
listening.
Dan. Yeah, we hope you're listening out there.
What else have we done? Yeah, to just wrap up on the 8 series. I mean, there's so much stuff. I'm just going to give you the highlights. But the Scorpio, we recently doubled the channel capability.
Wow.
So now you have 32 channels
Wow.
of trim gain, Dante going to any channel.
And our friends
Trim-
working in television with large cast counts really thank you for that, I know.
I'm interested to see. Kally, you have a Scorpio, is that right?
I do, and I'm a fan. It's
Yeah?
definitely the best out there, personally, I think.
You don't have to say that.
I know. Yeah.
We love you, Paul. What can we say?
But yeah.
Other than that, that's pretty much an overview of the features. But as I said to you, we've been really I've been specifically focusing a lot on remote type applications. And we've got a few customers are having to sort of mix over IP remotely. So using various techniques and bits of software, we're able to actually, from a totally remote location in the world, you can mix your Scorpio, you can monitor it, you can record
Wow.
multi-channel audio, and then transfer your files at the end of the day and control that all remotely.
My goodness. Wow. And again, with the way sets are shaping up to be in this new
Right.
working environment, that is a really useful feature.
It is useful. I mean, obviously,
The
no
future
one
is
wants-
here.
It is upon us.
Obviously, everyone would rather much work face to face and have that camaraderie, that creative togetherness, because that's
Yeah,
part
that'll
of
never
what
go
we-
away entirely. I think this is just another tool.
Exactly, that is what it's all about.
Yeah.
Anyway, do you have any questions for me, or
Let's
do you want me to
see.
just
Let's
ramble on?
let's
Which
pop.
one do you
I
like?
love when you ramble on, but let's pop into the chat here. Sorry, what's that? Ooh,
I
gift
think there is a
certificates.
raffle, right?
Thomas, can you pop on the mic there and
Can
tell
I ask you,
us?
Paul, just to refresh my memory, do you have gift certificates today for this event? I believe you do, is that right?
We may do.
You know what? Stand by, everyone.
Stand by.
I'm pulling
And
up
while
my
they look
task
for that,
control.
guys, while they look for that, I will just really quickly read off something from Halter Technical here, and he makes a good point. Doc says Dugan didn't just win another award; he won a technical Emmy, which is one of the crowning
Wow.
achievements in the
Thank
business.
you, Doc.
Dan,
Yep.
amazing.
Respect.
Yeah,
For
so much
sure.
respect.
Sound devices. I'm
Sound
just pulling up
devices
my
coupons.
my
we all want a
coupons
sound
here.
devices coupon.
Yeah.
Thomas,
Let's
really
be real.
I'm preparing a $350 sound devices gift certificate for you that is redeemable at a True Audio location.
Oh, so there is.
So we have one gift certificate for you guys. So
How
if
do
you-
they get that?
Well, why don't we just do the question and participation like we did yesterday
Should
for some of
we?
them? What do you guys
Ooh,
think?
I think that's a
Yeah.
good. Paul, do you want to think of a question? I'll let you take
We
this
need
one.
one question
One
for that gift
question.
certificate. And then anyone that's watching, if you've won yesterday or you win today or even tomorrow, you got to talk to me, but I'm busy doing stuff.
Yep.
So as soon as I'm done, I'm going to get ahead of this and I'll contact you guys. So just send me a message at thomas@trueaudio.com and I'll take care of your gift certificates when we get them, okay?
Thomas at trueaudio.com with a TH.
Yep, that's it. Exactly.
Okay, question from sound devices to the audience. Okay.
Make it a good one. It's
I know, we're
350
like,
gift
we're ready.
certificate too. Woo-hoo.
Okay, anyone name the town where sound devices manufacturing plant is?
Here we go. Let's see who it is. You've heard the question. I'm watching the comments. Who's going to get it first? Where
Let's
is
see, I'm watching the comments
manufacturing?
I was looking it up
Sound
on the
devices.
I'm
internet
surprised
right
it's
now.
not on there yet.
Reedsburg. Reedsburg. Did we get it?
is the correct answer.
Reedsburg, who
Boom.
won? Let's see.
Drum
Oh,
16R.
well, Drum 16R, congrats to you. You will be very
quite the
happy.
prize.
Yeah,
Yep.
right?
So contact me later. Like I said, if I don't contact you for a couple days, I'm sorry, but we're just finishing the show, and then I'll contact all of you guys for your gift certificates. That's
Absolutely.
amazing.
Who
Wow.
won that? Sorry, who won that?
His name is Drum 16R, Ryan Peterson.
Oh, Ryan Peterson.
Congratulations. That is redeemable at any True Audio location. So we'll
Congrats,
help you out.
Ryan.
Contact our sales floor, and we'll go from there.
Oh, that's so
Thank you.
awesome.
And we have 15 more seconds left. Is there anything that you would like to say before we get going?
No, nothing other than thanks very much for putting this on. Good job, Thomas, in wrangling all the technical side of this. That's not an easy
Absolutely.
thing. We've had that experience recently with Sound Summit, but you're putting on a really good show, and it's fantastic to be part of it. Yeah,
Well, thank
just
you.
do it.
And I'll tell you
Thank
right now, I
you.
could not do it without everybody here. So if there's a camera, come on, look around, guys. Pan on yourselves for a second and show people what we got going on here. This is Todd
There's
over here
Todd.
behind the camera.
Todd's hiding.
Yep, and obviously all of my beautiful hosts, I could not do it without them. So thank you guys, and thank you, Paul, for being a part
Thanks,
of this.
Paul. It's really great to talk with you.
Thank you, Paul. It's good to
Take
see you
care.
again.
All right,
Awesome.
so we'll say goodbye to Paul here, and we'll keep it moving. We have Shure up next. That's our next guest, but I think we have a short commercial break.
Yeah, and in fact, they've got a lot of gear to put up, so I'm going to do a longer commercial.
Let's
It's
do
gonna be
two
2.5 minutes.
commercials.
Possibly.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
And we're live. Sorry, I played the
We
commercial
are
again.
live. That's
All
okay.
right.
Small mishap this time. Hello, I'm Kim Kylland, one of your hosts, Trewlapalooza 2020. We have two guests this time with us. Hello.
Hello.
Sam
Hello.
and Ross. You guys are introducing
Yes.
some cool Shure audio products.
Yes, indeed we are. Thanks for having us today. We're
Thanks
really
for
excited to
being
be here
here.
as part of Trewlapalooza.
Thank
Oh
you
my
very
gosh.
much.
I
Love
don't-
the Dodger blue. Go Dodgers.
Thank
was
you.
that
Go
the
Dodgers. That was the plan.
Yeah.
We
Must
thought
have
it
been
all
good
out. You guys, I don't even know where to start. There's so much good stuff on this table. Where do you want to start?
Well, we'll start with the mics that we have right in front of us.
Great.
The big thing that we want to talk about today is we have a brand new line of lavaliers and headsets called Duraplex.
Amazing.
Just announced last week, so brand new.
Brand new. When
and
are they
we
hitting
very-
stores?
They are in stores now.
Oh my gosh,
So
awesome.
this is available and shipping right now.
Amazing.
But it's kind of a sibling to our Twinplex line, which some folks may be familiar with, but with a few differences. So first and foremost is the capsule element, and that's one of the things that we're really excited about.
Right.
This capsule is IP57 rated,
Oh,
and that's a
wow.
first for sure. And I know could be a big thing for your market and for that talent who's not paying attention when they sit down in the hot tub
There you
or
go.
run under some water or whatever's happening.
Yep.
Sam, just to drill down on that, IP57. What is IP? What is 5? What is 7?
Thank you.
Absolutely. So IP
Sorry
is
to take
Ingress.
over.
No, I wanted to ask. You read my
Didn't mean to
mind.
step on
There
your
you
toes.
go.
Not at all.
So that is our Ingress protection. So the 5 means that it is protected from dust and dirt and solid particles. And then the 7 is water protection. So this can be submerged up to a meter
Wow.
for 30 minutes with no detrimental effects
That's
to the capsule
amazing.
and to
And,
the element itself.
You know, we had Q5X as our first presentation of the day, and they were
Yes.
talking about burying that behind, I think it's
Yep.
the home plate.
Yeah,
Is
in
that
home
where they
plate
bury it?
and
Okay.
out in the field frequently
That's
as well
right,
for
right.
playoffs and that sort of thing.
So
Yes.
great plant mic ability. It won't
Yes.
get messed up by the dirt or any moisture.
Exactly. And actually, that was a very nice segue. Q5X was something we wanted to touch on later.
Yeah, what a cool partnership.
Yes,
I
exactly.
love that.
So if you need to go digital with Q5, but you need that Q5X form factor, we can now
Now
do
you're
that
covered.
with Accent Digital,
Exactly.
which is great. So that's the Lav. We also have a headset version here that can certainly be used.
Beautiful.
But one of the things that I kind of want to touch on quickly is then the differences. So this is our Twinplex series. This is the big brother, if you will,
Right.
to Duraplex. So some of the big differences here, you've got that big, full, beautiful sound from both mics. But talking about the elements, this is a dual diaphragm element. So with
Hence
that,
the twin.
hence
in
the
Twinplex.
twin. in the
Yes, I
Twinplex.
love that.
Way to
Yes.
Keep that track of that.
Exactly. And the really big thing there is just, double the surface area means way better sound reproduction.
Absolutely.
That low end sounds so much more natural
Oh, how
without doing a lot
wonderful.
of tweaking or anything to it.
Also, a lot of flexibility in terms of where you're placing
Exactly.
it, right? So if you're placing it on the collar and people are turning left and right,
Right, or way down here. Yeah.
especially in the theater market or on
Absolutely.
camera, if you need to hide it in a wig or a costume,
Right.
Twinplex is going to give you that consistent response no matter the orientation of the performer or where you have to put the mic.
That's amazing. Is Twinplex
Exactly.
also in stores now?
Yes, it is. Twinplex has been
Amazing.
out for about a year and a half and is available everywhere now.
That's awesome.
You've probably sneakily heard Twinplex, not realizing
I'm
it.
sure I have
Yes.
at this point. I mean, learning all the applications that they were used for, even just with the Q5X products, was just like,
Right.
I know I must have heard it by now.
Absolutely. And this was really the first Lav that we came out with in this kind of sub-miniature market. So we spent about 7 years in development on it, but the last
Wow.
2 years were really thorough beta testing. So we're
Wow.
talking, all-star sports games,
Yep.
late night shows, that sort of thing.
Good Morning America, The
People were
Voice.
you were hearing this for 2 years before we ever even brought
Well,
it
there
to
you
market.
go. We've definitely heard it then. The things you
Yes.
mentioned, those are some big shows.
Yes.
And that's something worth mentioning because there's not a lot of companies who would go through a 2-year term of in-field
I
testing to
agree.
get it right. Lots
Yeah.
of companies have a real quick ROI. Let's start selling this thing.
Right.
Right.
That's never been Shure's approach. When
Yes.
it is available in stores, to your point, it is rock solid, reliable, ready to go.
My
Absolutely.
first microphones I ever owned were Shure's.
Oh,
The
good.
SM58 and SM57, and I took
They're
those on
classics.
tour all over the world. I dropped them. I did so many horrible things to those mics, and they still work. I still have them.
Wonderful.
So I think
Yeah.
you're right about that.
Yes.
Tried and tested.
Always nice to meet a
Every
fan.
time.
All right.
So Ross, I have a question for you if you don't mind me sneaking
Sure.
in for a minute. You sent me some pretty cool videos. Can I
Yes.
play
All
those?
right.
Sure,
play
you
I
know,
You guys
love
mind?
to play
the
those.
first question that comes up when you say a mic is waterproof is, really?
Yep.
Is
Yeah,
it?
right.
Really?
And in
Let's
this
prove it.
case, really,
Let's see what we've got.
All right, guys, stand by for a short little video.
I love those.
Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex.
And we're back. So that was the lavaliers waterproof test you did. It was awesome.
If anyone wants to throw a bucket of water in my face, just contact True Audio LA and
Well,
we can.
I have one ready right here. Do you want to?
I'm down. Let's do it. Let's go, Ross.
Yeah, that was a really great video, and it really showcases that it really is waterproof.
These are those mics.
Absolutely
yes.
great.
Yeah,
Those
absolutely.
mics. The other important thing that I want to make sure we touch on both Duraplex and Twinplex is the Plex part. So this Plex cable is something else that we spent a lot of time working on, and is significantly stronger. So
Very
in this
soft
cable,
though, too.
yes,
Yeah.
it's very soft. It doesn't have much of a memory effect. There's virtually no memory to it, but it's also got kind of a helical spiral reinforcement that runs the entire length of this cable that acts to reinforce it and make it stronger, but also as a secondary ground. So as talent is pulling it off, some twisting, trying to mic them up, it basically has to break twice in the exact same spot before you stop passing audio. So it is really strong, and we test it by quite literally tying knots in it,
And
hanging
just
weights,
pulling,
and just doing
wow.
this to it over and over and over again.
That's awesome. I am in situations all the time where the talent will unmic themselves in a very brusque way. So this is great to have that insurance in your back of your mind. You know it's not going to fail on you.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
Exactly.
Well, what else do we want to move on to? They've got even more mics
We
here.
have all kinds of fun stuff.
And certainly the mics have to plug into something most commonly, and so that's
so
maybe
let's move there. That's a good segue.
ham-handed segue. Yeah,
absolutely. Onto our Axient Digital line. So
Sounds good.
Axient Digital has been out in the market for a couple of years now,
Yep.
And we're really excited because we've started to see some good traction in the location sound community and location sound market. One of the really big things that has been a plus is this tiny little guy here, our ADX1M micro pack.
That is so cool.
There we go.
And that one, it reminds me of, I mean, there's the only other one on the market that small is the Rode Go system, I think. But, you know, Shure is just a company that I've loved and trusted for years. And I'm so glad to see that you guys made something in that size.
Yes. Yeah. And it was, you know, we made it with the theater community in mind, right? The rounded edges, no external antenna having to go in costumes. But as typically happens with Shure products, we make it with this idea in mind, and the market takes it and runs with it and does things we never even thought of. And we have seen that with the location sound community because it's very discreet. It can be hidden in a costume. It's comfortable for a talent to wear. You pair that up with one of our Twinplex lavs that's got the 1.1 millimeter cable, and it's almost
that's
like
discreet.
it's not there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, we have an ADX1, so this would be the standard size, a little more rock and roll feel to it.
There they are right next to each other.
And of course, once one person has the micro, then everybody else starts to go, wait a sec. I want that little micro one too. But both of these, one of the main points is that they can be remotely controlled. All settings, including the frequency they operate on.
That's a big one nowadays with the new working conditions we're under, to keep that distance and have all the accessibility right there in your hands.
Exactly.
So if there is some sort of RF interference that occurs, that was unplanned, as all interference
always happens.
Every time.
Always.
We've got a spectrum manager that can be networked with our wireless workbench software that will continuously scan. And when it detects interference, it can deploy a clean frequency such that the receiver channel and the transmitter are going to move to that clean frequency simultaneously.
Yes.
And that's done with a show link. This is broadcasting a 2.4 transmission back to the transmitter, while the transmitter is doing a UHF broadcast to the receiver.
Wow.
Yes.
So just seamless switching, it seems like.
Essentially autopilot.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And one of the nice features about that is the way that protocol works is basically a 1-2-3 jump. So you'll never have your receiver detect interference and change without your transmitter changing along with it. If for some reason that link is broken, it won't change. It'll stay where it is until transmitter and receiver are talking to each other again.
The more I learn about this system, the more I'm just excited to try it. I have two friends. John Alicher is using this a lot. He's been raving about it. Another person, I think it's Todd Maitland in New York, has been using it a long time. And
there are a few very noteworthy films that
Joker
were
being
using
one of
it.
them.
Some that are not released yet because of 2020.
Can you tell us any secret?
Well, we were hoping that it would be all those things would be out by now, but certainly more coming. Yeah.
That's very true. Well, we have 2 minutes left, and we have so much cool stuff in front of us still. What are we getting to next here?
The next thing that I know we really want to talk about is the AD3. This is also a very new product for
Beautiful.
us. So this was just announced about a month ago, and is the plug-on transmitter that goes with the Axient digital system. This was something that had been missing from our portfolio since AD came out, so we're really excited to have it now. It's an all-metal housing, so very durable, very solid. Absolutely.
Oh, it's really sturdy, just like all the other Shure products. Look at this. Can you get a nice shot of that?
The collar on there is a brand new locking mechanism, so you push it in and then you can turn that knurled knob a little bit to really lock that mic on there. It's not going to wobble. It's not accidentally going to fall off.
Absolutely.
It's very stable.
It's the same. I mean, it really feels like a collar on a high-quality K-Tech boom pole.
Yes,
that's great.
Exactly.
And it's got the, the no fail. You know exactly what you're doing.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You know, guys, we have 1 minute left, and we have a question from James Kessel. He says, does Shure have any plans to make a slot receiver for a sound bag?
I'm surprised it took that long.
Yeah, I thought it was coming sooner. Shure is always working on new and exciting things.
Smart people are working
stay tuned.
tirelessly.
Yes.
Yep.
Question duly noted. We have heard it. Stay tuned.
Just want to mention before we run out of time, every transmitter here, including the receiver as well, are all wideband. So what is remaining of the UHF band, everything here has the full UHF band tuning range.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
So lots of frequencies to choose from and a very efficient RF scheme. So you can pack 20, 30, 40 channels in the available UHF spectrum.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to second the person who chimed in. I'm excited to hear more about the bag thing because, the Shure Axient system, it works so well in a cart system, which both John and Todd, mix that way. And I mix mostly in a bag still, so I'm going to keep bugging you guys about that.
Please do.
All right. Yes, absolutely. And I know we're about out of time, so I just want to mention, lastly, that we do have a promo running today.
Oh, wonderful.
We are offering a 10% discount on the TL45 Twinplex microphone. That is the Twinplex Lav with the 1.1 millimeter cable. Comes pre-terminated with TA4 or LEMO connectors, but can be re-terminated to a variety of connectors as well.
Wonderful. And how can people purchase that? The True Audio website, in person at True Audio, any True Audio store?
Yep, any of the True Audio locations. Just call us in or take an order online.
Great.
If you guys want to use coupon code PALOOZA, we will make sure that you get that 10% off.
Absolutely.
Coupon code PALOOZA. Take that 10% off. That's a really good deal, you guys. It's been so fun having you here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
We'll be right back, guys, after another commercial.
Sound speed.
Marker.
Action.
Check. Check 1, 2.
Son of a... Sound speed. Action.
So, Jack, tell me a little bit more about the 24-hour lockers here at True Audio.
Sure, they're right here. These are our in and out lockers that are available any time of the day or night, weekend. We give you an access code to the building. You come in, you can pick up your order, sales order, your audio rental order, or even your customized cables. If you had something made, it could be all put in this locker. And if you have an audio rental and you want to return it late at night, after hours, or on the weekend, this is where you would do it, right here.
So the idea is that as long as you're putting in your order while the store is open, you can pick it up while the store's closed.
That is correct. Yeah, very convenient for our customers. They get used all the time.
Amazing. Make sure that you guys utilize the 24-hour lockers here at True Audio Los Angeles.
Yep.
And we are live
Welcome
again.
back.
Welcome back. We're happy you're still here with us. Thanks for staying tuned. Our next guest is
Colleen from Zaxcom.
And she's live with us now. Hi,
Hi,
Colleen. Oh, Colleen, make sure you're... Oh, there you go. Good.
We're doing good. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Where are you joining us from?
For today, you guys have been awesome so far. I've been spying all day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry for everyone. We seem to be just having a couple internet issues with Colleen's connection, but we're just going to plow through.
That's
so
okay.
We can still hear you, so we're here.
Absolutely. Colleen, where are you in the world? Oh, got a little connection issue there. I always like to ask people where they're calling from. I'm nosy.
Yeah, you're back in. It just seems to be a funny delay with you right now, but we're working through it.
Sounds like we got you back. Well, I will say while we're figuring out these connectivity issues, we have been using a lot of Zaxcom products on this. We have a Zaxcom transmitter right here.
Right.
We have the Nova there as well, but we've also, our handheld mic for this entire thing has also been a Zaxcom product, and it's a lovely mic. It's a really, really, right, I know, and it's just a nice kind of clean, discreet system. We've got the on-off switch just behind the battery door, which to me is awesome.
I'm just over here admiring the Nova.
I don't blame you. Look how beautiful it is.
It's super light, and I'm sure you'll get into it, but with the transmitter inside too.
And I think we're a little bit better with the feed. We're just going to have to go with what we got.
Does your in the shop have the 2 MRXs in it?
I believe we have one.
There it is. Yep.
You have one? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's amazing because Nova with the 2 MRXs is less than 4 pounds.
Oh my God, that is light.
Yeah, I can
Wait,
tell
may
just by
I?
holding this
I want
one.
to see. Wow, that is light. Here, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, in fact, Colleen, one of the things while they're checking out the weight is that I want to talk to you that you guys basically revolutionized the sound bag. Instead of having multiple pieces and connections, you just put it all in one bag. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that and the process that it took to do something like this?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for the nerds and their software and hardware design. With Nova was that you've got this one unit that has 2 receivers built in, and they're 4-channel receivers, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So you're receiving 8 separate transmitters, and you have an external battery pack powering.
Right.
And that's all you need. 2 antennas on the front.
Right.
Right. So you're saying at
And
full.
you're good to go. Yeah, that's the amazing thing about it. This is your entire sound bag. Instead of it weighing like 20 or 30 pounds, it's under 5.
And
that's amazing.
with the full build, it has the capacity of 8 wireless?
Yes.
Wow.
8 separate transmitters fit into this.
Wow.
Analog and 8 in.
That's amazing.
So if you wanted another 4 channels of wireless, for example, there's 2 AES pairs.
Mm-hmm.
And then say you did not have our wireless, we have these, I don't know if you guys have any in the shop, but you guys. And what it does is it plugs into the slot in the back of the Nova, and it gives you an additional 4 AES channels in, which is pretty incredible.
Wow. It's a lot of features. Look
So,
at that
so in
thing.
that case, Colleen, you would have like additional AES receivers in your bag that would be ported into that enclosure that you would slide into the back of the Nova. Is that correct?
Correct. So say you didn't have 2 wireless, whether it's Zaxcom or anyone else, you could use these small adapters. They're $250 each, so it's nice.
Oh, wow.
And it gives you the 4 AES channels in. So
Again,
You
we
can
apologize for
utilize-
these issues, guys. We're
It's
sorry
okay,
about the
just
internet
a little
connection.
connectivity issue.
Oh no. Are you guys not hearing me?
We heard most of that. It was just the very end, I think, that cut out a little bit. And thanks everyone for bearing with us.
Okay, sorry. It
Oh,
might,
it's
you
not
know,
your
it is super
fault.
stormy in New Jersey. So
Yeah.
That
Wow.
has something to do with it.
No worries. We know how these things go.
New
We're just
Jersey,
glad to
yeah.
have you here, Colleen. We'll make it work no matter what happens.
I'm just excited to hold this. and
exactly. Exactly.
So much in it.
Well, I want to know about the flux capacitor that's on the side of it. So talk to me about that, because that's what the important stuff is.
All right. So the flux capacitor, we have this tunable tracking front filter. So what the flux capacitor does is when you're, so say you're in a tough RF spot, you can right from the Nova hit a button and it'll scan the entire frequency spectrum.
Wow.
And then with the push of a button, you're actually re-freaking all of your transmitters.
I love that
So-
word, re-freaking.
I like it too.
Getting rid of
I'm gonna start using it.
RF.
What a cool feature, Colleen.
Thanks. Yeah, and I should mention, not only can you re-freak the transmitters directly from Nova, but you can remote control them as well.
Right.
That's
So
right, yeah.
That's something that.
when you're looking at the front, I don't know if you can see on my, let me hold this up to the camera a little bit better, but you've got the different little secondary features on the front of Nova itself. So say you want to hit Zaxcom, you would just hit quickly, just adjust a transmitter's input trim and then go right back to mixing.
Right.
You know what, Colleen, we just got some feedback. Could you turn your speaker down? I think it's on your end. Turn your speaker down like maybe 10-20%, please.
We'll get this figured out.
How's that?
Actually, much better. Thank you.
That's great. I have a couple questions too, if you don't mind me chiming in. Just questions from people wanting to know what makes the Nova so revolutionary and different from the other field recorders and mixers on the market. I mean, you've touched on some of the things that make it so unique already. Are we missing anything?
I mean, just the fact that it's 4 pounds and everything is built directly into the unit.
Right.
So
Right.
it's a recorder, it's a Zaxnet transmitter, which means, you know, your remote control commands. You could also have one of our ERXs or another one of our IFB receivers on a camera, for example, and send a scratch track of audio.
No way. Wow.
Something else too. I think we have another question.
About it is the way you can mix, because these faders are actually in faders. So if you notice when you're twisting them, it just goes around and around and around.
Right. There's no end.
Right.
And I have another question for you when you're ready.
Yeah, exactly. So you can be in the middle of mixing, and like I had said, there are 5 different fader banks, so you can routed anywhere you want it to be. You can hit a bank button and it'll immediately change to your different fader banks. When you hit the trim, you're immediately going into Zaxnet trim on your wireless.
Of course. Great. Well, I think we had another question here too. If we
go to the Zaxnet remote control and then right back to Nova, you know, right back into mixing itself.
Of course. I think one
That's
thing
awesome.
Zaxcom is known for is being able to record and transmit at the same time.
Yep.
Is that still a thing with the new one?
Yes, definitely. So all of our digital wireless has a built-in micro SD card slot. So from the Nova, you can be recording on Nova and you're doing a backup recording on the transmitter itself, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, the redundancy feature is just
So
amazing.
if you're in a spot where there's top RF or potentially you're getting, you know, RF hits, or say wireless is illegal, say you're recording in an airplane or somewhere where you can't use it, you've always got this recording right on the transmitter itself.
Good point. Those situations this would be perfect for. That's lovely. Let's see. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Anyone else want to chime in listening live? Do you have any questions for Colleen about this product? Just leave them below.
Yeah, and you know, while you guys are writing questions, I do want to mention our ZMT3X transmitter, which is it's actually a very similar size to the ZMT, which is our smallest transmitter. Size-wise, they're similar. This guy's a bit on the chubbier side.
Okay.
But let's not fat shame it, because you can put this on time in the morning. The battery life is about 12 and a half hours.
Wow.
And you never ever have to touch the instrument all day. So you've got your Nova in the bag. If you're remote controlling via the Nova, you can turn it off. You can turn it into a sleep mode. You can adjust gain. You can check its battery life. You know, you've got everything you can possibly need to know right in your bag on you.
That's
so
important.
in times where they don't work near reactors, I don't want to say it's secret. Yeah, in COVID times, they're really, to us, we feel like this is an amazing system that's just going to make your life so much better.
That seems like a theme of today. You know, a lot of manufacturers, both today and yesterday, remote controlling of things, just being able to remote things, not having to go up to the talent.
Inventing during the COVID
exactly.
to
I
really
mean,
help us out.
This is another innovation. Our industry is, I think, going more in that direction. So this is a cool addition to all of the products we've showcased so far in that way.
Thanks.
And you know, one thing that I do want to bring up too is that Colleen and I, we've been friends for a long time, and I know that she's got some new products that are coming out.
Ooh.
We were very close. We're not going to talk about them. See, look at her.
Okay.
She's already got me on thin ice.
Oh my God.
But we want to let you guys know that obviously this is Trewlapalooza. Everybody's got some time slots, but we're going to be doing some new shows with all of these manufacturers, and Zaxcom's going to be coming up very soon. I can't tell you the time, but in the next couple weeks, I plan on getting live with you guys for a special so we can talk about the new toys.
That's so cool. And in the meantime, if people want to just keep up with Zaxcom, what's the best way to do that? Social media, website, all of the above?
Yeah, all of the above. We have all the normal, you know, the Instagram, the Facebook.
Great.
I will admit I'm not the best Twitter person, but
Me
I'm
either.
trying.
It's fine. There's too many.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Oh, good. I'm excited
We
to
also
hear the new
have
stuff.
some amazing,
me too.
I mean, entertaining videos on our YouTube channel as well.
I've
We've got some
seen
Nova
your
tutorial
videos.
videos.
I love the
and a few video
Zaxcom
on
vids.
how to choose your wireless.
Yeah, they're very well done. You guys did such a great job.
Thanks.
I think we're winding down to the last minute here with you, Colleen. We're sad to let you go, but is there anything else we haven't hit upon before we let you go?
It's funny because I feel like there's so much to talk about.
Me
with
too.
So
how many
too.
I know.
people are packed into this, but at the same time, we've tried our best to make it so simple that,
Right?
Yeah, I almost for words.
Exactly. Well, that's a good thing. Wonderful. And we're so happy you
So.
joined us. Thank you for tuning in. You're in
Yes.
New Jersey. Thanks for being our guest here in Los Angeles for Trewlapalooza,
yeah.
Colleen.
For telling us about this amazing new product.
Yes, thank you guys very much.
We'll see you soon. And guys, I think we're going to cut to another commercial before we have our next guest, which is Senheiser.
Ooh.
See you guys in a
Hold for
second.
plane. Perfect timing.
Or don't.
I know, right? Welcome back to Trewlapalooza 2020. I'm joined with some guests from Senheiser today. We have so many products. We have Tom here from Senheiser. We have Schwinn from Senheiser.
How's it going?
Thanks for being with us, guys.
Oh, our pleasure. Our pleasure.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Well-
guys, can we scoot on the table a little more? We're actually.
Oh, you know what? I didn't notice that. Come on in. Here, I'll give you some more room too. I can move over.
Thank you.
Now, there is a lot here on this table. I'm going to
There
let you
is.
start, Tom. I'd love to
Okay.
know what we're going to talk about first.
Well, I'm Tom. I'm from Senheiser. I've been there almost 16 years now, so I'm kind of well known in the Hollywood area. We work with a lot of TV shows here, and we'll talk about some products today. And we're going to go fast because we got a lot.
Let's do it.
We're going to start with the XSW Digital Wireless. Now, this is a very inexpensive system, but how many times are you on a set or a production where somebody just quickly wants a wireless mic for the director to talk to the crew, whatever, and you've got to find something around that's already coordinated, etc. Well, with the XS Wireless Digital, you can just plug this little guy in here, plug this into your camera or mixer, simple. They pair them up automatically. It's running at 2.4. It's frequency hopping. And you've got an instant wireless system that's digital, sounds incredible, easy to set up, doesn't get in the way of any of your UHF. So quickly set up. Also, I'm thinking for ENG and podcast people out in the field, how many people really want to, have this heavy plug-on transmitter, even ours,
Right.
or especially now some of the reporters have boom poles.
That's
for
right, and they have to
social
hold all
distancing.
that weight.
This thing looks a lot cooler than all of
Yeah.
those things.
May I? I'd love to feel how
Absolutely,
light
yeah.
that is. Oh, this is so much lighter than a plug-on transmitter. You're right.
It's just plugged into any dynamic
Yep.
microphone. You got instant wireless, looks good, much
Wow,
lighter,
look
much
at that.
easier, no coordination involved, and like I said, it'll
Thank
frequency
you.
hop around the 2.4 gig. So XSW Digital, very good solution in a lot of ways.
Great.
And now my colleague here, Schwinn, is
Hi,
going to
Tom.
talk about something else.
Okay. So in our next level of wireless, and a lot of the people out there are familiar with the Evolution 100 series that we have here. This is what you usually find. It's a battery pack receiver and battery pack transmitter, plug-on transmitter, handheld. So any ENG or film situation or even presentation situation, you're fine. All of these are available with the different lavalier microphones that we have that you could use with these. Another nice thing is they are wideband. You can actually get up to 42 megahertz spread on there, 12 channels on them, and actually get about 8 hours out of battery life. So if you're going in for those quick shoots and just have a nice level of sound quality there,
Yeah.
the Evolution 100 series works out well.
Very cool.
We're on the fourth generation G4. And everyone has previously known. I run into so many people who are like, "Oh, I used to have the G3." Oh, I
Right,
used to have
G2, G3. I'm one of
G1."
those people. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So we're very well known in that area. Then moving to the step up, if you are looking more towards professional film or higher grade audio quality, and where the frequency is pretty congested, we actually go with the Evolution 500 series, which we have right here. What we did with it, we went with a super wideband frequency range of 88 megahertz in there and have 32 channels. So if you need to coordinate, it's much easier to
Wow.
find your frequency out in the field. And
Now,
then
I'll mention that the audio quality and the RF stability is the same throughout the line, and it's all backward compatible. So if you have G3 and you want to invest in G4, you don't have to
That's true.
change over.
Yep.
And again, you get 88 megahertz wideband with the 300 and 500
Yeah,
series.
absolutely. And I sometimes use different brands of wireless in my kit, and these are a nice complement to any other thing I have in my bag. Sometimes I use them as a camera hop. I mean, these little guys, I just always keep them on standby. They're so useful.
They're great. They're great. Great performing.
Absolutely.
Reliable Sennheiser wireless.
Absolutely.
What else you got, Schwinn?
Oh, and actually, it's something that we were running a special on today.
Ooh.
For people who are on broadcast sets, for the mixers behind there or the stagehands to be able to hear quite well and to communicate quite well, we actually have the HMD 300, which is a dual headset. The 301 is the single headset because some people like having just one ear open to the studio and the other one covering that. We have a high quality audio that comes through here. We also have hearing protection, so if there's any peaks or pops, it only gets to 110 dB, so it protects your hearing
That's
from there.
very important.
Yeah, and one thing that's going great right now is we are running a special on these. These will be these of either with the standard cable, so you have an XLR or 1/4 inch. We have, and the ones where you have the 4-pin 1/4 inch. Any of those right now are on sale for $249.
Oh wow, that's a great deal.
Yeah, typically speaking, just the heads. If you were to go for the 4-pin XLR scenario, you're looking closer to $369. So we're running a special with True right now, in which these are $249. So anyone who is on set, you'll be saving yourself some money, and especially in this time where hygiene is a must. You don't necessarily want to pass headsets around.
Absolutely.
You know, it may make sense to have your own personal one to protect yourself.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, absolutely.
And also interchangeable cables, different cable types depending on your need. So that's very easily done. So a great system.
Yep. Great. What else are we moving on to?
What else
guys?
we're going?
What else?
Okay, so we're going to the 6042. This is a slot-in dual receiver.
Oh, and is that compatible with everyone else here on the table?
That's the interesting thing. Boy, I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm just right away. I'm like, I need that.
Because the absolute cool thing about this is that it will listen to any Senheiser product. So it will listen to our new digital 6000 tiny transmitter, the 6212. It will listen to, of course, the full size. It will listen to the 5K 5212, which is ubiquitous out there on professional sets. It will also listen to Evolution Wireless. So you have 2 channels that can be either set for digital or analog or split. So if you're a rental company or a person that's transitioning, let's say, from the ubiquitous 5212 into the 6000, and there's a very well-known one nearby, this was the solution, because they can still continue to use 5212s but also start investing in the 6000 series and the Bachelor, the Bachelorette, and many shows many reality shows are using this. And you can also plug it right into your laptop. It has its own GUI, and you can create a list, a predetermined list of frequencies, so that when you're out there acquiring, running and gunning, you can use party dial, so you can just scroll through the different frequencies to acquire.
And a nice big display there. Yeah.
And a nice, really easy to read display.
So wonderful.
Dual battery packs that are rechargeable, so you can get up to 12 hours with this.
Oh my gosh!
And you can take one battery off and be charging it while it's still running.
That's great. And what is the model number on this one again?
This is the EK6042.
EK6042.
And as you can see, you can put it in a bag with the batteries, or
that's
it's a
my
slot
plan.
In,
yep.
Or it's a slot-in receiver for all the major cameras, and all the access points, headphones, and everything are available right here. So it's super durable. It's really kind of a hidden gem. I mean, it's on a lot of shows, but it's still relatively undiscovered. So really super device to be able to do all of that.
Wonderful. Now, I'm familiar with this series next to you, the G4s, but this is something I've yet to use, and I've been looking at this a lot lately. What can you tell me about this one?
Well, this one is pretty well known, and I only brought it for size comparison primarily, but this is part of our analog system, and you see this on all kinds of anchors and different shows because of its size. And it's been out for maybe 10 years or so, and there's thousands of these performing out there. Single AA, and you get 11 hours of battery life.
That is not bad.
50 milliwatts, tiny little size. Really, these are on so many shows, and everybody's pretty much seen this, but that's the 5212.
5212, and if you want to go even smaller, we have an option here, it looks like.
Well, then if we move up to digital, and I've got the digital 6000 system, our flagship circulating
yeah, let's
there.
get the turntable going. Let's get a shot of that beauty.
Yes.
Now this is becoming very popular in the film and TV business. Dr. Phil Show, The Masked Singer, a whole lot of shows where they need really high quality, but they need the digital because they need to take advantage of the spectrum efficiency.
Yes.
Right.
This model, as well as its big brother predecessor, the 9000, these are the only digital systems with no intermodulation. Now, I'm not going to go into a big RF theory, but I can tell you that it's hard enough avoiding DTV stations and interference, let alone avoiding your own generated false frequencies. There is no intermod. So you can space these equally in a TV channel. So if you have, like, say, 500 megahertz to 506
Right.
open, you can put your first transmitter at 500.0, your second at 500.4, your
That's
third at
so useful.
500.8, etc. So you don't have to do frequency
Great.
coordination.
Yep, makes it really
And
simple at
that
that
makes
point.
things simple, and this is why it's got so popular with reality
I
shows.
could see that. And what
Because-
about?
And the size, of course.
Of
This little
course, yeah.
6212,
It's so light and
designed
small.
with a lot of sound designers in mind. Rounded edges. It's fully metal.
Right.
It dissipates heat out the front instead of against somebody's skin.
That's very
and
nice.
it's sealed to be highly water resistant, sweat resistant. What we're
Great.
going for there. It can be hidden in wigs and every place. So it's
Another
equal,
great feature.
just as small as a 5212.
And we have one last one there.
Well,
Let's talk about
the
that one.
SK6000 is the original version that came out with the 6000 receiver, dual receiver, and it has more power.
Mhm.
So it's slightly larger, but it has
Get the
25
power
milliwatts
trade-off,
of power
yeah.
as opposed to 14 milliwatts of power.
That's
so
great.
some situations you need more power, and some you don't.
Right.
Generally in digital, all the companies are really pushing for a lower power because you can get more channels that
Mhm.
way. And the days of 100 milliwatts and all of that are really disappearing because the number of wireless channels needed on set or in production or in a
Yeah.
tour
It's just growing and
multiplying.
growing. Yes, I
And
agree.
over there, I just have the handheld and the digital 6000. Unfortunately, our artists aren't touring or anything, but it's used by everyone from Kendrick Lamar to Ed Sheeran, from Blake Shelton to Beyonce.
God,
that covers
so
a
many
lot of genres.
amazing artists using your stuff. I can't believe it.
So we're anxious to see tours
Yeah.
get back going in Broadway.
Me too.
yeah, of course
And
we all are.
the great thing, guys, about all of this that you see before you on the table, on the turnstile, it's all compatible. It talks to each other. You have so many choices to help you in whatever situation you're going to find yourself in. And we do have just less than a minute left, sadly. I have so many questions. I got to get your card before you leave. Jeez. But if you guys have any questions, you can leave them in the comments. Someone is saying, oh, yep, someone's loving the hearing protection on the headphones,
Yes,
saying that's hard to
that-
find. That is a
that
really
is
important
really hard to
factor
find. I
because
mean-
we've all felt feedback in our headphones
Yes.
and felt like our brain
No,
was going to
that's-
melt,
And the
right?
end of our careers.
Exactly.
Been
So
there,
thank
it's
you guys for
horrible.
taking care of our hearing as well.
Oh yes, no, we live by our ears also. so
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
important.
Well, we're so grateful to have you here, and it's so lovely to meet both of you. Thank you
it's
for
been my
joining
pleasure.
us.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
And guys, stay tuned. Trewlapalooza 2020. Let's see our next guest. We have Wisycom. See you soon after the commercial.
Bye guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, tell me a little bit more about the storage facilities here at True Audio Los Angeles.
Sure, Thomas. You're standing in our storage facility. 9 by 12 storage units right here. They're completely set up, fully powered with lighting. In addition to that, any time of the day you can come here because there's 24-hour security. And these tables here are for you to put out your equipment, get set up for your next show. What more can you ask for? There's Wi-Fi, and it's secure with our camera system as well, fully surveilled.
And it's never a dull day here because you're always going to be around other people that are working in their storage facilities, so you'll make a bunch of new friends. Check out the storage facilities at True Audio Los Angeles.
Shaking my hair out
Oh,
here.
wow, we are moving
wild.
today. We're getting everything
Yep.
back up. Hi, guys. This
Hello,
is Thomas.
Thomas.
How are you guys doing? We're halfway through day
We
two. What
are.
do you think about that?
I'm kind of sad. I'm having a lot of fun. I don't
This
want
is
it to
fun.
end.
Yeah, we're coming over the mountain, and you know who we have right now?
Who do we have? Wisycom, right?
Jeff from Wizzy. How
That's
you doing?
amazing. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how are you all?
We're
Doing
so
good.
good. How are you, Jeff?
Hey, I'm doing well. It's rainy here, but I'm glad to at least virtually be in Los
nice.
Angeles.
Yeah, where's here? Where are you?
I'm in Alexandria, Virginia.
Oh, that's
which
right.
is just outside of Washington, D.C.
East
Oh,
Coast.
beautiful. Well, we're
Yeah.
I
keep.
was just there actually in DC.
That's right.
We will send you some sunshine though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sending it your way as we speak.
I appreciate it.
Well, let's see. We have some fun stuff to talk about, I think. Jeff, where do we want to start today? I'm going to let you kick us off here.
And we're going to be a little silly with this. While you talk, if our hosts look behind us, you're going to see the Wisycom stuff behind you.
See,
So maybe we can start
oh,
pulling
there
it on a
is.
table, you know?
Well, I'm tethered to the table with a headphone, so I probably have to bother someone
We'll have
else to
somebody
get
else
that for
walk
me.
over and bring it to you.
And
Literally
guys,
right
you
behind
out
us.
there watching from home or from wherever you are in the world, you're seeing us kind of just having these super quick turnaround times. You saw me doing the Beyonce hair shake when we came back from commercial that time. We're just live. We're very live, and we're just keeping it going here. And sometimes we don't have the product that we need in front of us.
fun.
And we appreciate you guys bearing with us.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put in like maybe 2-minute intermissions instead of 1 minute next time.
Why not, you know?
You
Have
know?
a few more sips of coffee. But we are so happy to have you here, Jeff. Well, while we pull the Wisycom products, tell us what we're going to talk about today.
So there's a few things we want to talk about. You know, when we launched our MCR54 back a few months ago, someone told me it was the worst kept secret in location sound.
Oh, wow.
That's our 4-channel slot receiver.
Oh.
So it's really the first of a generation of a 4-channel multi-band true diversity receiver.
Wow.
Nice.
So that spans all the way from 470 to 960. So all of the available spectrum in the United States in one receiver.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful.
You know, because I'm sure everyone gets tired of having to ask, hey, does this set of frequencies work in this city? Do I need to rent? Do I need to borrow?
Yeah.
You know,
Of
you
course.
can, with one system, travel anywhere and not have to worry. Just
Right.
know you're going to get there and you can do the job you have to do.
One less thing to worry about. We like that.
And you know, within that, we've started looking at spectral efficiency. And you know, how small of our carriers, which are each wireless mic, you know, how tightly can we pack these in?
Absolutely.
So we over the last couple weeks we announced the transmitter upgrades.
Right.
You know, fixing a thing about ultrasonic motion sensors, as well as adding user selectable
Bobby.
narrowband.
Thank you. We've got Fabi here helping us. Everyone say hello to Fabi.
Hello, Fabi.
Let's see. We'd be lost here without the help around us. Oh, we've got some antennas. I'm
Bobby is
just
the
pulling
general
things
manager
out.
of our Los Angeles location, so if you guys ever need any help with sales or anything, she's here for you, as are we.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what we're gonna, I guess we'd call our flagship receiver.
wow.
Yeah.
4 true diversity channels.
Right.
MCR.
multi-band.
Oh, thank you so much. And oh, I have a little
Flip it
nice
around,
spec
Kim.
sheet here. Look at this. Oh yeah, I should flip it around. You don't want to see the back, guys? Let's see. I'm gonna slowly move it around just so you get a lot of the different features
The
in
4-channel
there.
is amazing.
Right?
that
It's just so
size, for
beautiful.
sure.
And it's really, really light. Kally, I'm gonna hand this off to you so you can feel how
course.
light that is. I
Wow.
mean, for how securely that's built and the materials you guys used, it really feels light.
And having 4 channels in there is something.
Right? Exactly. Oh, thank you. We've got more coming in. Look at this. I feel like it's Christmas.
It's one of the things that we
I know,
really took
right?
as a priority to, you know, we want to protect, you know, the long careers of a lot of these sound mixers who have a bag, who already weighs a little bit. You have all the accessories, all the cables, the mixer, the power.
We very
You know,
much
we-
appreciate you.
You know, what we did is we partnered with Sound Devices as well. So you can use this with any of their 8 series in the SL2, and using that DB25 connector, you can get 8 channels of audio straight into your 8 series mixer.
Oh,
no
that's
way.
so fantastic. Now I'm holding up a couple of the transmitters here. Let's
So those
see. Oh wait,
are-
these aren't transmitters. Just kidding. These are receivers.
So those are from what I can see from here, those are actually really cool parts of our
Yeah.
product
So
line.
I'll tell you what I'm holding. In this hand, we have the MPR50. This is the IFB. And then here we have the MPR30 ENG, which is the true diversity receiver. So this is the receiver. Here's my IFB guy over here. We can tell because the antenna on here difference. Let me do that.
Yeah, so
There we
with
go.
that, we kind of expanded our product line and added the MPR50 IFB, which is also a true diversity wideband, so 470, 700, true diversity mono receiver that works with any of our body packs.
Wow.
And then the MPR30 is a great product. We subsequently upgraded to the MPR51 and 52. So same exact form factor. The MPR51 is a 1-channel, and then the MPR52 is a 2-channel that does multi-band, so 470 through 960.
Now, and out of this box that was brought to me by the lovely Fabi, we have a bunch of different antennas here. I'll put them next to the little guys here in front
Yep.
of me. Now, why do we have so many antennas?
I'm going to take a guess.
Oh,
Is
tell
it
me.
For the wideband?
That is.
Ding,
You're
ding, ding,
correct.
ding.
That is for the MCR54.
I just thought that was important to touch on because
These
I
are
mean,
for this guy.
exactly. There we go.
So there's a couple antennas in there for the 470 through 700 range, and then a different antenna for the 940, 960 range. Because you'll see
That's
it's a
awesome.
significant amount shorter.
Right.
So one of the things we're really excited about is you've got an antenna there as well. She's
Well,
giving
I
you all
do.
the goods.
I just want all the antennas,
It's
really.
crystals over here, yeah.
This is such a beautiful case to hold this. I'm going to open it. Ready? Oh, and we got more flying in. Fabi to the rescue. What else did we get? Looks like we may have some. Is that some
I think
consignment
the,
stuff? No.
This is the
I'm
transmitter.
mistaken. That's the transmitter. We also have.
So that antenna is one of our favorites. That is the LFA antenna. So what that does is that is a filtered, amplified, remote controllable antenna.
Wow.
So you can, with any amount of spectrum, you can filter in how much your receiver is taking in to get cleaner signal, more range effectively.
Wow, and I'll give you a side angle. It's so thin. It's just incredibly thin.
They the Wisycom redesigned that and added we call it a skeleton structure.
Right.
Because
I do love the
original
pattern.
design of that. Yeah, the original design of that was deployed for Formula One and MotoGP.
Oh, interesting.
And they were finding that on the antenna towers, it was pushing too much weight, so they redesigned it as a skeleton.
It does
so they
feel
can put
very
a
light.
bunch of them up.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So when you pair that with the SL2, you can fully control the antenna from your 8 series mixer.
Wow.
So on set, in the light of the world we're in right now,
Right.
you could throw your antennas with some nice cable 100, 200 feet away and sit at
so
your mixer
cool.
and have full control.
Really?
Another amazing remoting feature from another amazing company. That's so cool.
That's where I want to be, is 200 feet away.
Right, exactly. From the Formula One cars? Yeah, me too.
And yeah, I think I'm just holding the two receivers.
Oh, there
over
they
here.
are. The two different sizes. What's the difference beside the size and shape? What differences are we looking at here?
The only real difference in the two is the larger 2 battery model, the MTP40 in her right hand, is going to max out at 100 milliwatts, and the smaller one is going to be 50 milliwatt maximum.
Okay, so depending on what you need it for, you have two different choices there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Great.
And something we've very recently added and is starting to ship now is we have what we call user selectable narrowband.
Wow.
So what that allows you to do is with your MCR 54, you can put your entire system into high density narrowband. And when you put that into linear as well, so there's a power setting called L20, you can evenly space your carriers every 200 kilohertz.
Oh,
so you can put
interesting.
mics every 200 kilohertz.
Wow.
Super
So whereas Los Angeles has, I think, 4 DTV channels not in use, you can get a huge number of microphones stacked in there.
Wow.
Nice.
Very cool.
I
Oh
like
my
that.
God. I feel like we covered so much so fast. I'm like, is there anything we forgot?
Oh, the one thing that as soon as I responded to Thomas's initial message about the event, he said, "Can we talk about the MRK 16?"
Ooh, please.
And,
Yeah.
I think he
Please
has.
do.
I think he has a photo for that one.
I do. Let me bring it up. Stand by.
So the MRK 16 is part of what we're calling our Symphony family of products, of the multi-band, the multi-use, these really powerful products. So what you can do is take your MCR 54 and you can put 4 of them into this slot device. So you can get 16 channels of audio in one RU.
Really?
With full antenna control, Dante, and something we're really excited that we're adding fiber inputs for some things that I'm not allowed to talk about today, but fiber inputs for antennas and expanding your coverage without the heavy antenna cable.
That's exciting. So when are you guys going to be announcing this and where? Like this new product? What do you think?
The MRK 16 is officially announced. We're starting to accept pre-orders because the first batch is going to ship in about January is what we're anticipating.
Nice. That's
And
cool.
then after that, yeah.
Great.
So it's a really powerful product for any cart mixer.
That's
for really
so
anybody.
cool. And it's right around the corner, guys. If you want to put in a pre-order now, you can do that on True's website. Is it trueaudio.com?
That's right.
That's it.
You
I just
got
wanted
it.
to make sure I was giving you the right info. And I'm sure, Wisycom has the social medias and that we all have, website. So follow them there. You did hint at a new product that you
Right.
can't talk about today, but hopefully it'll be out there
And-
soon.
But you know
the
what they
list
do
of
have-
things I'm not allowed to tell you about is extensive.
And it's super helpful to have a rep here in the United States. so
Absolutely, to talk to.
Thank you for that, Jeff.
We
Yeah,
have
thank you.
You know, Jeff, I got to ask you. I believe that you have some gift certificates as well. Is that
I do.
correct?
I do.
Let's
Tell
talk
us about the
that.
prize and let's get them going. We got 3 minutes left.
Let's do
All
it.
right.
So I am able to give away, and I will let you wonderful ladies give them away. I have 2 $250 gift cards and 2 $100 gift cards.
Ooh.
And we have to give them away, right?
Yeah,
Yes, and
I
the
guess
terms and conditions,
so.
of course, these are only redeemable through True Audio. not redeemable for cash.
You got it, bud. Exactly. So
know.
if you guys win, these are redeemable at any True Audio location towards Wisycom compatible products.
That's
so
exciting.
We would love to get this on. Why don't you guys get some questions going?
All right, let's see. Do we have questions prepared? Or is we're just improvising today? I love improvising.
Any from you, Jeff?
Maybe you can help us on these couple questions for Wizzy. Maybe so we can
maybe
make
like a
them a little bit
Wisycom
more
specific. Yeah.
What do you think, Jeff?
Yeah. You know, some of the people ask, you know, it's why Wisycom, and I think it's always going to be about it's wideband, multiband. It's we're looking at the future of what the spectrum is and what, you know, our location sound users need in order to be able to do your job. Because if your wireless doesn't work, I heard someone say to me once, you're only as good as your last job. So
that's for sure.
We want to make sure your last job isn't your last.
Totally. But you know what,
Absolutely.
Jeff, more specifically though, just so you know exactly what we're talking about, is giving away the gift certificates. How we're doing
so
it.
we'll just make up a question. How about that?
let's do it.
Make up a question. I'll think of something. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm thinking of my wonderful sound community here in LA, and there's a group, an unofficial official group run by a sound mixer here that throws events all the time. Has thrown a bunch of events at True Audio. It's called LA Sound Mixers. Who's the guy? Who's the main guy? Does anyone know? Any of you out there listening, have you attended an LA Sound Mixers event? Last year, maybe it was this year. I'm confusing time.
Chris Howland, Cameron Gibson.
Oh my God, Cameron, that was so quick.
Chris is a popular answer.
Chris is wonderful.
The same
I'm not
one yesterday,
surprised.
yeah.
Oh, that's right. Chris, we're
Katie
just
Williams,
using
your
your name.
sister, just tried to win.
Darn
She
it.
didn't win.
Oh,
she
Katie.
did not win.
Katie was really trying to get that sound device. And shout out to Katie.
Oh, you
I
guys,
have
we
an
have some
easy
more
one for you.
guesses too. Yep.
Who's everyone's favorite Italian mastermind behind Wisycom?
See, I'm not allowed to answer. I'm just gonna shut up.
Ooh, do you know it though, Cam?
I don't know.
We're waiting for that answer. Who is the main Wisycom guy? Come on, let us know, people. What do you think?
Our favorite Italian friend.
Yeah, our
Favorite Italian.
He's visited True Audio a number of times.
Massimo from Ball Riot. Is Massimo the answer?
Yes.
Got
Yes,
it.
Massimo Polo.
Great. All right. Congrats, Ball.
Someone really
So, did we have 2 gift certificates? Was that it?
How many
we
did you have?
We have 2 more.
Two more.
we have
Let's
2
do
more.
it. We can wait a
Okay.
few more minutes. That's fine. We're
Let's
doing great.
see. Okay, well, you know, I feel like I was biased yesterday when I talked about Mark Ulano, and I was like, who is a boom operator that he works with? What is her name, right? So the reason I leaned on the her is because there's another boom operator that's worked with Mark Ulano and Petrushka Mierzwa for years. What's his name? What's this other boom operator? Worked on tons of Quentin Tarantino films with Mark and Petrushka as the sound team. Who is that?
Anybody
Let's
know?
see.
Tom
Someone's got
Hardig.
it. There it is.
We
Tom
got it. Man,
Hardig.
Drum 16R on
Oh,
fire today.
He's cleaning up, or she. I don't know who this is. Oh no, it was a male. It was a Ryan, right?
Yeah, you know what?
If I
I'm sorry, I don't
remember
remember, but I
correctly.
know it's Drum 16R, and they just won a gift certificate. So very good. We need one more question so we can move on to the next guest.
All right, I think you got this one, yeah?
Yeah.
Anything.
Okay.
It can even be Halloween related. Hell.
It can be, but I think I'm going to find a listener out there and see what was the main difference between these two besides just their size.
That's brilliant.
So if you've been
Boom.
listening,
Let's see
answer
who's
real
paying
fast.
attention. For the last gift certificate, right?
Last gift certificate
50
available.
versus 100. Power, Jody Dowell. Dowdle.
100 versus
Is that
50?
right? Do we want to just
That is
confirm that?
correct.
That is
All
correct,
right.
Jody Dowdle. And by
Yay,
the way,
Jody.
Thank you for watching.
Jody, I want to talk to you because if you, I remember your name, so I'm coming back on the screen for a second. If you won yesterday, contact me and I'll look through the chat room because I think you said that you were before someone else. So just
That's
because we're
right.
going to give a gift certificate to both of those people, I'll figure it out later. The chat is going by so fast for me, I can't even read it while I'm switching.
Right. You should see Thomas's station, everybody out there. He looks like he is just in a spaceship.
Oh, we're
so
having
much.
a good time. I checked a different device and I didn't win. Okay, cool. Well, you won this one, so no worries, Jody. Contact me after the show, okay?
Thanks,
Awesome.
Jody.
And Jeff, thank you so much. If you guys want to wrap this one up.
All right, we're going to wrap it up here with Jeff. Thank you for joining us, Jeff from Wisycom.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for being here, guys. Stay tuned for Trewlapalooza 2020. We have more guests coming up. We have Viviana Straps, Clearcom, Azden, Lectrosonics, Zoom, Countryman. We have so much left, so stick around.
Sound speed.
Marker.
Action.
Check, check. Check 1, 2.
Son of a. Sound speed. Action.
So Jack, tell me a little bit more about the 24-hour lockers here at True Audio.
Sure, they're right here. These are our in and out lockers that are available any time of the day or night, weekend. We give you an access code to the building. You come in, you can pick up your order, sales order, your audio rental order, or even your customized cables. If you had something made, it could be all put in this locker. And if you have an audio rental and you want to return it late at night, after hours, or on the weekend, this is where you would do it, right here.
So the idea is that as long as you're putting in your order while the store is open, you can pick it up while the store's closed.
That is correct. Yeah, very convenient for our customers. They get used all the time.
Amazing. Make sure that you guys utilize the 24-hour lockers here at True Audio Los Angeles.
Welcome back to Trewlapalooza 2020. We have another guest. You might recognize him.
Kim, I think that commercial was really great, showcasing the lockers, which
Yep.
are available at those True Audios in Los Angeles and Atlanta, I believe.
That's right. So 2 locations where you can take advantage of our 24-hour lockers. You can rent something, call in your order over the phone, speak to one of our helpful sales or rental folks, and they can set that up for you. You pick it up at your earliest convenience. I personally love them. I'm so glad someone did this because there's so many times on the weekends, especially where I need something and I can't get there. So thanks for that. All right.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back, sir. It's great to have you here. What do you got for us now?
Now, yes, I'm like a traveling salesman
I
with
love
a new
it.
suitcase full of gear.
It's
This is
wonderful.
Clearcom.
Nice. Clearcom.
So Clearcom, hopefully familiar to most folks, but
I have used them,
certainly,
Yeah,
and
Kally does a lot of press junkets.
Well, I
so-
used to.
Yeah. Well, right.
yeah.
I know. Nowadays
were
things are
press
crazy.
junkets?
These look nice. Occasionally we had some of the more ancient ones, so I'm looking forward to hearing
Yeah.
about the new ones.
Yeah, they've been around for, 50 plus years. So we do have some ancient stuff still in the field. I guess that's a
Right.
testament to the build
To
quality.
the durability.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, we exist in kind of the rock and roll concert touring
Exactly.
world. So it's built about as solid as it can. It's built to military spec because we are on a lot
Wow.
of government contracts.
Right.
But really, we're seeing an increased focus on comms in the era of the social distance production
Yes.
sets.
Exactly.
Now we've got compliance officers and we've got all sorts
Yep.
of new regulations, which are a good thing. But that is spacing people out such
Yes.
that where you used to be able to gather up maybe 5 or 6 people, now the protocol is to stay distant.
Right.
And now maybe more people are on comms than used to
Right.
be.
So how is this helping us in a situation like that? I'm so curious to know.
Yeah, so this is the free speak system. This is just
Okay.
one of a series of Clearcom options, but it's sort of the Swiss Army knife, so very flexible. What we have up here are transceivers. So think of these as the antenna of the system. Of course, there's two-way communication happening, so they're both transmitting and receiving.
Right.
We can operate in the 2.4 gigahertz band, or more commonly these days we're using the DEC band, 1.9.
So these
Right.
are wireless, right?
These are wireless, yeah. So this is a wireless pack. We do have several wired systems
me
as
get one
well.
of these
that
up
I've set
here.
up
Let's
are
see.
the wired ones. So
Yep, absolutely. And so what's spinning around up front here is the FreeSpeak base station. That's the bottom unit. And you see there are wired 2-wire ports and 4-wire ports. So again, very flexible. You can have a group of wired crew members and a group of wireless crew members. Most packs you're going to interact with, you've got channel A, channel B, call signal for A and B. We can do that here too. but we can also completely customize every pack per person.
Really?
Oh.
So the base station can coordinate up to 25 packs.
Really?
And I can assign roles. So maybe the executive producer needs a direct point-to-point conversation with a director.
Right.
Nice.
Maybe director wants lighting and audio and camera ops. However those roles work best, you can assign them per person.
Wonderful. And how does one do that? How is the system happening where the setup is being built?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is a series of network ports on the back, but one of which is for connection to basically a web browser-based software
Nice.
configuration.
Wonderful.
So right from the front panel, actually most of the setup you can do from the front panel. It's just kind of a lot of knobs and a little screen.
Some
A bunch of
beautiful,
fancy-looking things.
Right, I know, some beautiful large LCD screen displays there, it looks like. So
Yeah, and the base station can essentially act as a 4-key set. You know, so somebody can sit in front of the base station and call into either point-to-point or various party lines.
that's awesome.
But launching just the IP address of the unit will get you to the configuration page.
Okay.
And that's where it'll automatically discover any transceiver antennas that are connected, as well as packs that are synced. You can sync just by connecting them to the front panel.
Right.
Or
Nice.
there's an over-the-air function where you...
Interesting.
Yeah, just like a Bluetooth sync, right? So a little code is on the base station, you dial in the code on the pack, and you're good to go.
Wow. And Kally, when you've used stuff like this in press junkets, how do you use it? See, I've never done press
Describe
junkets.
how
nice.
great it was to use
Tell
a
me
clear
about it.
compact.
It's actually kind of strange because, they're for the camera people, but as sound people, we were required to set that up for everybody. So I guess, it makes sense.
Yeah,
It's
well,
having to do with the
fun.
sound. But like I was saying, it was all daisy chain going from one to the next, to the next,
Yeah.
Yep.
to the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was probably 12 that were all just hooked up together.
Wow.
And I don't know, the wireless I'm a fan of because I think of that and I think of all those XLRs and it's like, maybe this is where they should switch over for the next time if there is a next
Well,
time.
certainly wireless can be a bit of a luxury.
Right.
Everyone,
Right.
given the choice, would prefer wireless over wired.
For sure, but there is something about that hard line that you just know will always be there.
Yeah, luckily the deck band 1.9 is very unused in our production world. In the consumer world,
Right.
your cordless phone at home, if anybody has a landline, we're millennials, so I don't think we do. A lot of consumer devices operate in the deck band, but not a lot of professional systems. So
Right.
that spectrum is very wide open for us.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so you can space these out for coverage. So up to
Nice.
5 packs
Uh-huh.
can sync to one transceiver.
Oh, wow.
If I need a group of 5 people to roam between 2 zones, I'm going to need a transceiver in each zone. Or if
Okay.
I need 10 people in one zone, I need 2 transceivers there. So
But it's all covered.
Yeah.
it can scale sort of up and down as needed. And again, FreeSpeak is just one of the systems we have. If you need more than 25 active users, we have an answer for that too, of course.
Right. And for what these can do, I mean, this doesn't take up a lot of space. It's very light. It feels like there's nothing in here. My gosh.
And range too,
Yeah.
indoors.
What is the range? That was my next question.
Beat you to it. Yeah, I'd say indoors, a medium-sized performing arts venue. So let's say a 800-seat theater. One of these is going to give you full coverage indoors.
Oh, wow.
Really, the critical thing is line of sight. So as soon as you need to get front of house, back of house, or indoor, outdoor, that's where you're going to need a second transceiver.
Right. So a good idea to have one front of house and back of house in a situation like that makes sense.
But as you
Yeah.
pointed out, Kim, it doesn't even take up that much space.
Right. I know. It's so small. Seriously.
Yeah,
That
and
back
you're
here.
just wiring back up to the base station. There's a little splitter box too, so if you need to go to the base station, hit the splitter hit multiple antennas, you can do
nice.
that too.
Very
That's
cool.
super cool, yeah.
What about you guys out there watching at home? You have any questions here for Ross?
I don't know if that's 3 questions or
Drop
3
them
minutes.
below. I know.
3 minutes. Well, then real quick, so the only other box I really wanted to make sure we focused on,
Yeah.
maybe not everybody's on set these days.
You're right.
Maybe some people are working from
Very,
home.
very true.
So the one you see on top is called our LQ series.
Okay.
And what that can do is link to other LQ boxes, whether that's we're on the same campus but we're in different buildings, so the local area network or the
interesting.
wide area network, or just
Yeah.
linking over the internet. So that's how I can have a user, let's say in a remote location, that is still a part of the same camera op party
Nice.
line
Yeah.
or wherever you want to include them in how you've set up the comms.
Right, and a lot of press junkets have, you know, like we were speaking to James Nolan, who is still doing these, but remotely, and there's all kinds of changes. This seems like it would work for that purpose.
Exactly. So if there's somebody just off camera from him, they can have a pack wired up to the LQ. That's part of the production comm. You can also give people, we have an app called Agent IC.
There's an app.
There's an app for that.
I love
that. So if you want to link to the LQ from the app, up to 8 app users can sync to an LQ box as well.
Oh, that's very cool.
Now they can be, of course, wherever you are, because you're getting over your network to the LQ, which is getting to the the comm system. So a
that's
lot of
an ad hoc
flexibility.
network, just to make sure. Is it an ad hoc network from the device, or does it go into the infrastructure of your Wi-Fi?
Essentially, however you configure that. So I could be completely remote, right? I'm just using my 4G LTE service with the app, which is synced to an LQ, which is basically calling out to the internet saying, I'm available for any synced users.
Nice.
And then the LQ can again talk back into your local comm system.
That's awesome. You're giving people so many options in this new weird time of working and adapting without any planning. I mean, this is a great system for this specific reason.
Yeah, it was always in use with some environments, but now we're just seeing more interest in it.
Have you seen a boost in sales, a resurgence because of this time?
Well, that is starting as production is starting again.
That's good.
Everyone is finding their way to what is going to be the social distance answer to this problem.
Well, this is really fun. I learned some new stuff because I haven't necessarily used this before, but now I can see so many reasons why this would be an amazing
this is charging
product.
it, right?
Oh yeah,
we didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, so you're going to get 18 hours on a full charge, so you're getting through all day.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Don't
sorry.
say that.
If not, then just go ahead and leave.
Yeah, you can charge.
You haven't
your
been on
battery.
sets recently, have you, Ross?
No, I have not past 18 hours. So yes,
Somebody
rechargeable
says,
system.
Someone says here, Free Speak system is awesome. Big fan, easy to use. I'm a big fan now too.
Thank you. I don't know if that was my wife at home or who said that.
I don't think it was. I think it was someone else. That's actually someone who's winning all of our raffles today.
It's a glorious fan.
Yeah, I hope he's a drummer. I'm a drummer, so I like when drummers win.
Oh, that's rad. Yeah. Cool. There's so many musicians in our business. We got to just form a big, huge
I'm a bit
band.
upset I didn't get the Fabi cameo.
Oh, Fabi. Well, look at her. There she is. He wants a Fabi cameo. We all want a Fabi cameo. He wants you to make a cameo. We miss you. We're just over here talking about the ClearComm system and hello. We just wanted to say hi.
Hello everyone.
Well, guys, it's so sad we have to let you go, but you know what? We're gonna have you back.
I was gonna say I'm gonna be back. Yeah,
like,
you're not rid of me yet.
He's local. He'll be back.
Oh, thank you for joining us just for a second. We wanted to just bother you. Guys, please stick around. We're gonna let Ross here go prep for his next segment, and we're gonna cut to another commercial. Stick around. Welcome back. We're live for Trewlapalooza 2020. I'm Kim Kylland. This is Kally Williams. Thanks for being here.
Of course. Thank you for being here.
We have some more products to talk about. Next up is Viviana Straps. Goodness gracious, that happened to me yesterday too. I guess just once a day for me. Viviana has some really cool products. They've released something new called the Beetle, which I really like.
Have you used it before?
I have used it one time only, and I thought it was wonderful.
I've never used it before.
Oh, here.
I'm curious.
Here, you
to
try
see
it.
how
It's so
works.
fun. Yeah. You can get some out of the packaging, maybe feel it. I mean, I think as with all these products, any kind of expendable stuff. Oh, fix my mic. How's it sounding? Thank you for the note. As with any of these expendable products, it's so. Uh-oh, we lost me. Let's
no,
see.
we're fine, we're
Oh,
fine.
we're
I can
back.
hear you, Kim.
Okay, good. I
Loud
can
and
hear
clear.
me too.
Great.
As with any of these expendables, it's all about just getting your hands on it, using it, deciding what you like, because there's some great options out there. Ursa Straps makes some amazing stuff, as you hear me go on and on about all the time. But Viviana is another great alternative. Super soft, stretchy fabric as well. Daniele, who is the owner and inventor of what you see before me, he can't be here today because he's working, and we are so happy for you. Go, Daniele.
And he's
I
a
love
super
hearing
nice,
that.
nice guy.
See, you did it too.
I know, once a day now.
It's contagious.
But yeah, I've seen him at the NAB thing.
Sweetheart, absolutely.
Right.
Very nice guy. He's always reaching out on social media and just being very helpful.
It's just great to support people like that.
Yeah,
so.
I appreciate him. I think we can maybe just try these out for size. What do you think? Let's open them up.
What are you going to guess that it is? I'm guessing waist.
I
Maybe not.
think this is a waist strap. It
No, I
looks like a
think it's-
tiny waist. No.
It's a thigh.
It is a thigh. That'd be a real small waist. Thank you.
I mean,
it's a Dolly
it could
Parton
be.
waist right there. Okay, so I've got it all secured, and look at that. It's beautiful. You know, the big difference, I will say, I've used both Ursa Straps and Viviana, and the big difference is Viviana is a little bit thicker than Ursa because they put this stuff on the inside. I don't know if you can see that.
Right.
See? Yeah, there's like a shiny material. It looks shiny in the light here, but it's actually just for grip.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you use thigh straps a lot, but those tend to slide.
Exactly.
And I think with that it really helps eliminate that problem.
That really is the only one for me because, see, I prefer Ursa because it's thinner. But in the situation of a thigh strap, I do love this Viviana product because of the slippy.
Right. I think that's what makes them different.
I'm just going to call it the slippy, the grippy.
You know, that's one thing that I want to really bring up to you guys about this is that, you know, a lot of people are diehard, like, I'm diehard this company, or I'm diehard
You can just
this
try
company.
it all.
Or
You
have
gotta
it all.
try it all because of what you just
Absolutely.
said.
Exactly.
You might like those Ursa straps, but you know what? There's going to be times where maybe this one just helps you just a little different, or maybe the client or the actor that you're going to be wiring just likes a different kind.
Absolutely.
That doesn't matter to anything. So you want to have everything available to you to make yourself that
The more the
consummate
merrier.
professional.
I agree. And, you know, competition in any industry, it's great, in my opinion, because it keeps us inventing, it keeps us on our toes.
I think, competition isn't
Yep.
as much here as it is in other departments because we all kind of encourage
Absolutely.
everyone.
I
So-
agree. And I mean, you think of, like, one of my favorite stories is listening to an interview by the Beatles. I think it was Paul McCartney specifically talking. And they were cutting back and forth to Paul McCartney talking and Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys talking. And, you know, they were peers. They were releasing albums at the same time. But the motivation behind them putting out some of the most amazing, legendary albums that they released was just like, well, damn, the Beach Boys put out Pet Sounds. You know, well, now we got to step it up. Like, and it's the
always
same with
inspired
some
by
of these.
someone.
Yeah, I love it. So good on you, Viviana. You're making some beautiful stuff still. Speaking of which, the newest thing is that Beetle. What'd you think of it?
Well, these are both two different kinds, right?
Well, we have the Beetle, right, and the Beetle clip.
And one
so
comes
they like
with a little clip.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that they're made specifically for specific microphones,
That's
like
right.
the Cost 11 here.
Yeah, so with any products, Bumblebee, Ursa, Viviana, any of these things where you're going to be using different microphones, they have specifically sized mic mounts to meet your needs. So just kind of make sure you're looking out when you grab one off the
Exactly.
shelf, you're getting the right one for you.
But I'm a fan of that because, you know, mics aren't really universal to say this one fits like a smallish one.
Yep.
Like just having it made specifically for
Absolutely.
the ones that you use makes
That's
all the
very
difference.
true. I agree so much. There's very few things, I think, in the mic mount world that are universal.
Right.
And the ones that tend to be the universal things, I never really like as much. I mean, if you compare like a beautiful Cinella mount, right?
Right.
Specifically sized for a specific mic, as opposed to something else you'd grab off the shelf that's called a universal mic mount. I mean, there's a lot to be said about that specific build,
Exactly.
hugging that thing. Exactly. You know, it's wonderful. We have another little friend for the Beetle here.
Okay.
Forgot about these.
You know, one thing I want to ask you, though, is
Yeah.
that one thing that is amazing about the Beetle that kind of goes with everything that we've been doing today is it has a beautiful sound. So
Oh, the clicky sound? Are we
Yep.
going to ASMR this?
Hey,
You
Jack,
got
I
it.
think you got to. And I'm
We're
sorry,
really-
guys.
Oh,
I
do you
have
want
a
me to-
little
here, I'll
bit
do
of apologies for the commercial play. I had a little foobark, but we're back.
Oh, it's okay, Thomas. Don't worry. All right, so in the spirit of our ASMR theme for this, let's see. We're putting the Beetle in the Beetle clip. Hang on. Daniela, you did this so beautifully. I'm going to butcher it, but I'm going to try. Ready?
Oh, they go 2 and 2 together.
Wait, I covered it up. Hold on, let me do it again.
I heard it.
I can't get it out now. So it's very securely in there. I'm not going to try to get it out right now. It does come out. But
We definitely heard the click.
Okay, good. Okay, good. But this is a wonderful product, you know, and it's funny. Ursa just came out with something similar, but
Oh,
it was
really?
a very, very quick announcement that I don't even know much about. So if you're
Oh.
interested in Ursa's little fun counterpart to this, you can find it on our social media and learn more about it. But this one, lovely
Yeah,
build.
I'm interested in trying out that.
Yeah,
soon.
I recommend this. It's a cool product. And let's see, what else do we have here? We covered the thigh strap, which is awesome.
And we have this.
We have
Okay.
the clip. I actually have no experience personally with this. I haven't used it yet, but I've
you
seen,
know what it's for,
I
right?
do, because I've seen Daniele making some nice videos on Viviana's name space for a second.
All good.
It's just right there on
yeah.
Viviana's social media. So if you guys don't follow Viviana yet, they make great Instagram posts all the time. Daniele's always making little tutorials and showing you new and inventive ways to use his products, and that's fun.
Right. I think I've seen it used as a replacement on the K-Tech harness.
Absolutely.
Because then you can just clip it in.
Right, the
and
quick
out.
release is a nice feature. Oh, can we get a shot of Kally doing that, the quick release feature? That's pretty.
Right. And so you replace those clips that your K-Tech comes from, so you can just clip on and off of the bag.
And I lose clips all the time. You know, it's like I'll leave them on a bag I rented or borrowed, and
I've done that before.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing too, is that carabiners, they fail. You know, if you're getting those cheap ones, you know,
Yep.
that are like, you know, in the little bucket by the grocery store or whatever.
We've all experienced that.
And they squeak. They squeak after a while, so you got to put like, you know, heat shrink around it.
That's terrible.
Just get this. It's such a good product. You just click in and then you go. It's so fast when you need to click in.
Oh,
And
may I?
Listen to that.
Now I
listen
want
to
to
that.
try.
And I think
Let's
there's an
see.
easy way to put it on and off as well.
Is there? Let's. I mean, really, this feature is so cool, and it feels like it's really well made too, which is really nice.
I like the color.
How much can it hold with standing on weight?
Oh, let's see. Max load 35 kilograms.
That's a lot. I don't know what that is in
I don't either.
American
I'm
words,
terrible.
but
It's a lot. And it comes with a clear instruction on the back too. Any of their social media or their website, you can find stuff like this as well.
Exactly.
And we have some other straps here. Let's talk about those. Oh, I will say that this little guy here, when you put your transmitter into something like your thigh strap, right? Let's see, do we have a Zaxcom transmitter? It's maybe not the right size for this, so I won't attempt to do it here, but you slip your transmitter in there, and then these guys just go right over like that. Whoop, hold on. Ta-da!
Exactly.
I guess it would be more on the outside, right? But
Nothing worse than seeing your transmitter like dangling from someone's ankle or something, and then it drags
hurts.
along.
It's happened to me on more occasions than I want to admit. And you know, when I use the Ursa Strap products, this is I never ever forget to put these on because it really does keep it from just flopping to the floor. And it looks like Viviana even added their grippy material to this little strap too, which
Nice.
is nice. They're keeping it consistent.
Right.
What
Yes,
else do
they
we
should.
have? Oh, it looks like you have the chest strap.
Right. I think this is similar to the one.
Yeah, similar to the one we were playing with this morning, right? The Ursa
Right.
product, but still with the more grippy.
Right. I like that because
Yeah. Beautiful. And the cool thing about chest straps when you use them, I don't know if you guys know this, but you can just put them on your talent and cut them to size. You know, often this becomes an expendable that you don't reuse. This is specific to that
I
actor.
didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. You can just cut it to size and then you get rid of all that excess flappy, hangy fabric. You know, there's been times where I don't have time to do that and I just tuck it in, so you can do that as well. But it's nice to be able to cut it and make it custom, and you can put someone's name on the inside and it's just theirs for the entire run of the show.
Nice.
Yeah, we have one more. What's that one? I think that one is our
This
waist
one
strap,
should be
right?
the waist.
Yeah, let's
I like
unveil
that.
her. All right, and it looks like Viviana has some sort of color coding system here. I know that's something Ursa does, but I'm not familiar with Viviana's, so I won't comment on that. I'm sure that's something you could easily find, but these little color-coded tabs, I'm sure are...
I feel like it just like comes
right,
with like
they're
what it is.
indicating, I guess, what type of strap and what size is my guess.
Right, and you know, when you're looking real fast, when you're trying to make someone.
Yeah, oh, that's important, right?
It
Be able
might
to
be
grab that
helpful
quickly.
because the waist and the thigh do look similar.
Let's see. Ready? Here we go. So same grippy material on the inside. Lovely. All right. Let's see if I missed anything. I don't think so. Well, again, Daniele, we're happy you're working. It's sad you couldn't be with us, though, of course.
I do feel like you didn't really get to go over
Oh
this.
my God, I
if
forgot
you have
the
a little bit of
foamy.
time. Sure.
Kally, save me. We have a minute.
All right,
So
throw it in real
these-
fast.
I've
I'm
never.
interested.
This is a product I've actually not used, but I've seen them. It's a universal mount. It's a foam mount to stop clothing noise. There's 12 pads that come in a pack, and this is what they look like.
I'm interested in trying that out. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
right? I like how thin they are. That's a nice thing. It's the same material as like the Hushlob or the Ursa Foamy, that kind of soft, nice, quieting fabric material, but it's got this nice little feature where you just peel it off and stick it. So you don't need to get
Nice.
transport tape or top stick or any secondary tape. They've taken
Right.
care of that for you. Thanks,
Exactly.
Viviana.
Wow.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up here with our beautiful Viviana stuff. Our next guest is Azden. Stay tuned.
Jaime, in this industry, it doesn't matter how many cables you own, it always seems like you need to buy one more. So how can True Audio help you with that?
Well, on top of the wide selection of remote audio cables that we carry in our sales department, we can also offer to customize those cables.
So how does somebody go about getting custom cables made at True Audio?
Well, there's just 3 ways you can contact us. You can come in person, online, or you can phone in your request.
Well, there you go, everyone. So make sure you get your custom cables made at trueaudio.com. We're standing by.
Hello, hello. We're
Welcome back.
Oh, that was a nice little phase there.
Right.
We have Deanna from Azden. I want to start singing the Nick Cave song.
Please do.
Deanna.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, I'll play it for you later. It's amazing.
And Deanna, just make sure your headphone volume or your speaker volume is down, just in case.
Yes, how did this sound? Am I
Much
coming
good.
too loud?
Very good. No, you're perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thanks for joining us.
Amazing. Thank you for being here.
Now, we do hear somebody in that room with you, I believe. Is that
Yeah,
that
we hear a
true?
little background noise.
Yes. So if I mute my speaker, I think I might not be able to hear you.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
okay.
Well, we'll just have to talk over the people that are in her room.
We'll just
No worries.
pretend like you're at a really great party, and that's what we're hearing
How
in the
is it?
background. Oh, it's no problem, Deanna. That sounds fine. All right. So, what are we going to talk about today with Azden? Deanna, could you let us know?
Please let us know.
Certainly. The 3 best-selling products. First of all, I represent Azden, but I work for One Source Video, a distributor here in New Jersey. Azden is one of our 40-some brands that we proudly carry. And so the target audience, now we are B2B, but you might say the clients of our clients are professional broadcasters, news stations, and so forth. But the 3 products I'm targeting have not only creative applications, but I threw in at least one product that you can also very easily see as working in with the corporate business sector, not necessarily creative or art people.
Hey, that can be creative too.
Right.
So excellent. I was just going to say I thought we would dive in and start with certainly the blockbuster seller that, with very obvious reasons, due to remote workers and telesetups, the Pro XR. Now, ironically, with Azden microphones, it's an audio line known for its shotgun, the lab, etc., microphone and audio gear.
Awesome.
Yes, and those are the 3 products I am concentrating on. I'd like to center it and start it on that transmitter. Wireless transmission.
Awesome. Okay.
As the lead, and again,
There
not
it is.
necessarily for your creative set, but certainly you or I on a teleconference could be using that to optimize not only the way we sound, but also to give us leeway if one of us were demonstrating using a camera. We would have leeway to move up to 500 feet now with the corporate. which is an interesting fact. With the corporate set, I don't see that as being something that would come up, but certainly with anyone using a camera and showing something, for example, a larger room, a studio setup for those that for safety reasons can't be brought into the studio.
Right.
Come on in and obviously see what's going on the safest possible way.
Cool. Well, in a setting like you described and just being able to see the product on screen here, it looks very easy to use, and that must be something that we need as, you know, as a feature. If someone is not an audio person, they're not a sound mixer, not an audio engineer, they just need to get that mic up and running, that system paired for their corporate their corporate what have you.
Of course. Exactly. That's exactly right. No one warns the audience more than I do that I'm not an installation tech. You don't know how happy I am to be able to relay that part A is something you use and part B affixes to the computer.
That's
or
awesome.
smartphone.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, and everybody has one of those in their pocket. So, I mean, it seems like anybody can figure the system out, which is really nice.
All the inputs and outputs are, if it's not with the camera designed in mind, it's with the smartphone, tablet, or laptop designed in mind. Very
That's cool. That's
Right.
so convenient. You can use that anywhere.
Where the future's headed.
Right, exactly. Well, what about, I see the other mic is an on-camera mic, and I think this is the one Azden product I've seen most lately. It's just, you know, like a single shooter, maybe like a documentary situation, just an on-camera, onboard sound on the camera. What can you tell us
Correct.
about that one?
For the model SMX30. Okay, this is strictly an on-camera microphone. It's not to be confused with the other shotguns that you would see in a boardroom, but it is shoe mountable, works with most of, I don't know if you're familiar, I know my audience might be familiar, or might not be familiar with the best-selling Blackmagic design cameras.
Absolutely.
But really intended for not all, which I could tell you all, but hi Tom, I see him in the side there. Yeah. DSLR major camera, with the exception of Ursa broadcast. Can it be affixed to or work with the pockets? Not recommended. The other camera, which we'll talk about, the 250 in just a moment, is really more appropriately and in fact
interesting.
custom
Nice.
suited to the pocket. But really,
Well,
any DSLR on camera.
That's great. And I wish I had one of them in front of me. Unfortunately, I don't. So my biggest question is there anything on this mic that is like an external gain control feature, anything like that?
Absolutely. There is the possibility via switch to maximize or minimize gain. So if you know your speaker, or if you yourself know that you don't have the greatest volume, or if at the same time you have a lot of background noise, there is a way via switch and decibel control to not only up your own volume, but to make lower frequencies come through cleanly and block out noises that might be noises rather that might be associated.
Good rejection on that mic too.
But also things around you, the ambient noises and other static noise. And one of the stronger points, numbers discussion aside, the big thing about all of the frequency and the range of what these products pick up is their strong suit is low, almost very, very difficult to detect noise that you intentionally feed into the mic. And feeding out all the rest that you don't want.
Those are some great features. I mean, just having that ability to really have a higher rejection, control your gain, that's so useful out in the field as a single shooter. What else are we going to talk about today? I wish, I wish I had my hands on all the products here. So thank you so much, Deanna, for carrying this. What else do we have here?
Thank you. Certainly, and there's very many other features we could talk about for all of these, the SMX30, but if there's nothing else I leave you all with, I wanted to go. If we could just stand one more time for the 250MX, that should be the other microphone. We'll just get on the screen. Now, can we get a picture of the 250MX?
Let's get that.
Yeah. Let me get it up there right now. Boom.
Sure, take
Let's see. All right. So what can you tell us about this?
Certainly, 250MX, again, another bestseller mic. There are two other models. If you notice, don't want to bore you with the particulars of the price sheet, but you will see two other Model 250s. This was the one we chose to concentrate on, the Cinemic, for its utility, for the fact that it has a flagship Nibumaru, Japanese for 250, refers to the millimeter, total millimeter body size of the mic itself. Very, very excellent performer in terms of sales. It is made particularly and especially for, and there's no other leading mic brand at the moment at least that dares to do this, for the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 4 and Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 6K cameras.
Nice.
Those, although on back order now, can ship within far faster lead times than any of the other broadcast cameras. So if anyone, even if you yourself are not a Blackmagic dealer, this is a great way to ride that wave and capture some of that surplus. And as you can imagine, getting back to previous uses, off-camera, meeting uses, conference uses, doesn't have to be a professional, or should I say, can be a professional, doesn't have to be a creative or artistic shoot. Superior noise cancellation. I know we don't have the product that's to compare in front of us, but there are metallic cardioid shots, rib, and the divots in between and inside cancel, again aiding to the sound and noise cancellation.
Well, we could use some of that right now. Next time we got to get you on one of those, Deanna, when you call in. You guys sound so busy over there.
I meant to get them for myself, yes.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
That would have been really cool to check it out.
Next time. Those are some really wonderful features.
So, Deanna, one of the things that I would
Thank
love
you.
to have you talk about is, so I definitely heard you say Blackmagic cameras. Can you just tell us a little bit more about the compatibility with those cameras? Because those are very big seller cameras, and this is a great product for people that just need something that's going to plug right into that camera.
Absolutely, and it is made for the pockets, but in general with the DSLR camera.
Oh, nice.
For those that are familiar, their strong suit is the visual, not so much. You think of your cell phone, it shoots, I would say, a decent video. Obviously, with cameras, it's a better resolution, better quality.
The Blackmagic is great. The Pocket Cinema camera, I mean, Todd and I have experience with that. It's a great little camera. I mean, you can get so much out of such a tiny, tiny footprint.
But also nice, you can use it for anything, it sounds like.
Totally.
This is true, absolutely true. And so there are designations. I mean, Azden has really stepped up their game. They always did well by us, but I mean, in this past couple of seasons this year, they really have not only COVID in mind, but just the Blackmagic bestsellers in mind. And again, and I kid you not, there are no other cameras to date, I don't want to bash any brands or mention any other leading names that are suited and made specifically for any of the VFD cameras.
Very
so with
cool.
Azden, we're seeing and doing very well by us.
That's great. Deanna, thank you so much for all this information. What else are we missing here? Any other products?
Anything else new?
Sure. While we were on the subject of pocket cameras, remember, work at One Source, not as a proud representative of Azden, of course. We do have some bundles running that pair up small accessories, not only limited to, including, but or limited to Azden, but also things like underwater action lights by Litra, L-I-T-R-A. Again, great standalone products are great when bundled with 4 or 6K. And for the Pocket 6K in particular, we do have a custom half cage from Condor Blue. Small accessories that do very, very well in a camera store setting, but have done very well once again by us and for our clientele.
That's wonderful. And guys listening out there, guys and gals and everyone in between, what do you want to know? Do you have any questions for Deanna with Azden, either about the products that she announced today or the pairings and the partnerships she mentioned, Blackmagic being a really big one? If you have any questions, drop them below. I'm new to the world of Azden, so I'm learning a lot from you today. Yeah, this is so cool to hear about all of this. And while people are... Thank you. And while people are taking a moment to formulate and maybe write us some questions on the chat, how can people get a hold of you guys? How can they watch out for new sales and product announcements? What's the best way to keep up to date with Azden?
Or you take your pick. So there's any number of social media handles. If you'd like to sign up for the marketing email list, just email myself or marketing@OneSource, and that's the number 1 sourcevideo.com. You can follow One Source Video or Azden on your choice of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, what have you. But if there's any one question in particular, email me. My contact direct is Deanna, D like David, EANNA @onesourcevideo.com.
Great. Thank you, Deanna,
Perfect.
so much. We do have one question here from our audience. Someone's asking, they're saying, Azden shotgun mic news? So I'm taking that to mean, do you guys have any news on any upcoming shotguns?
Upcoming shotguns, I wish I did. The latest and the greatest. Sometimes the world is the last to know.
I understand.
But I these bestsellers, I will say, are also somewhat new products. So as far as news, that's the latest. And I just realized I mentioned not to skew your order. Everything was very organized and so neatly laid out for this.
That's
But
okay.
getting back to that, you don't have to show the graph. Thank you. To the 250 MX, I know we concentrated a great deal on Black Magic, but for those of our audience who either are Canon users or who in their store are approached by those with a Canon 70 cameras now have XLR connectors, which means that they will work with the 250 MX.
That's great to know. Deanna, thank you
the
so
more the
much.
scale- You're quite welcome.
Sorry about that. I keep talking over you.
Thank
We have
you
a
for having
tiny
me.
little delay. Thank you
No,
so
it's
much.
okay. It might be a slight delay. And thank you for proving I need to go on with Azden next time.
Right, exactly. Next time we have you on, you're going to be using Azden products. But for right now, I'm going to let you get back to what sounds like a really fun party in your office.
Yes, always. All right. Yes, never a dull moment in sales here. Thank you so much.
I love it. Thank you so much. And thank you guys for sticking around, watching more Trewlapalooza 2020. We have 3 slots left coming up. Up next, we have Lectrosonics, followed by Zoom, followed by Countryman. Some pretty
Awesome.
strong
Yeah.
names. So we'll see you soon. Let's run another commercial. Don't go anywhere.
Sound speed.
Marker.
Action. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Son of a. Sound speed. Action.
And welcome back to Trewlapalooza 2020.
Welcome. Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah.
We're getting late into the day, and those of you who are still with us, we love you. Thank you so much.
We're here live with Carl Winkler from Lectrosonics.
Carl,
Nice.
wonderful. Welcome.
Oh, hold on, let me unmute him.
Oh.
Now I can hear you.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, how are you, Kally?
I'm doing good.
Kim.
It's good to hear you again.
Hi, Carl.
Yeah. Kim, before I forget,
Yes.
your music project, we got to talk about that. I'm definitely in.
I was seriously just going to say that. For those of you out there anticipating this huge news, we're going to start a little band, myself and
Oh,
Carl
my.
from Lectrosonics, and we're hopefully going to bug John Tatulas from Sound Devices and Paul Isaacs from Sound Devices and get the musicians in our industry, maybe
That's
maybe
exciting.
some covers. I don't know. I'm so glad to hear you bring that up. I've been thinking about that nonstop. I'm so excited. So
Yeah. It's I forgot to reply more fully earlier, but anyway.
stay tuned for the sound department band. But as of right now, what do we have, Carl? What are we going to talk about today?
Sure. Well, we just introduced a couple
Oh, it's
exciting new
here.
products very
Da-da-da.
recently, and so I wanted to talk about those. And you got them there. Look at that.
Mhm.
Excellent. I think we got them out there
Nice.
just in time.
Beautiful. Fabi to the rescue, really.
As always.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Bobby.
All right. So which one should we
So-
talk about first? The one.
This one.
Oh,
I mean,
you're like
whichever.
this
Yeah.
one.
So what I came up with is some questions people have been asking us about these products, kind of like maybe things that you might not know.
Mhm.
And so starting with this little thing, the DCHR, this is the digital stereo receiver. It can also pick up mono digital transmitter. People ask us how long the batteries last. We don't recommend alkalines, but rechargeables will last about 4 to 5 hours in this, and 7 to 8 hours for lithiums. And by the way, behind me looks kind of familiar, right? But that's the
Yeah.
LR. And I actually lit up the display and the LEDs on that one just for today.
Oh
Don't
my
usually do
gosh!
that.
It
There
has
you
a
go.
light inside. Oh
Yeah,
my
the display
goodness.
lights up with the backlight, and the LEDs light up. So
Look
it's
at
not just a
that.
prop; it's a working
beautiful.
unit. So people also ask, can a battery eliminator be used with this so I can power it from a central DC supply in my bag? And yes, with the LT battle limb accessory that you replace the battery door with, and then a DC cable to fit your battery distro.
Great.
People ask, how many of these or M2Rs can I use simultaneously with one transmitter? And the answer is it's unlimited, as long as they're on the right frequency, in the right mode, and with the right encryption key. So it's not paired like one-to-one, it's one-to-many, like any radio typically.
That's a really cool feature.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So also people ask about, can I run a separate mono IFB feed in the DCHT transmitter and then pick it up with M2Rs and DCHTs, like with a camera hop? And the answer is yes. There's about 80 dB of separation between audio channels, so you can have two separate feeds going through your DCHT and picked up by groups of IFB transmitters or camera hop units. So flexible there as well.
That's wonderful. Carl, you're answering all the questions I have. I love it. Keep them coming.
Okay. Well, people have asked us, why is the DCHR more expensive than an M2R? And I'll start by explaining that when we came out with the M2R and people started using it for camera hops to pair it up with the DCHT, people immediately came to us with requests for features. They wanted an AES digital output. They wanted a lock-in connector. They wanted to keep the headphone amp. They wanted detachable antennas. And all these things, of course, cost money to do. So that's really the difference in price, is simply the different components and things that are added on to the DCHR. So
right.
I think we got everybody's list of requests into this thing, but it did raise the cost a little compared to
It makes sense. You're paying for upgrade features, more versatility. That makes total sense to me.
Exactly. So did you have any other questions, or are there any attendee questions about the
I'm looking
DCHR?
in the chat. Really, the only comment so far is DCHR, 10 exclamation points. Yes! So we have a fan. So a very happy user. And what about, let's see, I think these are the only two products we have to showcase today, sadly. I just want to
They are the newest.
They're the newest. That's true.
Right. So yeah, we can talk about the DCR 822 next if you like, and we can come back if other questions pop up. And I do have something else to show as well. We'll get to that.
Sounds great. And let's not forget about those gift certificates also.
Yes, excellent. And in fact, I want to ask you one question before you keep going, Carl.
Sure.
Are these products available right now? Like if people wanted to call True Audio and purchase them right now, can they do it?
Yes, they can. These are on the market. You guys have taken your first shipment. Of course, we've got more orders than we do units, which happens with new exciting products like these.
Right.
But yes, these have started shipping. These are real products. They're on the market.
That is so good to know. So guys, if you're listening out there and all of these things that Carl just mentioned are just making you too excited, you can't wait, you can call right now and you can order this today. See, some moments I really do feel like we have the QVC vibe going on, and I love it.
Just a little bit.
Just a little inspiration. Well, what does Kally have in her hands? Let's talk about that.
I'm excited about.
Yeah.
Yes, the DCR 822. So, first thing out of the gate, I have to say, people have said, well, why not a slot format? And honestly, we've been making portable receivers for a very long time. In fact, that's going to be one of the trivia questions coming up for the gift certificate. But we figured, look, we are one of the pioneers of the slot format with the first dual channel receiver in 2007 with the SR series. We've been making them ever since. It's not a mystery that we're going to stay in that game. But for this particular receiver, the goal was to design the highest end in terms of RF performance, audio performance. And we thought, let's take the shackles off for that tiny size and put it into the same form factor of the UCR 411A, which has been a mainstay of our line for probably 17 plus years. So that's the goal, really, is to replace the 411A with a digital receiver that has even higher end RF response and more options, digital audio encryption, stereo pickup, and things like that. So there's a lot in this thing. And we decided, let's not restrict ourselves to a slot format, but we're certainly not abandoning the slot format.
Very cool.
Good to know.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
All right, what else? Carl, you said you had something else that we don't have in our hands. What is that?
I think
we'll get to that.
Yeah,
I'm so excited, y'all. I'm sorry.
Don't you push, Carl. Give him time.
Let's go.
Yeah, use some time. So the other thing people have asked us about is, why is there onboard recording in a receiver, and because we could. You know, when we came out with the SPDR a couple of years back, the idea was here's a backup recorder for your bag recording system, and it could be used independently in other things as well. But we thought, hey, you know, we could put a card slot in this receiver and have it be able to record the audio channels directly.
Absolutely.
And one thing we could do along with backup is as a standalone unit. I mean, you could do like a walk and talk interview with nothing but this thing in your back pocket running off of batteries.
Wow, that's true.
So,
Where is the card slot on that exactly?
It's right
Let's see.
here.
Yeah,
Oh my God, it's so little I didn't even see it. Look at that.
Yep.
Beautiful. Wow, you're right. You really could use this as a standalone little device. Throw it in a handbag, throw it in a pocket, just hold it in your hand while you walk. It's not that big.
Right, and it also still fits in the bag like the SR series. So.
Totally.
What's the power draw on this receiver, sir?
the battery life, let's say for a couple lithiums, is 8 hours. A couple rechargeables, 5 to 6 hours. We don't recommend alkalines. The current drain is a little high for those types of batteries.
Very good. Very
Good to know.
Yeah. And so speaking of power, Thomas, people have asked about, does it have auto switchover from DC to battery operation in case my central distro fails?
Mhm.
And the answer is yes.
Oh,
so
great.
it won't drain the
Nice.
batteries until it switches over to them. But that's another example of, what maybe CYA is to be recording on the unit. And let's say the rest of the bag fails. Well, you could still be recording your talent onto the unit without any external power. So it's self-contained.
That's so awesome.
That is such a great safety feature
Yeah, it
if
is.
something goes wrong. So that's an incredible extension.
Right, exactly. So then the next thing is, because it's new in this product, is what is vector diversity? We've had a number of questions about it and a little bit of misconception out there. But vector diversity is our latest diversity scheme. We've been doing diversity for a couple decades, a lot of different types and different products. But we started with ratio diversity, which is a version of true diversity where you have two receivers and then the audio is either blended or a ratio between the channels. And so that's already a very strong diversity. But with the digital units, the phase of the incoming signals is very important to capture correctly. So if you just combine the two signals without taking into account the phase angles, you might not get the maximum signal into the receiver. So what's going on with the vector is it takes into account the different angles and aligns them before it combines them. So that adds to the signal to noise of the RF signal on the way into the receiver. So it's very powerful. In the walk test that we've done and the customers are starting to do, it really shows itself as an outstanding diversity and keeps the signal rock solid even at great distances.
That's awesome. And guys, if you don't subscribe to Lectrosonics YouTube channel or follow them on social media, do. Carl, you in particular put out videos all the time that are so useful to me. I feel like you've taught me so much just on YouTube. So guys, if you haven't checked those out yet, please do.
No, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm happy to keep doing those and getting the word out about good RF practice
Yes.
and stuff like that. People have asked, is vector diversity available for the hybrid modes, which is something we haven't talked about. This thing is the digital receiver, but it is backwards compatible with our digital hybrid transmitters,
Right.
like the SSM and the HMA and other transmitters like that. So the answer is yes. The vector diversity is there all the time for any of the modes. So it definitely works well.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Let's see here. Audio routing. So there was a question, can the audio outputs from each receiver be routed to different connectors on the back? So the unit's got two, connectors, and you can send analog audio to them or AES digital. And the answer is yes, you can pair up your AES outputs to either one connector or the other, or spread them between the two. So there's a whole routing matrix in the receiver allowing you to set all that up however you like to do it.
Cool. Did we get a shot of the back here? Let's get a shot of that. Let's switch over to a shot of the back of this device. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, I think it's important for people to see that.
Right. You also notice on the back there's a little cover on the USB connector. So this
Right.
unit can be connected to Wireless Designer.
Oh,
That's
great.
not quite available yet for these units they're shipping now, but with a firmware update it will be, and
Wow.
Wireless Designer will be updated to
Nice.
sync up to the unit.
Amazing.
I'm looking forward to that.
I know, right?
Well, we have 3 more minutes left.
Three
and
more
Carl,
minutes
if
left
I'm
with
correct,
Carl.
you have some gift certificates too for
Yes.
Trewlapalooza. Is that right?
I do. So let me get on to the one product we haven't talked about yet.
Oh, yes.
Let's do that, then we'll do the gift
Okay.
certificates for sure. Talk to us.
Yeah. Okay, so you've seen the DPR. That is the digital plug-on transmitter. And so we've come out with another variant on that. This is the DPR-A. It has an external antenna, as you can see. And this came about because the Canadian regulations have changed, and they require an external antenna on a plug-on unit. So we developed it for the Canadian market, but we decided to go ahead and also sell it in the United States. So it's certified by FCC now, and it is available. So in terms of the difference in performance, this is a more efficient radio than having the antenna be the body of the unit. So this will get a little bit better range than the standard unit. Other than that, they have all exactly the same features. So that's
nice.
DPR-A.
That's very cool.
Okay, on to the trivia questions.
Yes,
So
On to the
I've got
trivia questions.
$50 gift card, redeemable for any Lectrosonics products at any True location.
Yep.
And here's the question. When was Lectrosonics founded? So the first correct answer posted gets this $50 gift card.
All right, when was Lectrosonics founded, guys?
1971 is the first answer that people
Ooh.
are throwing out from Val Rat. Is that
Nice.
correct?
Okay, that is correct. 1971.
Woohoo! Congrats, Val.
win. Okay,
Val.
here is for the next one. A $100 gift card.
That one was for 50. Is that right, Carl?
First one was 50, correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what's the next one?
Okay, next question. What was the first portable receiver, professional receiver that we made?
Professional portable receiver?
Yes.
All right, everyone. If you guys know this, what is for a $100 gift certificate for Lectrosonics?
Can't be the same winner, by the way.
Yeah,
Only
we
one winner per
can't do any
receiver.
more.
You
Yeah,
hear
we
that,
want to
Ball?
make sure that we get them.
Just
All right,
kidding.
Marlon Clark.
Oh, hi, Marlon.
Marlon, good to hear from you. He says UCR 211.
Wow.
No, much earlier than that.
Ooh,
Earlier than that, guys, UCR 100 from Jacob Washer. Before that,
Wow.
guys, we're going deep.
These are good guesses, though.
We're going
They're
deep.
good guesses.
185D?
What was it?
185D?
That's close.
Close.
Drum
We're getting
16,
warmer.
you gotta relax,
Getting
okay?
warmer. All right.
So we're going back to 1988 or so for this thing.
All right.
That's another clue.
185D.
So-
yeah, no, how about the UCR 180 from Nick Davey?
I'm not aware of that product, but you're warm.
You're getting warmer, but that
Ooh.
isn't it yet. All
This
right.
is some
It's not quite-
suspense here. I love it.
That's all right. We're gonna keep VP300. Boom for sound.
No.
No, man, this is a
Wow,
tough one.
this is
I don't know.
such a
I don't know
tough
the
one.
answer
I don't know
to this
either.
one.
Yeah, I would have
Well,
to.
Here's another clue. It's in our catalog. Let's
Okay,
see.
in the catalog.
Somebody get a
There's a little
catalog.
Someone
sign
grab a
in there.
catalog.
Yeah, it's in there.
Somebody's got to have a
Looks
catalog
like
at home,
Bobby's
and they
on
got to
it.
go through. 'cause
I
you're gonna have
know,
a hun-
right?
UCR 185.
I see it back there.
Yeah.
That's gonna have to do it. It's a CR185. So
There you go. Thank you. We have a lovely. By the way, look at this new catalog from Lectrosonics. This is how I feel all the time lately. This is a good choice of cover.
It's perfect.
Good choice. So this is, there's so much contained in this catalog. If you're at a sound shop like True Audio, any True Audio location, grab one of these. It's fun to look at a hard copy like this because, when you're online and you're searching for stuff, you're inundated with results and information. And sometimes it just feels good to look at a catalog. So thanks for still making
Exactly.
these.
Do we have any more questions? Or
Any more
Yes.
questions?
So the location for Lectrosonics product. What year was our first digital wireless system introduced?
Ooh, like keep leaving
That's all
that
right.
like
I gotta just throw that in there.
Oh,
That's gonna stump some people.
Yeah, it stumped me.
It stumped a lot of us here. to be
Just
honest. I
start
knew that was
guessing
gonna be
years
tough
at this point.
Right, I know.
Okay, and we don't have to stay on necessarily. If someone chimes in with the right
we
answer
have
to that
some
one,
answers.
it's very
We have
close.
2005, 2003.
2003.
Oh, nice.
700 series.
Denny
700 series
Green.
digital
Nice.
system.
Oh my
That's right.
gosh, Denny Green, you won the big Lectrosonics gift certificate.
All right, Denny.
Congratulations.
That's a good one.
So as Thomas has mentioned already, if you guys have won anything on this stream or yesterday's stream, just reach out to True Audio, either on their website, Thomas at True Audio, you can reach him that way. Bear with us a day or two if we're slow to respond. It's just because we're trying to make this happen,
Exactly.
but we will.
This plot recently. This is a graph of the frequency and phase response of the DPR with the DSQD, and you see that throughout its frequency range, it's plus or minus 30 degrees phase angle, which is very good.
Wow.
And down here, there's an interesting figure that's the latency of this system, and it is 1.25 milliseconds.
How did you cut that
Wow.
latency in half, boss? That's insane.
Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, we've never beaten the Quadra system that we came out with several years ago. That's 0.9 milliseconds of latency. It's because it converts to digital and back to analog, and then back to digital and back to analog. So there's 2 conversions. So by only doing 1 conversion, you can ergo cut it in half.
Wow.
Perfect.
It's awesome. And as always, Carl has an amazing, beautiful graphic to show exactly what you're talking about.
That's true.
Thank you for that. Someone like me, I need that when I'm learning new systems, new concepts. It's so helpful.
Very good.
And Carl
Well-
also wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
It's your birthday.
Happy birthday
dear
from True Audio.
Carl.
I'm letting the singers sing it
Happy
too.
birthday to
To
you.
you.
Come on, you
That's
cannot
exciting.
not sing
I
somebody
know.
a birthday.
And you're such a beloved person in our industry, so we had to. We had to.
Happy birthday. Amazing.
Can't believe I'm already 39.
Yeah.
Aw, it's a good age.
Going on 21. You're
Right.
amazing, brother. Amazing. Thank you for being
Thanks for
an
being
you
incredible
guys, thank you
guest.
so much.
And
Had a
we'll
great
see
time.
you on the soon. We'll see you soon.
We'll see you on the soon. I
We'll
think
see you on
that's a
the
new
soon.
phrase you just
Yeah.
coined.
Right.
Oh, good. We have the Halloween episode
We do.
tomorrow.
Oh, good moment to talk about that. As you guys saw in Carl's office, he has probably the coolest Halloween costume of all time. That the giant. Is it a transmitter or receiver? I actually can't remember.
It's a receiver.
Thank you. You're still there, Carl. But yeah, you guys stay tuned for tomorrow, especially because we're going to be dressed up. The rest of the crew will be hopefully dressed up. And we're just going to have a fun time and celebrate Halloween. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a commercial. We're back to Trewlapalooza 2020, day 2 of 3. We have Ross back again. We're so happy you're still here.
Thank you. The spot after Lectrosonics. This is like when your sitcom premieres.
Ross, we love you here.
And like I said to you when we were on a commercial break, I'm a big fan of Zoom. I've used it for a long time, specifically the F8. I could go on and on about how much I
You're just powered purely by coffee through
Take
the
it away,
system?
Kim. That's pretty much every morning for me, just powered by coffee. But I see something that I'm actually not familiar with that I'm really excited to get to know, which is the live track. And this is something I've seen in stores, but I haven't used it yet.
Yeah, so Zoom is brighter. Oh man, that's a bad reference these days.
Way.
The all-black version of the H4n, and then its bigger brother, the H6, is all black now as well. Nice. So just a different feel, but same internals, same.
I think it looks cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's sometimes half the.
I agree. Hey,
I think I can still hear your audience quickly Googling Knight Rider for the reference.
Looking like a spider when we see the cables plugged into it.
So yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Now the H series, the handheld series, starts with an H1, and we kind of progressively go up, and then quickly after that we introduced the F8, and so we drew a line between the handheld series and the field production series.
I see. I never knew that differentiation, the H and the F, what they stand for.
Yeah, we're trying to, part numbers are always so hard to parse. But now the lines are blurring a little bit.
Yep.
So in the H series now we go up to, and it can be combo jacks, plus the stereo mic up top. The
Great.
H6 you get
We can even
4
pull these in a little closer, I think. I want to get my hands on them. Let's see. There we go.
The H8, in very high demand right now. Not even us in the field kind of have demo units at this point because we're shipping as many as we can.
Handheld device style still.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, a friendlier price point if you're still starting out.
I agree. Exactly.
And you just either you need a backup unit or you need your first recorder of some sort. That's where the H series is going to fit in. The F series, so there are some more, I guess professional differences. Kind of hate using that delineation because there are certainly pros using the H series.
I mean that seems to be common with Zoom. I'm not like it's becoming blurry, like you said, and I really do love these products too, and I work professionally, so what's the difference?
Yeah, pro is sort of more to me more of who's using the piece of equipment, not the equipment itself.
What is the saying? It's the archer, not the arrows.
Oh gosh, I haven't heard that one. That's so profound.
I try.
I'm here to learn.
Okay, good.
I'll here to learn.
She can borrow my F8.
Gotcha. Sort of the main differences here. So increased quality in the mic preamps with the F series versus the H series. The idea being that when you're in the field, you might have to record something very, very loud or very, very cord those very,
But you can also handle the big explosions and all that.
Yeah,
and actually, fun fact, I don't know if you guys know this, but Chris Monroe, really big UK sound mixer, he's worked on a lot of the Mission Impossible films. He actually used a couple of these, the F8s, on one of the last Mission Impossible films, and I think that was maybe wise. They're blowing stuff up left and right in those movies.
You still have a full line of guitar and bass effects.
Totally.
And
I
that's
use your
why
guitar pedal, and I'm obsessed with it.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. Believe me, I love the huge amp.
Oh yeah, me and my two buddies doing our best, Bradley Noel impressions and whatnot.
I love that. Is there any footage of this that exists?
Luckily that was like pre-smartphone.
I want to see it.
I don't believe there's any footage.
You're like, hopefully not.
The internet will find it if it exists, I'm sure.
That's great though. So you and I, as a duo, we didn't bring amps. We brought the 2 amp modeler pedals that you guys make for bass and guitar. And we actually had friends of ours at our Los Angeles show who are total amp snobs come up to us and ask where we hid our amps for the show.
Right.
And I got so much pleasure.
Some do the taste test.
Yeah.
Those amp guys, when they can't pick out the modeling versus the real thing.
That makes me so happy.
Wow, I wish I would have brought some of those.
I know, next time.
Didn't anticipate the guitar pedal conversation. Anyways,
and you have any plans to move that over to this one?
I'm not sure what I'm officially allowed to say, but smart people are always working on.
We'll talk later. That sounds good.
That sounds like a very common sense idea.
Yeah.
What does that 32-bit floating point do for people that don't understand? Because we've been living in 16 and 24-bit our entire life.
Everybody's kind of increasing those numbers, but they do obviously refer to the method by which you are capturing the audio signal and converting that into a digital representation of that. If you're not so familiar with gain structure or how you're setting, your gains, your preamps, maybe you didn't anticipate the explosion and you didn't set your levels accordingly.
Right.
32-bit plus dual AD, you can trim that down. So if it clipped on the way in, but it's recorded at a 32-bit depth, we can reduce that.
Yeah.
So we're be of gain
Wow.
without raising the noise floor as well.
That's really cool.
That's really you got to kind of see it and hear it to believe it. I remember doing
Absolutely.
it here for the True team last year, and that was kind of that aha moment of, wow, I can't. It seems unnatural to just keep hitting the gain boost in posts like that.
Yeah.
But that's what the F6 and 32-
2-bit float. Just look it up. Look it up. I think Zoom actually put out a couple really cool videos.
And Zoom is also Audio Gear, and Zoom are doing a live stream much like this next Thursday, where we're going to be doing some kind of fun examples of 32-bit.
Are we
floats.
invited?
Bring your rig,
Okay.
bring the amp modelers. Let's make some noise.
And where
Yeah.
can people watch this?
Oh,
Audio Gear. That's GEER. So look for that, guys.
Shameless plug.
I love it.
That's
You
how
gotta
the
have
celebrities
it.
do it.
There's no such thing as a shameless plug over here. No worries, bud.
Well, Ross, thank you so much for
Oh.
being here.
Thanks.
I'm like, we didn't even get to this one. What can we say about this really quick? We got to say something.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so live track, and then they're sort of for up to 4 performers, plus real-time control, faders, which you don't see here, although there's a
Right.
fader pack for the F series.
Yep, the F control this one comes with. Yep.
But unlike most kind of live sound mixers, we're battery powered here, and we're doing direct recording
That's
as well.
very cool.
So kind of that we're after the gig, or we're on the way to the next thing, another version.
All right, guys, please stick around. We've got another commercial and one last slot after the commercial. We have Countryman coming up next.
And I am going to commercial on the Shure. It's waterproof commercial. Just a shout out to you guys again.
Oh, nice.
Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof. Duraplex. It's waterproof.
And welcome.
This feels kind of like we're on some sort of weird game show.
For sure. And you're definitely welcome to take it in your hands and do that, because I personally don't want to.
So what we're going to do, we're going to prove to you how wonderfully waterproof, or in this case, Diet Coke proof, this Countryman product is. Now, Countryman microphones are known for being, they're just so tiny. Actually,
Right.
Simon Hayes, you guys probably know, was telling me a story about, and a costumer just snipped
Really?
it right. Sound amazing. And they're used so much in live theater, too, because they can take the high SPL, or maybe that's a way to showcase it. This is like a matchstick, buddy. Should I be connected while this is happening?
why don't you,
Probably,
turn
right?
it on,
Let's
turn it on, and
connect and
let's plug
power. I'm not always so familiar with your stuff, so I might have
You
nope,
just gotta
I can turn it on.
Yeah.
I was prepping myself for failure there. Oh, no worries. Check. Here, I'll give you right now. All right, guys, so listen to this. Everyone submerge it. I just wanted to get those beautiful bubbles so you hear the detail that this mic picks up. It's so beautiful. Oh, okay, let's do that. I thought this was going to be easy. Check. 1, 2. Check. Does it sound as beautiful as it did before it went in? That's great. Oh my gosh. I need to add these to my kit. From this lovely Zaxcom transmitter, the B6.
Well, one of the good things that a lot of people don't know about the B6s is yes, they've got straps and harnesses around them, and so they're extremely durable. They are extremely high fidelity, and they have different kinds. They have the B6, they have the B3, which is a little bit fatter,
Right,
and they
yeah.
even have the headset mics.
Them on. I've used them personally. They're very comfortable. They not
Nice.
only sound great, but they stay in place performing. Usually when I perform, it's just singing into a But yeah, I've done some gigs where
This headset might interest you, though, as far as
oh,
performing.
see, that's one of my favorite ones. That one you can here. You want to?
Kally, why don't you talk about what we're doing?
All right, so Kim is trying on the micro. It's a BS. Right.
You can definitely get it in there.
I think
and
so. I feel
mold
like
it.
Because
Here
of the
we
way
go.
that the microphone is
like
bending
that.
over.
Right, and then you get a little bit of piece of
I'm
tape there.
pulling on it. Sorry. Yep, exactly.
You're all good.
Feels
Right, and it
Really
doesn't
good.
take a lot either.
Yeah, it's awesome. Let me get this back off.
Ears, and then they have those headsets as well. They have the single ear headsets and the
Thin, but also you have the waterproof factor.
first waterproof microphone
Were
too.
they? I didn't know that.
I mean, so incredible.
I want to address. I'm just looking. A lot of people
Doing a lot of buffering to the YouTube servers.
But we really do appreciate you guys being here. I think we're about to wrap up.
I think so too.
Oh my God. Free coming up tomorrow, and what
And
makes
a reminder that it's the Halloween episode, so even more fun.
True Audio Los Angeles. Thanks for watching.
Take care, everyone. Bye.